fucked him. And Jonas responded, "I'm gonna make all of your lives difficult. I'm gonna hack you. I'm gonna, hack your hangouts." And after that, we kind of went like, "Whoa, dude, this is just not appropriate. Come down." So yeah. And Jonas, after all of these blogs, he kept tuning in with his like 20 sock accounts, which he apparently has. And,
yeah, Jonas was making actually rather more serious threats than that. But yeah.
Oh, was he? I missed that.
He was making actual physical threats, but I don't think he had any means of backing them up.
I did not hear that. When did he say that? That is just...
It was part of the whole debacle.
Oh, you mean when Palm Jam in the comment section?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, right.
Wow, a Muslim making physical threats, who'd ever thought?
Oh.
Yeah, really. I mean, that's unprecedented.
Yeah.
And he's a moderate Muslim, and he actually claims himself that he doesn't agree with responding with violence to caricature, right? He doesn't believe that. He doesn't actually hold a position that what I'm showing is blasphemy, but he argues against it because he thinks it brings harm, right? Because he thinks I'm provoking this. And by the way, in the discussion, he and his friend said that Charlie Hebdo are responsible to an extent for what happened. They shouldn't be surprised that this happened, and that they brought this onto themselves.
And that's why I don't talk to Muslims, because my position is that that right now their religion is barbarity.
Yeah.
That because they hold the views that insult to their religion is prohibited, and that apostasy should be dealt with by death. That because they can't tolerate affront to their religion, and they can't tolerate people converting away from their religion. Right now, their religion is barbarity. Now, in another 30 years, in another 50 years, who knows how long it'll take, their religion will be as civilized as the rest of us. But for the time being, they're barbarians, and I don't feel the need to have discourse with barbarians.
I'm not that optimistic myself, but he did say specifically that it's not a pacifist religion, meaning he would retaliate against affronts.
Well, here's the thing. What I like to remind people is Islam is more than 600 years younger than, say, Christianity. Okay, 600 years ago, Christians were barbarians, no question.
Oh yeah.
Burned apostates at the stake. Did all sorts of nasty stuff. So
do we have to wait 600 years then?
Well, I'm hoping that the influence of modernity will speed up the process significantly. I think it has, in that you can see there are certainly groups of American and Western Muslims that don't act that way and don't believe those things, right? So hopefully over time that will become the norm, in the same way it's become the norm for Christianity, Judaism.
Well, wait a minute. How is it different? How is it different than Christianity when we have basically the Klan, which is the equivalent of an extremist Muslim, and we have the Klan who claims that what they're doing is biblically based and is supported by the same religion that other people practice that are not in the Klan. How is that different?
How is this?
So what does the Klan actually espouse?
I don't have their doctrine of...
See, I actually do know what the Klan espouses.
Well, okay, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong, but go ahead.
Yeah, so the modern Klan actually says that, makes the statement that the races are not, that no race is necessarily inferior, but that the races are better apart. In other words, they say that blacks should breed with blacks, whites should breed with whites, etc., etc. And the modern Klan, at least the organization itself, says that should not be enforced by violence. So, even the Klan today does not hold up to the literally hundreds of thousands of imams in the Middle East who support and encourage violence against the West every single Friday, every single time they come together.
Okay.
So
it's not comparable. Sam Harris kind of did outline the case in a solid way, but the extremism structure is a bit worse. But even so,
I mean, when you poll when you poll various Muslim countries and say, what do you think about 9/11? We're still, for many of those countries, we're still at around half, between a third and a half, that actually think it was justified.
Well, I believe it's Pew did a statistical research on extremism, and they're putting it at around 5 to 15% of Muslims want to behead Westerners. Okay.
I think that number is low.
Yeah, well, I mean, okay.
I don't mind if it really were just 5 to 15%. That would not bother me, because there's
the thing
probably 5 to 15% of Americans that want to behead Muslims too. So that's.
But here you go. The thing about this first, out of 1.6 billion Muslims, 15% is 225 million people.
Yeah, that's bigger than our army.
That's almost
as big as our. That's about as many as there are adult Americans, I believe.
Yeah.
I mean, and here's another food for thought, that if you're not consciously and proactively opposing extremism and violence, then you are by omission supporting it. So you take those numbers and you can compound them even higher to the people who actually support it but just don't do it themselves. They support it with political support, financial support, or whatever. They're just not getting their own hands dirty. Then you take that number, that jumps up to maybe 50%. You're looking at 700 million people who don't care when people get their heads cut off and think it's a good thing.
Yeah, look at that Wikipedia link I posted in chat.
To Islamburg, that one?
Islamburg, New York. Yeah, I've seen some documentaries on it, and they have weapons there that are not lawful in the state of New York. That is, fully automatic Kalashnikov-style rifles and such, not simply semi-automatic. I mean,
that doesn't bother me.
Well,
New York's this
isn't New York.
Restrictions on weapons are silly. So.
Well, yeah, New York has extreme restrictions, but
I mean, the Americans
that means essentially that these guys have got more firepower than everyone else around them.
I see. When I hear that, I shrug and I say they're Americans. They can do what they want. So that none of that bothers me.
Well, the problem is they're extremists.
Okay.
Well, look, I have no love for Christianity, but when I hear people compare Christian extremism to Muslim extremism and say, "Hey, don't forget about the Christian extremism," it makes me laugh. It really does.
Yeah, modern weapons makes it easy for two people to go into a newspaper in Paris and shoot up and kill 13 people and wound however many else they did, and create national headlines.
Well, fairness, that could have been done with knives as well. I mean, it's not really, the weapons aren't really the focus here. It's
no. It's just two people doing the killing, but I mean the
weapons are a force multiplier. The existence of the availability of powerful weapons can cause what might have been a killing of 4 people into a killing of 40 people. That's the big difference.
Guys with Kalashnikov rifles versus unarmed people, and the initial responders from the French police. They've got handguns, which are no match for a military-style rifle.
Yeah, well, the guy at the Virginia Tech, I mean, he killed 30-some people with just 2 handguns. So, I said, it's not the weapon; it's the desire and the patience to carry it out.
Yeah.
If you've got time, patience, and determination, you can kill 30 people with a knife. You know.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah, well,
I'm not disagreeing with that. Believe me, trust me, I'm not anti-Second Amendment. I'm not.
Yeah.
The point is there's, because of the restrictions, no one has the ability to defend themselves against the people who ignore the restrictions.
Yeah, that's true, and that's dangerous.
Yeah, and
I think
people are going to say, take away the weapons and you'll stop violence, and that's just asinine.
Yeah.
Well, at this point, though, I would say, doing a crackdown to enforce the existing restrictions. Like again, so if you're gonna have a restriction that says nobody can have fully automatic weapons, right? Say, or even semi-automatic of beyond a certain, clip size, or whatever restrictions you're going to say to make firearms less dangerous in sort of a mass killing situation.
It's basically unenforceable.
Then enforce them, right? Say, hey, you guys have this. We're gonna take your guns away, or do.
There's more semi-automatic rifles in the United States than there are people, so you can forget about enforcing that one.
Do people really have a problem with folk having semi-automatic rifles? I mean, come on, it's not.
I have a few.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying.
So, I don't go shooting people with them.
No, you go to the range. That's
the thing. These mass shootings or these killing, very rarely are they done by law-abiding citizens who bought their weapons legally. It's always people who go out and steal weapons or get them by illegal means that tend to do these kinds of things.
I'm not aware of them ever being lawfully obtained. Although with long guns, private sale is legal in most states.
Yeah.
I mean, assuming the long gun is even legal in that state. But in Pennsylvania, for example, you can sell long guns privately, no problem. As long as you're not doing it to the point where the ATF starts to label you as a dealer.
Right.
But handguns are required to go through a federal firearm licensed dealer, so you have to go through consignment, and that forces the background check. But that's Pennsylvania. I don't know about the other states.
Offensive weapons are not the thing you guys are thinking of saying they are.
Well, handguns are not really offensive weapons. They're terrible at that. I mean, at close range, they can be used that way. But really, if you want to be properly offensive, use a rifle with large magazine capacity, good rate of fire, a scope, so that you can pop people at 200 yards.
Yeah, handguns are specifically defensive weapons.
Yeah. Yeah, they're peak shooters compared to the rifles.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's the thing is that handguns basically make it so that someone in knife range will die if you shoot them, and that's pretty much what they're for.
You hope they do. Well, you hope they do before they stab you to death.
Right, that's true. Because low stopping power, like the low caliber.
Well, even a 45 ACP is not a guaranteed stopper.
Guys,
that's really, really big time.
My dad just for Christmas he got a small, specifically a pocket-sized version of the handgun he was already carrying. I'm trying to remember what the make was, but he showed me that the only difference between the gun he had been carrying and the new one is that the new one is really small enough to slip into a pocket pretty easily. But the bullets are the same caliber, but half the length, so they don't have the same stopping power.
Right. Probably maybe a car if he had money. It makes good small compact pistols.
I've never.
Well, like I said, it was a gift.
I've had plenty of times, and I've never been in a situation where a gun would have helped.
Good. I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, you're lucky.
I've been in lots of situations.
No, I've been like raped a lot of times and assaulted plenty more. And not once would a gun would everyone, anyone with like a real amount of intelligence tries to get the drop on you, and pretty much does before they do anything. If they don't attack.
I've been in lots of situations where a gun saved my life.
Typically, when you carry, you need to have something called situational awareness.
Awareness, yeah.
Otherwise, yes, if they get the drop on you, you're screwed anyway.
Well, that's a lie everyone tells.
Yeah,
it's not like I'm lying. It's not like I'm unaware.
Working at one of the bars here that I worked at, probably about around in 2001, I had a guy stab me with a screwdriver, and he kept coming at me and wouldn't stop. And
what happened before he stabbed you?
I'm sorry, what?
Well, what was the lead up to stabbing you?
Oh, I threw him out because he was drunk. Threw him out of the bar because he was too drunk. He went out to his truck and got a screwdriver, and while I was sitting by the door, he stuck me in the ribs with it. It went in about 1.5 inches, I think. And I spun around and drew my weapon on him, and he came at me again and caught me under the eye. And I warned him 3 times to stop trying to stab me, or I was going to have to shoot. And he swung, and his friends tried to stop him, and he swung one more time, and I shot him. So.
Welcome, Bunto. Yeah, that's a very different kind of situation. I generally don't get confronted like that. I generally don't get confronted like that. I don't have like, well, people are not interacting with me that way. They'll have the whole, I guess, masculine macho, hey, let's have some kind of puff up to the cockfight dance, whatever. People say, oh, that's a queer, let's marry. And don't bother telling me they're coming.
Okay.
Now, handguns are not magic wands, and actually, the demographic that should most have them are actually women for rape prevention.
Aren't there more? Well, violence isn't the answer.
No, it is if the question is right. Depends on the question.
Depends on the question, but in the general, not really.
I'd say it is.
Are you pretty violent?
If you're a 120-pound woman and a 200-pound guy decides he wants to rape you.
If and buts, candy and nuts. So, Nadia, are you pretty violent?
Gee, I did not realize that half the country was female. Not female.
Not female. Well,
half the country is female, right?
Half the country is female, right?
Well, let's try this again.
Right. Point, please.
Instead of okay, let's.
No, but really,
let's have a fight dance and so on. They're nice and friendly and just a little bit too pushy, and then keep getting too pushy.
Okay.
And pushing over the edge to point of rape. Where is the line and you pull out the gun? Right. That's
But I mean, have you ever hurt somebody, Nadia? With the violent. You had a violent reaction to hurt somebody.
Totally, but yeah.
Well, you did. What'd you do?
I fought back. Like kicking and clawing and stuff when I was getting raped.
So okay, yeah, but I meant just you attacking somebody, not defense.
No.
Just never flew off the handle? Even in high school?
Well, that's during the years I would have been there. What was happening to me, something I can't really discuss on air.
Buntu, I'm getting the impression that you think that simply having a weapon of some kind is going to immediately turn someone into a violent maniac.
That's a reach, no. But I mean, you know, I don't see much utility in them. Even for defense. That's why we have a police force.
Oh, yes. When seconds count, the police can be there in minutes.
No, but I mean, they're there to deter crime.
Which they don't.
Yeah,
they don't.
Work.
Police do not deter crime.
They don't deter crime. If they deterred crime, there'd be no crime.
Yes, that's why we've had police for, I don't know, ever since we've had civilization.
Actually,
reason.
Police have not been around that long.
Not even 150 years.
Well, a police force, a guard, hasn't every, you know, advanced civilization had somebody to keep the order?
No, it's been like all 150 years.
Oh, the police force has only been around for 150 years. Who do you think arrested Jesus, Nadia?
The army, the Roman
army.
It's
a police force.
It's not a police force, no. Technically,
oh, that's not a police force. The guard.
No, technically not. It depends on the...
Oh, now we're talking technicalities. Please, every higher civilization has had a police force or a guard of some type.
Well, it's not an actual police force, right? A police force is a separated body of trained men, possibly women, who are trained specifically to keep the law, right? In the Roman times, there was no such thing. It was the army who did both things.
Somebody to keep order. How's that?
Well, that's a different thing.
Oh, that's a different thing.
In that case, yes, the Roman army was a police. Yes, in that case, yes. You know, the Roman army was a police.
That's what I was talking about. We've always
like I said, it's
always had somebody to enable order.
Right, but it's far from being effective, right? Especially in America, right, where Nadia lives and where Fatmata lives, and possibly you, Bunto. It's far from perfect, right? Crimes happen all the time. Right?
I'm not arguing that. I'm just saying that's why we have a police force.
All right, but still, I personally don't see a gun as that much practical. In personal attacks, this pepper spray might be a better thing. But a gun, I would buy a gun anyway, because on certain attacks, it is still good to have a gun, right? Into medium range, let's say, combat.
Art, how often are you attacked?
Me, no. I just want to be sure that if I am attacked, I'm going to be having a gun. Yes,
You put yourself in situations where you're going to be attacked, usually.
Not really, no.
Okay.
But I don't know. Hey, maybe
you never know, so it's good to have a gun.
Yeah, sure, why not?
No one deliberately goes into places looking for trouble unless...
Oh, no one.
Okay, you're already... Well, I'm not allowed to generalize, but you are. Okay, never mind. My argument is invalid.
Well, I mean, just no one goes looking for trouble, please. They do it all the time.
Well, let's put it this way. I, personally, would not go into any area if I thought I needed a gun to be safe in that area. I wouldn't go in the first place.
Okay.
So...
Good.
Yeah,
so, we have a surfeit of guns. There's an overload. Our society here in America is just saturated with too many weapons. We need to get rid of them.
Well, get rid of them from...
Never happen with people that enable this sort of behavior.
Okay, if you have any, give up yours first, and then disarm the police next.
Why do we have to disarm the police? That's why we pay them.
Population.
We pay them to keep the order.
Yeah, and how do they keep the order? By shooting us and strangling us to death?
Not on the general.
Welcome, Seth. You guys take like the existence of like safety for granted.
Okay, so you have a weapon? You have a gun? Show us your gun, Nadia.
I don't have a gun.
Gee, why not?
Useful.
Gee, why? Well, your philosophy just said, hey, you know, nobody can keep the peace, so where's your gun?
You know they're expensive.
It wouldn't help.
Oh, it wouldn't help now.
No. Guns are, they're expensive. No. Guns are not
Never
cheap.
helped. It never would have helped. I mean, by and large, people
I have no argument with
get
that.
in close range either by essentially cover of anonymity. Welcome, Seth, again.
I just don't see why we have to
cover of
enable
anonymity or...
That's all.
Sorry? What?
I don't see why we have to enable the behavior to have the gun overload.
Well, it's...
Why anybody should stand up for all the shootings in this country.
What are you guys talking about? I am so friggin' lost.
The surfeit of guns serves some utility in our country, in America. The amount of overload of guns is justified.
Whoa, well, I don't think it needs to have utility for it to be justified.
Good.
Doesn't have utility, not practical utility, and it's justified.
How many guns you own?
Who, me?
Yeah.
I don't.
Yeah, me neither.
What's your point?
My point is like, well, I mean, if they have some practical utility, where's your gun?
Well, I just said that you don't have to have practical. Hold on, I said it doesn't have practical.
Someone who is the target of many.
Oh, I didn't mean to mute you while you were talking, Nadia. There was a lot of background noise. I tried to mute you before you were talking. Sorry.
Yeah, I switched mics because it sounded like nobody could hear me. Anyway, as someone who gets attacked on a routine enough basis, this is actually a question makes a difference.
When was the last time you were physically attacked?
Actually, December of 2012.
Would a gun helped?
No.
Yeah.
I never said they were a magic wand.
And I'm not sure.
Awareness helps.
Like I said, I don't think you understood what I said, Bunker. Is that
I couldn't hear what you said, Seth. Sorry.
Things can be justified, and a lot of things are justified, even if they're not practically utility. They don't have a practical utility. Don't have to have a practical justify something.
Well, it's interesting that the chief of police of the state of California had a press conference and specifically said that the police do not carry guns for personal protection. They carry guns to control and intimidate people. So they're obviously not interested in safety.
Okay, how many police chiefs in Canada said this?
I was quoting one guy from California. I never
one guy from California.
Canada.
All right.
Are you in Canada?
No, I thought you said Canada because I couldn't hear you.
California. Police chief of the state.
All right. One police chief.
Police chief of Canada.
The state police chief.
Or California.
California, right.
The most populous state in the Union.
So I'm a little confused though, because there is no state police of California.
The CHP?
The CHP, yeah, but
California Highway Patrol.
You can describe it as a state police agency, but the head of that wouldn't be the state police chief. It would be
whatever his title was.
I was just confused. That's all.
Okay, tell you what. Let me see if I can find that interview on YouTube, and I'll post the link.
No, I believe you. I especially after you clarified that it was CHP, I was just a little confused in the word. Like I said, there is no quote-unquote state police of California.
Okay, yeah.
Chips.
Pennsylvania has a state police, and
A lot of states.
Florida has a state. Well, I'm used to states with state police. I thought they all had them, but he was supposedly the top law enforcement official.
Yeah, we have one of those.
And he specifically said that the police do not carry guns for self-defense. They carry them to control and intimidate. Which is an entirely different purpose from a regular citizen who, normally carrying concealed, you would never know they were carrying, and under normal circumstances, nothing would ever happen. Because it's actually, the crime rate's not so ridiculously high that people are shooting each other constantly. It's not like the Wild Wild West. Which never existed, by the way.
There's lots of innocent people shot by guns every day.
Oh, how many?
Plenty. More than the police shoot innocent people with guns. There's more accidental shootings.
You've got specific statistics?
No, I mean, you could. It just makes common sense that if more citizens have guns, and there's an amount of safety to guns, you know, it's definitely, there's no such thing as an absolute safe gun. It just goes that there's more innocent people shot than police shooting people.
Okay, well, most of the shootings I've heard about are police shooting criminals or criminals shooting other criminals. And then in last place is law-abiding citizens in self-defense.
I mean, does
but
that
those
matter?
cases are not publicized so much. But in terms of deaths, you'll find much more caused by automobile accidents.
Oh my God, Michael.
You're more likely to be killed by your local cop than you are your next door neighbor cleaning his gun.
Yeah, that's true too. But yeah,
you're more likely to be killed by cops than by people just with guns.
Well, no, that's not what she said.
I know she said cleaning, but I mean that was just a freaking.
I would hope she
charitable. I mean, these people aren't like cleaning their guns when they're carrying them around in purses at Walmart.
Oh well, don't get so literal this morning, will you? For heaven's sake.
I mean, you said that then cleaning your guns. It was like, well, that's hard to see.
Well, you know, that's what most people think.
More people just
you
walking
could
around
even be
with guns.
cleaning your gun.
They got videos on YouTube with them accidentally shooting themselves. Come on.
Well, no kidding. People accidentally run themselves over too.
Can I ask a question?
People cut themselves with knives.
Yeah,
people
but they don't have. I mean,
hammers.
driving has utility. Carrying around a gun in your purse.
People cut themselves with axes. People cut themselves with knives. Accidents happen. Don't blame the gun.
Well, I mean, the thing is, there's too many of these accidents waiting to happen. Can't you see that?
Oh, they're just waiting to jump out at you and grab you.
Do you know how many lives guns save every year? Do you know that statistic?
Probably not as many as they kill.
Oh, right.
Yeah, right. Somewhere near there.
I just that should take me on a tour.
Wait a minute.
How?
Can I ask a question? This is interesting. I wonder what you think about the Europeans, or like in my country, almost it's like 96, 95% of the population don't want anyone to carry guns. Interesting to me. How do you think we think?
There is no such thing as no country that has a total gun ban. No country.
I didn't say this.
Okay, well,
of course there are countries
that have people that choose not to carry guns choose not to protect themselves.
Yeah. So you think like the Norwegian are less freedom loving? and more cowards?
No, has nothing to has nothing to do with it. It has to do with tyranny and sport and hunting. There are a number of reasons why someone would carry a gun. Which one are you specifically talking about?
None of them good.
Why do the population in Norway, I guess it's the same almost in UK, for sure, in Germany and so on, and in Denmark. Why do you think we don't want anyone to carry gun? Even not the police to carry gun. They don't carry gun.
You're crying. You never had a gun crime
question. Do you honestly think that I believe that there's not one gun in your country?
What?
No, none of your leaders have a gun. No one in your military has a gun. I don't know what you're talking about. What you're talking about
that's not the point, is it?
It's the truth. Many Norwegians has a gun. I have a gun, and it's for hunting, and I'm not allowed to carry this gun on the street. Are you crazy? You cannot carry a gun. Of course, you can be a part of military, and you can get a license.
Man has carried a weapon since he was on the planet and could lift up a rock and throw it.
Okay, so let's go back.
And I'm really interested just in just getting answer. Why do you think Europeans are so thinking so totally?
I can't hear a word you're saying.
Why do you think Europeans are like let's say they're
curious?
I don't. Are we like less freedom loving, or
it has nothing to do with freedom.
Michael, are you there?
Gun ownership has nothing to do with freedom.
Yeah, but Americans have a big fascination for
gun ownership.
Hold on.
Gun ownership in my country is based upon the Second Amendment.
Michael, you said it's about. You said it's about freedom when you said it's about tyranny. When you listen to tyranny first,
it's about a number of things. It's not just one item. I asked him to declare himself.
You just said it has nothing to do with freedom, which is a complete contradiction if it's about tyranny.
Oh, well, I misspoke. He's thinking that we're less free in Norway than we are here in America. It has nothing to do with more or less.
You think we are less free, or we are less freedom loving?
I don't think. No, I think you are as free as you can be. But should someone challenge your freedom, you have nothing to fight with.
Yeah, but why do you think everyone thinks
are you there?
Everything's are very happy? Everyone are very happy that it's not.
Oh, I'm sure. I can't. I'm sure it's utopia over there.
No,
can you hear me? They got muted.
Same in Germany. I just wonder why.
I don't know.
What do you think about?
I would never allow anyone to take my right to have a gun. What you care to do in your country is up to you. I don't think you're any more free or you're any less free. You're not living in the United States.
But why do you think people just think that they don't want to have people going around in public or having guns? Why do you think that? They think so.
I have no idea.
Yeah.
But I can guarantee you that there are no total gun bans anywhere. Now, if you want to say everyone has to get rid of their gun, I'm in. But the problem is that's not going to happen, and so therefore I choose to carry.
Yeah, you are wrong.
I choose to protect my castle.
You are wrong with what you're saying. There are no ban of guns. I mean, that's just wrong. You cannot carry a gun. You're not.
It's done every day. It's been done every day since the gun was born. I mean, seriously.
I hear a very strong fascination for guns. That's what I hear.
It's really not a fascination. Here's my history with guns, sir. Just let me give you a little rundown. Okay, I'm a 57-year-old single female. I've had a 20-gauge shotgun since I was about 30 for skeet and trap shooting, which I happen to be very good at. It's not something I did a lot, but I did it frequently enough to go out and buy a shotgun. At no other time would I have entertained a gun. And now, in my age, I have no way to defend myself. I do a lot of camping, and I don't choose to bring a shotgun with me when I camp. I don't expect that my two standard poodles are going to help me if there's a problem. I expect to help myself. I take responsibility for my own personal safety. And at this stage of the game, sir, I'm not hooking it up with anybody, and so the gun is my choice. It sits in waiting in case I should need it. It's not something I go out brandishing in the world. You would never know in a million years I was carrying a gun. I'm not there to threaten anybody. But should you come to threaten me or challenge my castle, I have to tell you, your day's going to be short.
Isn't that kind of pointless, though? Like, the only time you're going to be able to use the gun is if you pull it first. So when you say it's there for defense,
that's an assumption that you're making.
Well, if someone pulls a gun on you, how are you going to draw yours in time before they pull the trigger?
Well, because I have the circumstance has to be within my in my home. I'm using it for protection. I don't walk around. I don't walk around carrying it with me. Now, when I'm camping, that gun is loaded. It is holstered and it is invisible.
I thought you said you carried it around.
Invisible. You would never know in a million years. But I got to tell you, I'll have a heads up that you're coming. That's what the dogs are for. I'll be ready.
So what? So like what? At what stage do you stop it then? So do you accept the use of assault rifles?
Assault rifles are used by the military.
I know. I'm talking about public use, though.
Public use, they're strictly regulated. You're talking about machine guns, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, machine guns are ridiculously hard to get in the United States. You got to be rich.
Oh boy! I mean, come on. The guy who knocked off all the kids at Sandy Hook, he had a machine gun pack.
No, he didn't.
Sandy Hook.
In fact, oh my God! Are you seriously gonna claim that it's a fucking false flag, Michael?
Use the fucking hand.
Really? Michael, stop laughing for a second because I really want you to say it's a false flag.
Oh my God! I can't do Sandy Hook with you, darling. You're gonna have to do that with
No, I want you to say it.
Come up to speed.
I want you to say it, Michael.
Come up to speed.
I want you to say it, Michael.
I just did. Come up to speed.
No, you did. Come up to speed. Don't be vague. Don't run, Michael. Say it.
It's the biggest satanic sect going. It was please, give me a break. They green screened the whole damn shit.
Michael.
I mean, seriously. Seriously.
Alex Jones is crazy enough.
I don't do Alex Jones.
Green screen.
Do Alex Jones.
Fame.
Ubuntu lives.
Listen, people that go to the Alex Jones routine don't have an argument in the debate. Okay, so just take your little Alex Jones.
I don't have an argument. My
no kidding. That's why you go to personal.
I'm not trying to make an argument. My point is very simple. That not even Alex Jones is crazy enough to make the kind of claims you're making. That's pretty insane. And you're fucking insane, Michael. Homeopathy. Sandy Hook was green screened. Give me a fucking break.
And what do you stand for, Seth?
I stand for a lot of things.
The deal.
Well, yeah, Ubuntu.
Keep going with the personal dispersion, Seth. You're really making a fabulous argument for yourself.
I don't
Okay,
really.
okay. Wait.
Really.
All right, go ahead and ask.
Just keep knocking me down.
I'm about to go out to the gym.
Just keep knocking me down. Yeah, Michael Ann can't know anything. She's stupid.
I like Michael Ann.
Homeopathy. She does all this shit. Well, it's probably served me real well, Seth, all my life. Didn't need you to make an assessment on me.
May I get a word in, please?
Yeah,
no, because you have nothing to say. You have nothing to say.
I do.
Michael,
then don't say it about me.
She ain't gonna say it about you. Even me. Go ahead.
It's Ubuntu. Ubuntu lives in Massachusetts.
Ubuntu. No, I live in Austin, Texas.
Oh, okay. I thought you said you lived in Massachusetts in the side text.
No, I live in
M.A.
Austin, Texas.
Oh, okay.
No, Michael, see, I'm 49 single male. Maybe there's a chance for us, Michael Ann. See what the heart.
You got no shot.
Oh,
I know. Well, I mean,
I was just going to
say.
Now,
thanks for crushing my dreams on a Monday, Mike.
You got no shot, honey.
All right. I was just going to say that in the state of Massachusetts, in order to buy a handgun, you must first go to your local police department and get and apply for permission.
Sure.
And they will do a background check and all sorts of stuff and
Sounds
give you a firearm owner's ID card, at which point you may then buy the specific handgun that you said you were going to buy.
Sure.
The state of New Jersey does the same thing. And I don't think those are the only two. I think Maryland.
No, you can't even get a gun in New Jersey. Are you kidding me? You cannot get a gun in New Jersey. You can't get a gun in New York. Pennsylvania is the only place where you can literally walk in, sign up, and have yourself checked right there and then. They throw you right up there, and you're given a license right then and there. But you can't take that gun into New Jersey. Oh, hell no. And I have a Jersey home.
I
cannot do it.
I applied for a concealed carry permit on the 7th, and I'm still waiting for the damn thing.
Yep. It'll take forever and a day.
Yeah.
You need to move to Pennsylvania. It'll take about 5 minutes.
Can I ask a question?
I've never tolerated a state that would have gun control laws like that. That's out. New York, forget about it. You couldn't own a gun if you wanted to.
Yeah.
Long gun is going down there.
If you have a concealed carry permit in Pennsylvania, a handgun is cash and carry. But if you don't have a concealed carry permit, a handgun goes through all the paperwork and background check. There's extra fees, and yeah, weeks and weeks waiting for it to all go through.
With Pennsylvania, I have reciprocity in Delaware and Florida.
Yes, and a few other states.
Yes.
You can also carry in Alaska and Vermont.
Yes.
Yeah, this is all nice, well and good when. That's all nice and well and good when you're the one shooting. I am a target. I can be clocked from blocks away.
We're all a target. Okay, you don't own that category. We're all targets.
Okay, so where are the people screaming insults at you from 3-4 blocks away because they can tell, well, you're not the same as everyone else?
They didn't even have to be blocks away. They were in this room.
What?
I said they didn't even have to be blocks away. They were in this room.
Right. So no one's taking a look at you from a distance and going, oh, that's some kind of deviant or perfectly disgusting thing. I'm going to shoot it. Which I can take a tour every November 20th around where I'm sitting here in Oakland of all the different spots, actually within just a few blocks of where I live, where someone apparently, well, various people apparently, over the years, basically just were driving by, said, oh, look at that tranny. Bang. And just kept driving. And killed people dead.
Yep. I'll bet you those people didn't have concealed carry permits either. In fact, I bet you they were prohibited persons.
They haven't ever been apprehended.
Yeah, that's another thing. So much for the police. And, of course, obviously in that situation, I agree, a handgun on your person would not have helped you if you were one of those people.
Well, I am the target.
Yeah.
Right? I have people screaming, trying to email at me from quite a distance.
Yeah. And unfortunately, bulletproof vests cost damn near $1,000 for something decent.
Well, bulletproof helmets and
if you want to go full combat armor, forget it. That's thousands of dollars.
Yeah, well, people have rolled up and were in cars and such and pretty much got headshots, if I remember right. Or at least for a couple of them.
Well, do you think their anger and rage would stop if the guns were taken away? Or they would just find another method? That's up to the people. Guns are an inanimate object, okay? They have nothing to do with the conflict.
So actually,
if somebody wanted to, they could get you with a bow and arrow. They could get you with a rock. They could drive over you. They could do a number of things. They could poison you.
There's actually a lot of thought on this, and it's the case that no, it probably wouldn't be, at least just from knowing human psychology, there wouldn't be as much murder if guns weren't easily available, because it's a lot harder and a lot more intimate to walk up and stab somebody than to shoot them in the head from 100 feet, 50 feet away.
That doesn't explain the rise in the UK crime rate, violent crime rate, when their guns were...
Yeah, I'm not really convinced.
Australia.
The statistics seem really, really questionable because I've seen statistics that show the other, exactly the opposite. And I think it might have been in Australia. I think violent crime went down when they put more gun control.
I've seen different statistics. I guess so. I guess we cannot trust statistics.
Well, of course, the NRA is going to publish a separate set.
No, I think we can trust statistics. I think we need to pay attention to how they're conducted and
I was going to say yes, especially for UK. Sorry.
Yeah, and obviously be careful about contradictory statistics. Like Japan, violent crime did go up, and Australia went down. At least from the statistics I saw.
Yeah.
Do you seriously think it's my lack of situational awareness?
Yeah.
And do you seriously think I have? You seriously think I have a lack of situational awareness? It makes me a target like that.
Yeah, I'm sure you've become combat aware, and I'm not saying that sarcastically.
Do you think? And yeah, I still get attacked anyway.
Yeah. And as for Alex, the UK has not had the crime rate that the United States has had regarding gun violence. Not ever.
No, I agree with you. You'd have to look more towards our knife crime. But what I was saying with regards to the statistics, you've got to be very careful with the UK because we tend to have a serious divide. It tends to be London and everywhere else. So you've really got to look at the location that you're looking from because London in itself is like, it's sort of a small island within the UK. The populace there, plus the economy and the trends and so on and so forth is vastly different from anywhere outside of London. But no, I agree with you. Like we haven't dealt, like our biggest crime is knife crime, and even that I don't think comes close to the gun crime in the UK. Sorry, in the US.
Yeah. Also, Iceland is the 15th highest gun owning per capita nation in the world, and the concept of homicide is almost alien to them.
Yeah. Well, if it's conspiracy, maybe we should. I don't know.
I'm just saying, I don't think the relationship, I don't think it has anything to do with the guns. I think it's a social issue, not a technical issue.
So why are the Americans so much more violent? I've looked up some statistic, and England is high. The homicide rate is much higher there than in let's say Germany or Nordic countries, but it's still 400% lower than in the US. So, do you think then that American are more violent people then, or that's why you have to have a gun, or they are more aggressive than other Westerners?
I think one theory I've heard, and I honestly don't know if it's true, is simply that we're more heterogeneous than most other countries in terms of cultures and races and what have you. And also, yeah, we also end up with problems due to disenfranchised poor and what have you in urban areas. I mean, there are some places that, one dare not go because it's controlled by a gang. I mean, some places, apparently, like Chicago, South Side, it's like Somalia or something. I don't know.
But that's why I ask. I don't want to go to statistics, but everyone you ask, almost everyone from Europe, the reason why they don't want to carry gun is that it's common sense that may lead to more violence. You can ask everyone, and they would say, "Yeah, why? It's not that I don't want to protect myself and so on. It's just common sense that it leads to more homicides, more violence, and that's the view of it. So we have a very different common sense there."
Yeah, I don't really trust common sense, but you should go 2 doors over. No, wait, it's only 1 door over, I think. Finland. They got a lot of guns over there, and I have not heard about Finland having any kind of crime problems.
They are for hunting. In Norway, everyone can have a shotgun, but it's only, you cannot carry it around. It's only for hunting.
Okay, that's Norway. Finland.
And you cannot have a hand weapon. You cannot go around with that. And if you want that, you have to have very special license. And when I talk about common sense, I mean, yeah. It's obvious for Europeans. It's very obvious that if people carry guns, are allowed to carry guns, the society will turn more violent. It's an obvious fact. I mean, to us. So that's why I say, like it's 95% of the population are strict against people carrying guns. The only thing that is debated is how far should the police carry gun, and that is also an issue.
Okay. Well, we're having the same issue over here with the so-called militarization of police. But honestly, what was that deal in Oslo last year? I mean, Oslo, and the same guy went over and shot, what was it, 95 people or some such?
Yeah, and he
was dressed as a policeman.
Yes, and he used let me respond to this, okay? Yeah. Because this goes to my heart. This guy used a handgun, and he had got a license because he was in some kind of organization where he could learn to shoot. He was a very trained shooter, and he had a handgun. And very few people in Norway have a handgun. He didn't have a shotgun. He went around with a handgun and shot them one after one.
Yeah, that's my understanding.
Yeah.
And so nobody could respond until real police with weapons could get there, right?
Yeah, but that's no one in Norway after this incident. No one in Norway have there have never been an issue because of these incidents. We should.
I want to point something out
to give children guns.
I want to point something out about the Anders Behring Breivik cases. He didn't shoot everyone. He planted at least one bomb as well.
That was something else.
No, he used a bomb as well.
Yeah,
I know about Breivik. I'm from the place, so I know everything about that. But
well, then you need to check it out because he did place bombs as well. That's linked to his activities on the same day as the shooting.
Yeah, Oslo was like a distraction, and then he went to that holiday resort or whatever, dressed as a policeman, and started executing people at will. And because he was dressed as a policeman, and it meant when policemen showed up, it's like, all right, now we got, what's going on now?
A little piece of the moon is recreated. Oh, sorry.
The problem was that police. Now that a very complicated case, but at least no one. At least the Norwegian or the European way of thinking. If this happens, we don't go around. We don't. There have been no claim and no. How to say? there's been nothing in the media or from some groups that we should now start to carry guns. So we have another way to solve this. And there have been no of the victims, parents or something, that have claimed, come with such a claim. In the contrary, because this guy was he was going around with a handgun.
Sorry, for the Americans, and especially Michael, just a quick question. Now that we've developed so many different, well, I suppose they class them as less lethal or non-lethal deterrents, aren't they much more beneficial? Would you not think they would be a better exchange for, instead of like firearms? Because we have the ability now to fire, we have quote-unquote firearms that fire rubber bullets and beanbags and sprays and electric tasers and all sorts. We have a multitude of non-lethal weaponry that we can use in our defense. Do you really think guns are still applicable? Like, still necessary?
For the most part, only the police have most of those. Like the beanbag guns you're talking about and the rubber bullets, they're only available to police in the United States. And they're actually considered less lethal weapons, not non-lethal.
Less lethal. Okay, but still.
Tasers, pepper spray, on the other hand, yeah, you can get that, but not in every state. New York bans both tasers and pepper spray. So that's not an option for you either.
That's ridiculous. Why?
Oh, well, the theory is you can use pepper spray to mug someone. You just spray them in the face and rob them while they're rolling in the ground.
Oh, of course, because, you know, oh, guns, yeah, you're fine with those. People can just walk right through bullets. Oh, that's really dumb. Okay, I didn't realize they were illegal. For the
Depends
public.
on the state.
Okay, fair enough. Well, which is also, I wanted to point out a bit earlier, I also think the whole state thing is a good, like, the big difference between America and the rest of the world is that America is probably, I think, with the exception of China, the largest like landmass with populace that are all governed by a single set of rules, a single governing set of rules. And I know you have state laws, but I think that's like a big issue that you face within the country, because when it comes down to the right versus left sort of political issues, take gun control for example, you'll always have half the country demanding that they be allowed to keep their weapons, as opposed to this changeover, which I don't understand. I don't understand why you wouldn't move towards the less lethal as opposed to non-lethal, less lethal weapons. I don't know why you wouldn't move towards that and get rid of the weapon, like get rid of the guns entirely. We have the availability to not kill people when we're trying to defend ourselves. So. But that'll be a question for Michael as well. I mean, if you have the availability to have like deterrence, like not less lethal weaponry, would you still choose the gun over it? Like choose the gun over the less lethal weaponry?
Well, I have to tell you, I have never been a fan of the handgun. I don't like holding the handgun. When I was first introduced to them, I walked away and never touched one again for 15 years. It has come to my attention at this stage of my life that I need to protect myself. And I can't carry my 20 gauge around with me. And so I had to make peace with the fact that I don't like the handgun. Everybody understands why that gun was developed. I'm not here to take a human life. I wouldn't shoot at a squirrel. But under duress, if it's me or if it's somebody else, I want to have equal footing. I'm female. I'm not hooking it up with somebody.
But
it's just not going to happen. So what did I do? I went and I got myself trained. And I am trained to protect myself. I'm not going around town with a gun on my hip, engaging people in activities of having to use the gun. And I pray to God that should someone come through my front door, that I have the balls enough to pull the trigger. Because if you're coming through my front door and I don't know about it, then you're not supposed to be coming through my front door. Those dogs will bark The gun's already loaded, and it will be over. And then I will have to pay my dues. Then I will pay my dues to God for what I had just done.
Well, it's very easy to wash it away.
That's my scenario.
Right, but that wasn't my question. My question was, if you have the availability for...
That scenario has problems.
If what's non-lethal? What am I going to do? Get out a can of mace and think that's going to do the job? If this guy's got a gun, you don't bring a rock to a gunfight.
We have plenty of other weaponry, projectile weaponry, that is capable of disarming, disabling, and knocking out people. My question was, is there a preference to the more non-lethal side of it? Or
if I was assured that someone was coming after me in a non-lethal manner, yes, I would love that. But if someone's coming after me with a lethal manner, I'd rather have more than what I needed than less.
Then why not buy a rocket launcher then? Or
oh, please, get over yourself, will you?
No, I'm sorry, but how far do you take it?
A freaking raw... I just told you, a handgun. I named my specific scenario. It's really a slim piece of the pie. You got the wrong broad here for this discussion.
The problem is, if we're talking about power, most people would conclude that shotguns are more powerful than a handgun. Most shotguns are than most handguns. So this idea that you draw the line at handguns doesn't make sense.
Well, if you understood the layout of my home, wielding a shotgun around corners isn't going to cut it. Figure it out. That's why I'm in training.
That's not my point at all. You didn't hear anything I said. I said if you're drawing the line, if we're talking about power, right? Since Alex brought up a rocket launcher, and you're saying, and he's asking where you're drawing the line.
The most powerful handgun, not rocket launcher. Cut me a break. What am I going to do? Keep a grenade? Why don't I just keep?
Your answer was at handguns, but obviously not, because you said that you own. I can't remember the shotguns or rifles or both. And most people would conclude, most gun advocates and owners would conclude, that most shotguns and rifles are more powerful than most handguns. So drawing the line at handguns when you own rifles or shotguns doesn't make any sense.
Okay, well, if you understood the layout of my home, okay, you can't get around it with a shotgun. You'd become vulnerable. You need a handgun. You don't understand. You just want to make a blanket statement. No, I'm telling you, I have a specific reason.
Okay, Michael.
For a specific scenario.
I got you, Michael. I understand.
Then good. Find somebody else, will you?
Great. So, does anybody else get what I'm saying, or am I insane?
Seth? No. Seth, what you don't understand is a shotgun in the United States has to be 26 inches long, or it's a short-barreled shotgun and it becomes a restricted weapon. So it's long. So you go around a narrow hallway with it. You can't.
I'm not saying that it's more useful or that she should own. I'm not advocating for her to have a handgun or a shotgun instead of a handgun. I have nothing to do with what I'm saying. My point is very simple. That Alex brought up.
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
I stopped talking, and I was going to ask Nadia to mute, but you did. Anyways, my point is simple. If we're talking about power, right, most people would conclude that most rifles and shotguns are more powerful than most handguns. Now, this isn't saying that you should own that instead of a handgun. That's ridiculous. I'm saying that if we're talking about where she draws the line on what you could own because of how powerful it is...
I would hesitate to stop speaking for me, Seth. Okay? And I'm not she. I'm in the room.
You are she because you're in the room.
Yeah.
Or the person I'm talking to. So you're she. I'm sorry. That's how language works.
Yeah, I'm just trying to explain the tactical situation.
No, I totally understand the tactical situation. The handgun might be perfect for her and what she needs. That's not at all my point. It makes perfect sense for her to own whatever she wants to own. I actually advocate for gun rights. I don't think that I think they're dangerous, but I think that people should be able to own what they want if they're a law-abiding citizen. That's my basic premise. But if we're talking about Alex's point was where you draw the line at a rocket launcher, ? And she says, oh no, handguns. But yet she said that she track shoots, which means that she owns a rifle or a shotgun.
Shotgun for trap shooting. But yeah. No, a shotgun will deliver a more lethal blow.
I would love to be able to use my
It doesn't make sense. So it doesn't make sense.
Narrow hallways and such, you can't.
Right, which is fine. Hallways have nothing to do with it. Their home has nothing to do with it. The fact of the matter is, most shotguns and rifles are more powerful than most handguns. So to say that, oh, handguns is where I draw the line.
I bought the shotgun for the range, and I bought the gun for my home.
Yeah, well, again, this has nothing to do with you. This is an objective fact, right? It has nothing to do with your home or your opinions or your frame. This has to do with the fact that rifles and shotguns are typically more powerful than handguns. So saying, hey, we have this power range of weak weapons.
It's a generic statement. No big deal.
Yeah.
I mean, you're stating the obvious, Captain Obvious.
Right, but apparently you missed it because you said
I didn't miss it. It's not the line.
Well,
everybody knows that shotguns.
When you asked to draw the line, you said it's handguns, and that's below shotguns and rifles.
Yeah, they are less. Handguns are less powerful, but they're more easily used. That is, in narrow hallways, small rooms, etc. It's more easy to use. Whereas if the guy's 3 feet from you, it's a lot more easily. He can just push the barrel aside.
Right, I can't grant that any more times. 12 is my limit. I've already granted it 12 times.
Okay. Anyway, yeah, this discussion is pretty much run its course, I think.
Cool. Then can I make a segue? Yeah, why not? Do you all take? I'm sorry, Michael. I don't mean to pick on you, but you seem to be the most like.
Be careful how you word it. There's no need for dispersions. Just move on to your question.
Fair enough. Like,
Jesus, you people are worse than a schoolyard for crying out loud.
Wow. Do you take the question?
The hostility is ridiculous.
And this is just after you said we should be careful how we word things, you know.
Anyway, moving on. Do you? So the question then to everyone is: do you take the same sort of liberal attitude towards drugs? And let's move on to that, shall we?
I do. Oh, you were talking to Michael. Sorry.
Oh, no, just all in general, because we've got here quite a.
I think all drugs should be legal. I think that the only restriction should be on the people supplying them. I think they should be regulated, and whatever is in it and possible side effects should be clearly listed on the side.
I'm pretty much with you, Seth. Like, I think drugs should all be legalized, and I think they should be regulated by the government.
I would clarify atop the general agreement on the drug front that I don't believe in that whole firearm fair, because basically, if you're actually a target, you worry about all the people taking pot shots at you. And they shoot first, and they do it without warning.
I have to correct myself about Breivik because he also used a half automatic rifle. But the thing is, he planned to get them abroad because you cannot get them in Norway without being member of some special weapon clubs. So he joined before he did it. He joined the pistol club. Where you don't hunt, you just learn to shoot the gun. And then he got the license for, you cannot carry the gun, but he got the license to buy a gun. So he bought a gun, but it's still illegal to carry them. So that's how he got the weapon. And the government now are planning to ban half automatic weapon. And parents, one of them very prominent from victims that died, children that died at this island. He is also he's one of the most prominent figure trying to get half automatic weapons banned, and the reason is because Norwegians don't need half automatic guns to go hunting. So we have a hunting tradition. We have more guns than UK, but we will also follow UK after. I'm not sure about this, but I think after the one school shooting in England, they got more restrictive weapon regulations. So we are just doing the opposite of what you are doing when such thing happens, and it's interesting why that is. So that's our common sense logic, and also the victim. So of course there can be many Breivik in Norway, and we don't want people easily buying guns. At least not half automatic or handguns. So that's and all of this. I mean, all of these shootings. That are people that has a gun as a hobby. You know, pistol clubs and so on. That's where they are coming from mostly.
Well, I kind of didn't want to talk about this anymore, but it is actually more difficult to legally carry a handgun around the United States than most people believe. I mean, there's only 2 states that don't require permits, and the states that do require permits do vetting, and then the other states, you know, flat out forget it. They'll throw your ass right in jail.
But I have heard that in the US you can buy even full automatic weapon in some states, that you can get license for full automatic weapons. Is that true, or?
There are some that are available. They have to be on a list that are, you know, a registered list. The supply is fixed. It's actually going down over time because eventually they wear out. You have to pay a $200 transfer tax.
What on earth do people need?
And they cost thousands and thousands of dollars.
Yeah, but what on earth do people need full automatic weapons for? They are just made for one thing, and that is multiple killing.
Well, out in Nevada, in open areas, they're fun.
Yeah, so it's a fascination for guns. And
totally change the topic. I have a link to an article on brain scans comparing the brains of believers to brains of atheists, and they are very different.
Really?
And that leads me to a question, well, given how different things are and the ways they differ and so on, whether the distinction between atheists and theists is important. Whether it's kind of the...
sorry.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, I figure a number of atheists would scream because I figure a number of atheists would scream because they have the idea in mind, yeah, deconversion's a product of like rational deliberation and all that. But well, here it is. Actually, you can find a lot more material on basically saying like the whole, I don't know, what is it, God gene and brain scans of religious experiences and such. This one explicitly seems to include atheists in the study and carry out a comparison, right?
So religious people have the brains of lemurs. Atheists have bigger brains with more neurons. I have to read the link. But yeah, it's an interesting question. It affects the debate, because if your brain is pre-wired to believe one way or the other, then, or at least have a strong bias that it makes the debate almost pointless. Although it was kind of close to pointless before.
I disagree there. I'd say it's the people that have these particular brain states that are choosing to bat for the other side. They're the interesting ones. Those are the ones that'll keep you thinking. Here's a good question. Here's a good topic or a subject, a way to go from it, with regards to the great debate. Do you think we'll come up with any new material or new arguments? Or do you think they've all been done now? Sorry.
Well, Christianity has a notion of one can choose to believe in such. Doxastic voluntarism, something at its core. And at least within Arminian or synergistic various Christianity. So it would refute the entire synergistic branch, synergistic/Arminian branch, if these things weren't born, if it was not, quote-unquote, the product of free will and such.
Wow, I wonder if the study can be interpreted as the Calvinists being right.
Well, even the Calvinists have a bit of trouble because the Calvinists have a little doctrine that says something on the order of you can't know who's left or reprobate.
Oh.
But if you can do a brain scan to figure it out, you have refutation there too.
That's an interesting point.
Yeah, actually, I wanted to point out the same thing that Martin pointed out. Yeah, is that basically these brain scans kind of support Calvinism. Yeah. But I like Nadia's point as well because that means we can predict it and we can know who's a believer.
Being able to know
bring out the believers.
Right. So I'm kind of yeah, I have a topic. If you don't mind, I have a topic here. Yeah.
That was a topic. I try to change it to. Oh, we have music.
Question, actually.
I'm trying to eject this thing.
I fucking love that song.
Yeah, keep muting it.
We'll kick his ass out.
I'm trying to eject it.
I think he's already ejected. Can you go? By the way, can you give him the mod rights and maybe to few other people? exactly for this reason. Because sometimes you fall asleep. So I have a question. It's not a new topic necessarily. It's just a question for Michael there. Because from the conversation in the chat, it's kind of obvious that Michael believes in a lot of conspiracy theories. And I seen a video.
You have no idea what I believe in.
Okay, fine. Okay,
Can you find someone else to start your conversation about? Seriously, do you want to have a debate, or do we just want to call Michael Ann a conspiracy theorist?
No, okay.
Seriously,
hang on. You said,
okay, but hold on.
9/11.
I really feel like I should.
9/11 and saying who the false flags, right?
No, I was going to apologize to her for going on about that. I didn't know she took it so personally. If you're watching this, Michael, and I guess I'll find you on Google Plus. I didn't know you took it so personally. I didn't know you were that mad about it. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have pushed the issue. I was just totally shocked at some of the because it seems really out there for somebody like me to believe some of the things that you were espousing. And if you come back, I'll apologize and I won't push the topic anymore.
Was the question basically whether there's an association between conspiracism and religiosity?
There is actually, I think. There is a good... at least I see the correlation between fundamentalism, right? Like denying science, like evolution. You know, the whole young Earth creationism, and believing a lot of other different bullshit things like conspiracy theories, which makes sense, right? If you deny science in general, or you deny one scientific theory, or you don't have a good grasp of a scientific theory, then you will deny other scientific theories, because you're not just literally not fit.
I concur.
It
seems to me that the fundies are more prone to going with conspiracy theories than regular people.
I don't think it's just to do with like the religion and stuff. I think any person, can get themselves into a particular mindset where they're sort of questioning everything about their existence, and suddenly they'll take in pretty much everything that comes into them, and I think wires can get crossed. Sorry, that could be me.
Okay. Well, it's true. So I think, well, the fundies kind of remove all doubt anyway, basically by having their God of the gaps, paper over any mystery. The eschatology is so on about the future and such. Kind of gives them, never mind the whole fallen world affair. Kind of gives them the direct impetus toward conspiracy theory and such. It's essentially like, all these dastardly conspiracies are, the work of the impending Antichrist and the, sinful fallen world and such is all these maleficent agents instead of, less biased presumption.
See, that's a good point. Yeah. Yeah, but I don't think it's because of religiosity. I don't see any clear correlation between being religious and believing in other nonsense. And I don't mean that religion is nonsense necessarily. That was a poor wording on my part.
Well, I have hung out in both rooms that are primarily theists and rooms that are primarily atheists. And I know this is not scientific, but it seems to me that the theists are more likely to go with these conspiracy theories than the non-theists. But I haven't been tallying anything down or anything like that, so obviously that's not scientific.
Right, it's personal experience essentially.
Right.
Yeah, I wish there was some kind of, some statistics would be nice. Oh, Nadia, by the way, can you mute your mic when you're typing it, kind of? Did your mic switch back to the laptop?
Yeah.
I'll put it back.
There we go. Much better.
So, I just put in the side chat, but in case anyone's on their phone or something, I just wrote a message to Michael inviting her to come back and promising that I won't push the issue again.
Yeah, but what's the point then? I mean, she doesn't like to talk about anything that she holds, really. Be it homeopathy or vaccinate or, vitamin C. She just, offers some comments. She likes to attack, right? At least in my view.
Yeah, but I was really hounding her on some of the theories that I was pretty relentless and vicious. So
yeah, I saw that.
I should definitely apologize for that. I don't know. I didn't think that she was always so headstrong and vicious. I really didn't think she would be that sensitive about it. I figured she was fair game, but she seemed to be upset at the end, and I feel bad.
Yeah, and it seems like an inconsistency for me. She will attack viciously other people, even be condescending, but when someone talks about her beliefs and tries to make her defend them, she's like, "Ah, you're attacking me." She has left plenty of times. She rage quit a lot of times.
Yeah, maybe you're right. I don't know.
That article that Nadia just posted in the side chat looks like it provides statistical evidence to back up correlation of religiosity with conspiracy theory. I just skimmed it, so I could be completely wrong there, but at least we've now got two different articles to look at.
And something called the brain, which I've never heard of.
Yeah. Brain what?
Yeah, but I mean, we got the brain scans for religiosity, and we've got the National Institute of Health for conspiracy theory. Those are independent sources.
Yeah, I'll put up the article on the brain scans again. It scrolled away, but he's all the conspiracy theory talk. Yeah, it really is stunning how someone who's not actually a target goes on about, well, I don't know. Anyway, main thing is, you've got, it's about how the brain works for conspiracy, for the religiosity, and looks inborn, and so on. I mean,
yeah, it's definitely getting more difficult to maintain any kind of definition of free will, compatibilistic, libertarian, or otherwise.
Alex, I've been trying for 20 years. I'll never make it to the UK, I'll never make it anywhere. Yeah, 1995. At the onset of type 1. Pretty much knew from the outset. All healthcare system in the US was, well, set up.
I don't suppose you still have a valid passport.
Yeah, it needs work. What would a passport do?
Well, like I said, it's one of the bureaucratic hurdles. Obviously, the airfare and other things have already been gone over before are bigger hurdles.
The airfare is, there's a hurdle that's, you know, a mountain beside all of the others. That is, you know, getting the right to stay.
Yeah, the biggest, yeah, definitely the biggest hurdle would be getting residency. And
everything else is insignificant beside it. Everything else is insignificant.
Yeah, the residency one, that sounds like Mount Everest to me.
Yeah, maybe you got a couple of, you know, chewing gum wrappers in the ground for the passport and the airfare, and then Mount Everest for residency. That's the comparison.
A thought came into my mind. I wonder if the disciples of Jesus were Americans, what would have happened?
Jesus were American?
No, if the disciples of Jesus were American, what would then happen?
Yeah, they probably would have bombed the world, nuked a few cities, had
No,
strikes.
no. I was just thinking about carrying guns. I guess there would be no crucifixion.
I was going to say there'd be much more explosions.
I don't think there would need to be crucifixion because of the nuclear winter.
Who dies? Yeah. No, it's that's also a very strange mix. I think from when I look from outward to America, this God-loving weapon carrying people. So,
yeah, if the disciples were American, they'd be stepping around with machine guns and.
yeah, and it belongs. It seems to be close related. That the Christians also love their guns. So that's a topic perhaps, but then we come back to the same.
Well, it's part of the right-wing cognitive frame. There's a presumption of something called, regarding what's called the locus of control, right? And they have this artificial or incorrect sense that their locus of control is inviolable. That they have sort of this absolute control that they all they have to do is do more, try harder, etc. Anything inside their little bubble, they are the complete masters of, right? So their guns and such are okay. Have a good day, Alex. So they really think that with a gun or some other instrument, doing more, trying harder, or something, that they could actually achieve this like total this total control over their locus of control, and they're right. They don't they cannot absorb like the idea of someone rolling up on them and just blowing them away to drive by. They always think they can shoot back. They always think they have that. They can't really understand what stealth is.
Yeah, because I mean, I don't know. Perhaps it has something to do with I don't know this idea of God's own country. But to me, like the Christians should not carry guns. I thought that was like a.
It's not the country though. It's the ideology.
Yeah.
America is like so far to the right. Mussolini has to turn around 3 times to look at them. These things of the right-wing cognitive frame, like almost defining characteristics of the United States. They cannot comprehend that the locus of control is not inviolable. They cannot comprehend. They cannot tolerate ambiguity. For instance, me. Cannot deal with multifactorial or systemic causation.
The one
part of how blaming the victims always works. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, the one word I hate hearing come from the apologists is the word choose.
The word
they
what?
tell you choose not to believe. It's like, not exactly the case going on there. Carry out a computation and come to a conclusion, but that is not exactly a choice. I can't choose to believe that there's a freight train 20 feet above my house just hovering in the air for no apparent reason.
The multifactorial causation issue and the choose, etc. It's how blaming the victim is arrived at. A lot of times it's basically, oh, here's the multifactorial, analysis of everything. And, sure enough, there's a small factor of, something somebody, actually did. And, it all boils down to a single factor. They can't digest, they can't accept, they can't tolerate, anything multifactorial. So the single factor they always choose is blaming the victim. Right.
Yeah,
and
there's a lot of blaming.
New Age MR. Go ahead.
Sorry, I was just agreeing with you. There's a lot of blaming the victim.
Yeah. It's so bad that it infects even secular Americans. How have, secular Americans go on like, oh, well, what were you wearing when they attacked, or you shouldn't have been so clearly trans or whatever. You should have waited till you passed or something. To do what? I have no idea. But
yeah, it's really another form of not accepting responsibility for one's own actions. When you think about it, I mean, the attacker is 100% responsible for attacking someone. Free will or not, just, it's not the victim that just, it's not somebody, you're not just walking along and then suddenly someone attacks you and it's all your fault. I just don't want to live in a world that's like that. I think Palm's been trying to get his mic to work.
Any news, Poncho?
Why does Palm have a Roy butterfly on his avatar?
I have no idea.
For satire.
And I was wondering what the other one was. And Shamos.
I think it's because what Roy said one time. Because Roy said that theists are bona fide.
I get it. Never mind. You can explain it if you want, but I remember him saying that now.
Yeah. The Well, that person seems to... gone to a place I could never be. Somebody keep it going.
Oh, you're not. Your blood sugar's not going off again, is it?
Who knows?
You don't.
This equipment is in there. That's not what it is.
Yeah. Getting a lot of snow here. Weather report. Pennsylvania, southeast Pennsylvania, getting hit with snow showers. Looks rather depressing outside.
You're right in Michael Ann's backyard.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think she's out there. Didn't she go on about New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and so on? Guns.
Yeah, there's a reason why the well, there's a oh, I forget the organization, but the bridges that cross the Delaware River between New Jersey and Pennsylvania and Delaware are owned by a bridge authority of some sort, or court authority. They're not owned by either of any of the states. Anyway, to make things more efficient, they decided to charge tolls in only one direction. And the tolls are charged to leave. When you're leaving New Jersey, you pay the toll. It's free to go into New Jersey, but if you want to get out, you have to pay the toll.
Figures.
The one thing I will say about New Jersey, though, is they have low gas prices. They have a much lower gas tax, although they have this archaic rule for cars. Anyway, it doesn't apply to motorcycles, but it applies to cars. They have gas station attendants that have to pump the fuel for you.
Wait, where'd you say that was?
New Jersey.
The same thing in Oregon.
Oh, you still require gas station attendants to pump the fuel for you?
What? Sorry, what was that?
You're literally not allowed to pump your own gas in New Jersey. It's weird.
Yeah,
they're self-serve.
Gas in Oregon as well.
Yeah, it's a good thing. It gives, I don't know, some people jobs.
But isn't that kind of analogous to the broken window fallacy?
Probably. No?
Where did the window break?
Sorry?
Where's the material loss?
Well, you have people paying.
You're paying someone.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead,
yeah, I was just saying you're wasting. I mean, it's just. I think it's the same basic principle. You're throwing away money where it could be spent somewhere else. I mean, it doesn't. If you don't need to pay somebody to do that job, then isn't it just wasted money to pay somebody to do that job? Just like if you don't need to replace a window, isn't it just a waste of money to replace it?
No. The trouble with the broken window fair is that you actually have a genuine material loss in the broken window. Right. That's a real loss. Here, you just have some excuse to give money out. You could, in principle, just write them a check. Oh, Palm, are you talking?
Is my mic working?
I didn't know Palm was an actual baby.
Hey everyone.
Hey,
I'm
Paul.
Palm Jam.
Nobody could understand that.
I could.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
I can hear you.
You sound very manly.
Ah, thank you. I didn't mean to interrupt, go on.
That's fine. We needed a laugh. You're
Nobody
the
can
ex-Muslim
understand
guy,
that.
right?
Just take the filter off.
What?
And
Your
Nadiaslam,
microphone.
no one.
And take the filter off.
Yeah.
I don't know. I can understand it.
Well,
I
now
can.
Nadia made 2 other people stop faking voices, so it's like only fair.
I just can't understand it.
Oh, okay.
I do have hearing damage.
I'll figure it out.
Yeah, like what was that supposed to be? Could anyone else make out what that was?
I think we turn it off.
Okay. And if you don't really speak the language, well, you can be forgiven and whatever, but it's kind of like, yeah, putting the filter on so you end up not understood is probably not the way to go.
Oh, Nadia. Have you ever heard of logical determinism?
No, actually. What is that?
You'd be interested in this. I actually just, it's something that I used to call metaphysical metaphysical determinism until I accidentally, just kind of skimming for the hell of it, found it in my 1995 Oxford Companion to Philosophy, and it was describing what I was calling metaphysical determinism. Let me see if I can find it real quick. And I think it will be interesting to you for obvious reasons. And if it's not obvious, I'll have to tell you later because I'm trying to get ready to leave here. So I have basically time to read this, get ready, and leave. There we go. Determinism, logical. Whether or not God or anyone or anything else knows the future, it is alleged there must be a true description of the future, a set of true statements about it. The conjunction of all true statements about the future we will call the book. Now, the book must contain either the statement, John Doe gets married on 20th June 2145, or the statement, John Doe does not get married on the 20th June 2145. Whichever alternative the book contains is true. Thus, it alleged that whether or not Mr. Doe will get married is already settled. It is with every future event. Logical determinism of this sort is not to be confused with determinism, since it includes no causal story about the future. It is rightly associated with fatalism, the attitude that makes no difference.
Welcome, Nick. I'm not sure if it's compatible with the stochastic affairs in quantum.
They make 2 different. I'm not sure whether it does or not. There's this idea that even non-physical, non-natural, things like that might exist outside of the universe, like a god, would be held to at least logical determinism. It seems like God would be. There would be true statements about God's future if he lives in some kind of like super time or time that's outside of our time but still has some kind of temporal quality?
I'm trying to work out the implications of the definition you read. You're saying one or the other will be true.
Yes.
But there's no way to know which one will be true, is there?
See, I'm not sure. It seems not really written in that definition. Because I mean, this isn't really a definition. It's a companion. It's kind of a cross between an encyclopedia and a dictionary, I guess. Not really apparent in that was this idea that I thought of a while ago that is, if logic is actually absolute, it seems that we might be able to determine future states or past states by looking at them.
Well, empirically, the evidence is very strongly against being able to determine future states reliably, and the reliability plummets the further out you go. For example, take the weather, and even if you disregarded quantum effects and we're going strictly by Newtonian mechanics, the weather is still inherently unpredictable.
Yeah, but that's not what determinism states. That determinism doesn't state that we'll be able to predict the future by, kind of knowing something about the
based on the present.
State. Yeah, determinism states that if you had specific and perfect knowledge about one state of the universe at T1, let's say, then you can determine past and future states. You'd have to have perfect and absolute knowledge of whatever current state you're in, or one state, and then be able to extrapolate. You should be able to extrapolate, again, ignoring quantum physics reliably.
Okay. Well, the problem is, even ignoring the quantum state, the physics, you've got, all right, a huge number of, for the weather system, just for the weather, all right, you've got variable energy input from the sun, a humongous number of particles in the atmosphere that make up the weather, not to mention the effects from the ground and water. And feedback loops in the whole mess.
Yeah, are any of those...
You can't even have perfect knowledge of just one molecule in the atmosphere, let alone all of them.
Right.
You're talking very, very big numbers.
No, I would grant you that. It's not possible, especially now, especially as far as we can tell ever, to actually be able to do this. But in principle, if you could, you should reliably be able to assess the future.
Well, basically, sorry. Basically, what I'm saying is that it's not possible even in principle.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. I don't know why it wouldn't be impossible in principle.
Well, I deal with it just by lifting to stochastic, right? That pretty much handles the quantum indeterminacy affairs and gets you even absorbs some of the epistemic affairs.
Yeah, even if we were just strictly talking a Newtonian system, though. Well,
yeah, I think
it's still chaotic. It's still chaotic, and also, you got to know the state of the system. The problem is you're going to be dealing with real numbers that are, most likely are going to be transcendental numbers, or irrational numbers at the very least, which means you can never have the perfect knowledge, even in principle.
Yeah, chaos, so, is just an artifact of limited precision. It's epistemic. Right? Finite minds, etc., can only absorb so much precision, right?
Well, there's deterministic systems, though. I mean, purely deterministic systems, like for computer fractals, are based on that
fractals
principle.
Aren't chaos.
So you do have perfect knowledge of the system, and the only way to predict it is to run the algorithm. And yes, you can reproduce it over and over again, but
I never thought of the problem with irrational numbers, but this is why I'm a little skeptical of why that might not be a problem. Irrational numbers were certainly known to exist in Newton's time. Newton was a mathematician. Newton subscribed to determinism. I would assume that either he didn't think about it, which is unlikely, or he concluded that it wasn't a problem.
Well, he was wrong.
Maybe he is. I don't know. I'm skeptical of. If it wasn't for Newton, when you brought up irrational numbers, I'd be like, "Oh wow, that probably is a really huge problem." That's pretty much it for determinism, as far as I'm concerned, until I could look it up. But because of Newton, I'm a little bit more skeptical. I mean, I'm still have to look it up.
You still have to know the initial state of the system.
Yeah, chaos isn't a factor. It's just sensitivity to initial conditions. If you have exact arithmetic, so to speak, say, computer is, not finite memory, so it can hold these, sort of infinite information content, irrational numbers, then you do fine. You can carry out your predictions. No problem. It's the limitations on precision that give rise to the quote-unquote unpredictability within chaos.
Yeah, but the problem is, even if you have infinite memory, you still have to deal with the problem of the fact that you need to perform an infinite number of logical operations.
Well, again, I mean, this is not really constrained by... Infinite memory is already counterfactual, right? It's not constrained by that. These infinitely huge irrational numbers, whatever. Infinitely huge. Irrational numbers requiring infinite memory. Yeah, they're already beyond
the size of the mantissa.
Sorry?
You're looking for the size of the mantissa, the precision. I think those are the words you're going for.
Well, sure, but at the same time, if you're talking about dealing with them, you'd have to be able to actually compute them for them to make sense, right? Of course, you're going to have the infinite number of logical operations.
Yeah. I guess if you can hold an infinite number, then you can just perform your infinite number of operations simultaneously. That would get rid of the problem.
An infinite precision number.
Yeah, an infinite precision number, add it to another infinite precision number, doing all the logical operations for that addition simultaneously.
Right, so the chaos thing doesn't matter. It's stochasticity that matters.
Yeah, turns out with the weather, you only need to go out you only need to be off a few decimal places out before you can't get any predictable results from weather simulations. Oh, Seth left. Damn it, he's part of that chat. Oh well.
Been sitting out for half an hour or something.
Yeah. I've noticed, okay, with as far as, like, for example, my favorite fractal, because it's just dead easy to compute, is the Mandelbrot set, which I'm pretty certain you're familiar with, because it's so famous.
Yeah.
You can just zoom in and in and in on the edge of the damn thing, and the amount of precision required in your arithmetic increases, as you're zooming in to find the edge. The edge itself is cannot really be found per se. You just pick an arbitrary number of iterations where you decide, okay, you're trapped inside the set, versus being outside the set when you rocket off to infinity eventually.
Yeah,
Although,
like I said,
inside,
operating in the infinite precision sort of hypothetical scenario, you wouldn't have, total knowledge of any given state anyway. So.
Okay, yeah, you're right. That fulfills the total knowledge requirement.
So, you already have infinite precision. You already rule out chaos as a factor.
So then the only thing that kills it would be stochastic factors that can be accounted for even with infinite knowledge.
Right. Or otherwise, indeterminism.
Yeah. Since we're on the topic of determinism, what exactly do philosophers talk about when they say, that we're deterministic? Are they saying basically that we're just machine robot type deals, or is it a free will thing?
It's a free will thing.
Where they're okay, so it's basically a negation of the free will claim that Christianity makes.
Not necessarily Christianity. The negation of determinism is libertarianism. That's what it's called. Not to be confused with the political notion. Yeah.
Right.
Where do I go from there? Libertarian free will has seemingly, has a number of positions floating around within it. The one I remember most clearly is called agent causation, but seems to hinge on two different critical notions of free will. First one being contra causality. In other words, the quote-unquote decision or choice, whatever, didn't have any sort of determining cause. Ultimately, wasn't caused by anything, against causality, right? Contra causality. The other one is the principle of alternative possibilities, which is to say that essentially you could have done otherwise. And compatibilist free will has three major models. One being the faculty's rational deliberation notion that it's a free will choice if one rationally deliberated on it, basically. Somehow weighed the object. Another one is the hierarchical Frankfurt model, which is essentially that one has kind of first order, second order desires. I guess the first order desires are allowed to be determined, but the second order desires are somehow ultimately free in some way. So like the drug addict will have the addiction compelling the quote-unquote desire to go get more drugs, but still has the free will to at least desire to get off the drug. And then the reasons responsiveness model basically relaxes some of the ideas floating around in the other ones and basically just says that it's responsive to reasons and desire and doesn't have but can still be overridden. Right.
Yeah, there's a lot of them there.
So those three compatibilist notions have the problem that it's kind of a semantic argument. Saying that
yeah, you still need to
crucially intend the libertarian notions when they go on about trying to discuss free will and such. That's one end of the semantic argument. The other end, kind of pincer maneuver, is that what they're actually describing is more akin to moral responsibility than it is to what free will is. I mean, the things they describe are not really free in any sense, and don't necessarily even represent will. Right? That they're saying is moral responsibility. Or at least you can argue that. So that's got a semantic argument against the compatibilist affair. It really is a semantic argument.
Yeah.
Describing things.
I've been accused of being compatibilist, but and I have no way to answer that. I mean, it's like, but
accused of being a compatibilist? Like, how does this happen?
when I'm asked if I believe in free will, and I try to define free will because it needs a definition before you can say whether you have it or not. And I've used what is probably a fairly naive definition, which is you have a set of choices and you can make a decision between those choices, which I guess is just a fancy way of saying, you know, the ability to do otherwise.
All right, principle of alternative possibilities.
I think it's mathematically equivalent.
Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty much alternative possibilities.
Yeah.
You're not quite qualifying it well enough to say, you know, if you kind of went back and did it again, you could have done differently.
Right. And I say, well, I can make the decision, but I don't know how the decision-making process goes down at the subconscious level. So it's like I feel like I've got free will to that extent, but I also recognize the areas where I absolutely don't. To which I like to use the preference in vanilla and chocolate ice cream flavors example, which is probably also equally naive, but I think it's still logically true to say that you know, you prefer one over the other, but the preference was not your decision to make. It just, that's the way it is.
Well, I say the whole enterprise is incoherent.
That's probably a fair assessment. It certainly seems pointless because it's not going to do anything significant like changing the way the justice system works, for example. Which I think would be the biggest application.
Well, that's not what I mean. So, for instance, Schopenhauer said, man can will what he does, but can't will what he wills. Your ice cream stuff. Only, well, but maybe you can't. Maybe you can do something to change your desires. So, can you will what you will? Can you will what you will? Ad infinitum.
I think you need tail recursion optimization there.
What?
I think you need some tail recursion optimization there. You'll blow the stack before you get into an infinite loop.
But when we think about determinism, isn't it normal to think about physical cause and effect? Isn't that?
It's the way I'm. It's the way I'm used to thinking about it.
Yeah,
but,
I think most.
Sorry, go ahead.
No. We are used to think about physical, the physical world of cause and effect. So, if the mind have a non-physical property, perhaps then free will can be possible. Of course, then you have to first believe that the mind has some non-physical properties. That's another case, of course. But if the mind has non-physical properties, then free will would stand outside of the physical process of cause and effect. Just for a thought.
Playing property dualist games will get you no more than epiphenomenal descriptions. And welcome, Green.
No, but I mean, it's almost nothing to discuss determinism if we talk about physical cause and effects. I mean, of course, you can bring in quantum theory.
Physical cause and effect. I said if you have to, in order for your will to be, well, truly your own, you have to will what you will, and then will to will what you will, and infinitum in a regression. No such regression can exist in a finite mind. At which point you lose. You do have your will ultimately determined by something.
Yeah, but we think about. I have I don't grasp free will, but to me the only possibility would be if you have something that are outside the physical world. I mean, if not, I cannot see how there can be any free will. So if
you have to will, you will. Ad infinitum.
I mean, will to will, because yes. I mean the will is
you will to will what you will. You will to will what you will. And okay, how do you cannot have such a regression in a finite way.
But do you need infinite regress in the non-material?
You need a Wi-Fi unit in your brain to hook up to this non-materialistic component that is free from logic and materialistic constraints.
Yeah, I of course, it was just a suggestion. I said that of course you have to be the opinion that mind has a non-physical aspect, but if mind should have a physical aspect, then it could be explained that there are free will, because it's
no physical aspect was required.
Yeah, but that's, I mean, when we think about determinism, we think mostly about physical cause and effect, don't we? And if the brain
requires no physical aspect. There's nothing physical required to have this regression argument disprove.
Okay.
Free.
Why not that? I don't understand it. Why is non? Can you explain that?
I don't know why you don't understand it.
Huh?
I don't know why you don't understand it. It seems so obvious.
Yeah, really? Will to will.
Yeah. There's also.
You have to regress. Sorry?
There's also an impact on the physical, like when you're talking about other kinds of determinism, on the relativistic end of the spectrum, the law of causality, for example. Cause must precede the effect. Problem is, in different inertial frames of references, two different observers can disagree about whether A occurred before B.
No, not as long as the events are time-like.
Like the Lorentz transform, or not time dilation.
Trust me, my friend, probably of anyone you will talk to, in these discussions. I'm the one who most knows what you're talking about. And no, any two events that are time-like, that is to say, any two events where the distance, where in any reference frame the distance between them is less than is less than the amount of time between the events, using light as the measurement, will in fact be in the same order in all reference frames.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yes.
I had a complete misunderstanding on that point.
Yes. Well, so here's the thing, right? By definition, any two events that are seen as simultaneous in any particular reference frame, those are space-like events. Okay. Any events that are seen in simultaneous in a given reference frame, obviously, at least in that reference frame, one of those two events can't cause the other, right? Because they're at a distance from each other, and they're occurring at the same time. So one is not before the other, right? You understand that? Right. If two events are simultaneous and occur in different places. In any other reference frame, if you have if I'm standing there and I see the two events happen simultaneously but distant from each other, and then I have two different people. One of them I observe as moving towards me from one direction, and the other one is observing moving towards me from the other direction. Those two people will argue about which of those two events occurs first. Okay. However, both of them will still agree that the events, that the physical distance between the events, that the space distance between the events is greater than the time distance, and therefore neither event could have caused the other. Okay. So everyone will be in agreement as to whether the events are space-like or time-like in their relationship. Okay. So there's no causality issue in special relativity. Everyone will agree on the order of all events that occur time-like to each other. The only events that can be out of order are events that are not in each other's light cones, and therefore could not have caused each other.
Okay, yeah, and then there you're talking like faster than speed of light travel or something.
Yeah, exactly. As long as there is no faster than speed of light travel, then there's no issue. Because as long as all signals travel at or below the speed of light, then there is no different reference frame in which events that could be causal are misordered.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, it's nice to have that cleared up.
Sure. My apologies, my explanation's all obscure. I can always unpack it more if I need to. I figure you kind of got what I said, though.
Yeah. I mean, right. I don't know the math myself. Well, I've done the Lorentz transform, but that one's the easy one to do.
Sure, but everything we're talking about, since we're talking about special relativity, it can all be done according to the Lorentz equations. You got to do them all, right? You have to do the You have to convert x prime, but also t prime and everything. Say what?
I've only done the time dilation one.
Right. So you also, in addition to time dilation, you also have to make sure that you do the space contraction, and then you have to make sure to include the time specific, the position element if you're doing events that have spatial extent. But if you do the whole set of Lorentz equations in their full form, it works out. The other thing I'd recommend, honestly, is have you ever done the Lorentz contracted charts, like the Cartesian charts with space along one dimension and time along another dimension, and then you change the axes in order to do the Lorentz contraction?
No, I haven't.
I would recommend trying that. And I'm trying to think if I have a good Wikipedia link for it. But because that's one way to see very easily that no matter how contracted you are, no matter how relatively fast two people are going, they will at least agree on the relative occurrence of time-like events. So, yeah. Okay.
Is this explained in Einstein's book?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Lorenz's book?
I don't remember, but it's certainly something that's explained if you take a modern course in the subject, like a if you take a introduction to relativity course in like in college, or particularly I'm talking specifically in the physics department, then you're likely to come up with that. Hey, Roy.
Right. Is that a 300 or 400 level course?
Oh, depends on what university you go to. I think in my I did my physics degree at Vanderbilt, and we went through this stuff in Introduction to Modern Physics, which I think is only like a 200 level course.
200 level. Okay.
Something like that, yeah. Because modern physics has become so important to modern physics has become so important to understanding a lot of what goes on in physics that it's brought up. I mean, they introduced this stuff very soon, and we had in addition to the standard textbook, we had a supplemental book that was just on relativity and the Lorentz contractions, and most specifically, it introduced the idea of system revolutionale, the idea of SR rather than SI units, basically units where time is measured in spatial units, so that you can kind of do the math better. A lot of things drop out. Pretty much all C becomes one at that point, and so it becomes much easier to do the math.
They do that in quantum mechanics too. C is just 1.
Yeah, just make C equal to 1. Yeah, it does. It simplifies a lot of the math.
Yeah, I heard
left. I like Roy.
I don't know why he left. I heard Weisenberg refer to them as natural units.
Yeah,
where
I don't know.
is 1. So
I mean, I can understand the reason that with what we know about relativity, it makes sense to say that, but there's a whole lot of units out there that people call natural units, Planck units, and other things. I don't know.
Yeah,
because we have the fine structure constant, right? So the fine structure constant essentially tells us that the fine structure constant tells us that there are actual numerical ratios that can't be reduced to 1, because certain things are stronger than certain other things by a particular factor. So, yeah. Anyway, I didn't want to monopolize the hangout with this, and I think we made Nadia bored. So.
No, actually, yeah. I can keep up with this stuff.
Yeah. The other end, okay. So you've addressed the relativistic end. The other end I was going to hit with was quantum mechanics, because it's stochastic in nature.
Yeah. Yeah. No, on that one I agree with you. I think the principle. What's the cause principle called? It's like the principle of sufficient reason. I think quantum mechanics pretty much kicks that in the balls, to be honest.
Okay, so all right, so I can.
It's my opinion.
All right, so you've taken out the high end, but I've still got the low end, the foundational low end.
Sure.
For arguing indeterminacy.
Yeah, modern physics at Vanderbilt is physics 226.
Okay.
But understand that at Vanderbilt, all undergraduate physics courses are in the 100s and the 200s. If you're in the 300s, you're in graduate level work. So.
Okay.
That's the way
I have to.
I mean, I'll copy you the syllabus. This is the whole list of the undergraduate physics courses offered at Vanderbilt. So you start with physics 121. Which I'll point out that like the physics 110 and 113 and stuff, those are our physics courses for non-physics majors. So introductory physics 110 is physics for poets. Physics 113 is physics for doctors. They're not labeled that, but that's what they actually are. Physics 116 is physics for engineers, and then physics 121. Those are the actual courses for physics majors. Then we have classical and modern optics, thermo and statistical, computational. Then we have quantum physics 225, and then modern physics 227 or 226. Then classical mechanics 227, E&M is 229. It's a pretty good coursework. It's like I said, that was one of the two majors that I took at Vanderbilt. The other was math. It was fun.
Yeah, I'm suddenly wondering if I'll be able to rescue my math now, looking at that. My math skills have unfortunately atrophied because the jobs that I had didn't require them. But there's some interesting stuff that I want to do that does require it. So I have to relearn my math.
Well, fortunately, you don't have to relearn a whole lot of math. You just need to get some powerful software these days, right? I mean, you can, if you have math.
Well,
yeah, go ahead.
For mobile devices, I've got limited computational power to deal with because of battery drain.
So browser terminals, right? I mean, pretty sure, I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure there's some stuff out there where you type out the code that you want and they'll run Mathematica on it and give you the answer over the internet. So look up some of that stuff. You'll find.
Oh yeah, there's Wolfram Alpha.
What? Oh, do they do that at Wolfram? Okay, didn't know that.
Well, Wolfram Alpha it'll take a single search query, but they do have a premium package.
Yeah, but everything's about money in the end.
Yeah, they have a curated computational search engine. Is what they call it.
Although things are even better than there used to be. Like when I was in college. Again, this is back almost 15 years ago now. But I wanted to mess around with coding, so I actually had to buy a student version of the Borland compiler to have a reliable C++ compiler I could use.
I had C++.
Nowadays, nowadays you just go to Nowadays, you just go to like Coding Grounds, and they have an online, free of charge thing. It's got the whole deal. It's got a decent debugging routine and everything. It'll compile it right online for you.
Well, I've got an IDE and stuff on my computer.
Yeah, nowadays you can get a hold of them online. You can get a hold of them for free. It's easy. Well, it hasn't always been that way.
Well, I've got, some of what I got is like beta release software that's not available to general public without special, without being a member of the Apple developer program.
Yeah, well, I have made it a habit for myself, a point to try to use, when possible, to use publicly and freely available stuff, because I would like to be able to do stuff that I can talk to anyone else about and that they can do themselves if they want. So I like to be able to say, like, hey, I went on Coding Ground and wrote this algorithm to simulate evolution. Here's how I did it. If you're uncertain about it, I can kick you my source code, or you can just design it yourself, because all the tools you need are right there. So.
Yeah. Well, GitHub does something like that. There are, public repositories for code, so you can download the code and build it yourself.
Yeah, very cool. I assume that stuff is under the new developer's license. That the GitHub code is under.
Git tends to be free or open source stuff. So
under the GPL or not?
It depends on what the person who put the code up there.
Okay.
I imagine a lot of it is GPL, but there's also MIT licensing, Creative Commons type licensing, Berkeley distribution type licensing.
Sure.
And other people that just say, just do whatever the hell you want with it. I don't care. Licensing. That is effectively public domain.
Good day to you, Arcane. How you doing?
What's that? Oh, Arcane.
How you doing? You doing all right?
What's up, Nadia? What's up, guys?
Hey.
Well, we had ideas about atheism being inborn. We had some stuff about Islam being more extremist in Christianity. We had conspiracy theories. Yeah.
Oh, conspiracy theories. No, I like
specifically, conspiracy theories and religiosity seem to have the same, seem to be correlated. That is the brain structure thing.
Okay. Was there a study carried out on this, or?
Nadia posted a couple of links. I'll repost them. First one is the conspiracy theory one from a source that I'm familiar with, because it's the National Institute of Health.
Interesting.
And the brain scan one for, well, the structure of is an atheist's brain the same as a believer's? New research says religious and non-religious minds work differently. This is, well, I don't know this site, but I'm gonna post the link to it anyway. The other one, Nadia. The other one,
not to pretend like I'm some sort of snowflake or anything, but I wonder if people like me were included in that study on the religious side, because, I have a very the way I think is very much the way most of the folk that I've encountered that are scientists think. So I would be surprised if, it would actually be interesting, like if someone who, where the two of us would agree we think very much the same, right? Or we both have rather science-oriented thought processes. It would be interesting if if a friend of mine that's an atheist that's that way, and me, who's not an atheist, who's a Christian, if they scanned us both and found a difference, that to me would be more interesting than if, you know what I'm saying? Maybe what I'm saying doesn't make sense.
If you could, really
find it.
Test, go through the National Academy of Sciences or whatever, and just.
Actually, yeah, that would be a great idea. Because what is it, like 7% of the NAS are still religious? So find one of those guys.
Yeah.
And then see what their brain shows up as.
Yeah, but not just scan one brain. Like scan 50 of one and 50 of the other, and then you assign them random numbers, and then hand the data over to your people who reinterpret the data and see if they can spot these structural differences and separate out, okay, religious, non-religious, religious, non-religious, and see how well they score. Make it
up. The question is, what's the conclusion that you're drawing from these studies?
That would certainly be a much more compelling argument if they could successfully do that.
Well, what are the conclusions that are being drawn from these stories? What are the implications that you're getting at here?
Well, I think honestly the implication being drawn by the people, as it's just scanning some of the stuff that's been posted on the religious versus non-religious. I think what they're saying is that people's brains are wired in such a way that they're inclined to either accept or not accept religion. So there's something, basically the idea being that there's something physically in us that causes us to either to be inclined to accept this stuff or not. That's the conclusion they're coming to. So that the idea being that some people, just because of the way they're wired, are going to be much more likely to accept religion, and some people aren't.
Well, what's the connection to conspiracy theories? Is it that the people that are religious are more susceptible to believe in a quote-unquote conspiracy?
What the studies are showing with respect to conspiracy theories is that some of the same factors that tend to denote religion, like some of the things if the same people that are more likely to believe in religion seem to also believe in conspiracy theories at a higher rate too. So there's this there's actually this this idea, which is in the article that one of the articles that was just posted, this idea that we should understand conspiracy theories as a quasi-religion. They seem to have some of the same idea properties and be accepted in the same way that religions are. So that I think is the idea being put forward here.
Well, I would agree to an extent. I think that people who accept the word of God over the words of men seem to be more trusting of God and less trusting of men. So I can see a correlation there, just on a superficial level, I guess.
That's a good point. I mean, and actually, you saying that raises a very good point, which is it could be that it might actually, in fact, be the case that some religious ideologies would cause people to be more likely to also accept conspiracy claims, right? I mean, let me push it to the point of silliness, right? Let's say that that somebody accepts a religion where the religion explicitly says most people in power are going to lie to you and cover up what they're really doing. Right? Let's say that there was a religion where the Holy Book literally said that, right? Well, obviously those people are going to be more likely to accept conspiracy theories. So at the same time, then we could take a look at like a lot of Christian ideology and say, well, that also has this idea that the wisdom of men is foolishness, and that the God of the rulers of this world are under the rule of the adversary. So by the same token, then it would make sense that those people might be more inclined to accept CT ideas.
Absolutely.
Anecdotally, from hanging out in both theistically prominent rooms and atheistically prominent rooms, the theistically prominent rooms do seem to have higher rates of conspiracy theory believers. But yeah, like I said, anecdotally, I haven't taken the trouble to tick off the people who believe in the one. I haven't done any proper scientific surveys or anything like that.
Well, and anecdotally, I'll tell you that the vast majority of the folk at the church I attend do not accept any of the standard conspiracies. So,
at least that's
yeah. So from that, I could say, it's not, that doesn't make it a majority thing, right? So there, I would say, that. Well, I can't really say all that much about that. I can just say I know a whole lot of people that are very strongly invested in Jesus Christ, but still recognize, still don't think that 9/11 was a terrorist attack and the moon landing really happened and all that good stuff.
So, Adam, are you telling me that your fellow Christians in your church do not believe in conspiracy theories?
Generally, no, they don't.
So they're not true Christian.
I'd agree with that too.
They're not true Christian, and I'm sorry.
Oh, fair enough. It's good to know. I'll make sure to tell. I'll make sure to tell them that we need to take the cross off of the outside of the building. Change our name.
You don't deserve it. I'm sorry. No. I'm kidding. Okay.
I know. We all know you're kidding, Art.
Okay, just clarify.
You're at the Church of Zeno, right?
That's it.
Are you an atheist, Fog Martin?
I think that's Scientology thing. I hate the label atheist. I prefer agnostic, because there's always the potential possibility that evidence would be delivered that convinces me.
That's smart.
But you're an atheist to the point of view that you're not currently convinced. So you're an atheist for now.
Yes.
But not dogmatically so. That's cool.
Not dogmatically so.
What would change your position to theism if you had to?
I have no idea. I have no idea.
Well, have you ever sat and thought to yourself, like, man, if this happened, then that would sure be like, evidence to convince me? Or
I don't want to sound like I'm someone who is never introspective, but that particular line of reasoning is not something I've actually followed. I mean, I do introspect, but I don't. That's not something I've really put a lot of thought in, because I've got other things to think about that tend to be more pressing.
Right. Have you taken the time to read the Bible?
I've read bits and pieces of it. I've got the Oxford Study Bible next to me, but I haven't gone through it. Mind you, the thing's got like 1,300 odd pages in it or more, and because it has, it's not just the English, or let's see, it's the Revised English Standard Version that's in there, plus the Apocrypha. But it also has, in the front, they talk about who all the the translators were, what their methodologies were. They go into the history of the period so that everything is in a historical context, and so on and so forth. It's not just simply a Bible given to you, a fait accompli.
Have you seen this? I just posted a link in the chat there.
Bible codes.
Have you seen that before?
I've not seen that specific link before. I've heard people talk about Bible codes, but they seem to fall into the CT realm.
Oh, really?
No offense intended.
Well, to me, I mean, this is one of the most compelling pieces of evidence that I've seen as far as the validity of the Bible and it being divinely inspired, to say the least. To think that the meaning of 72 names could be encoded in such a way to give you layers upon layers of messages on top of the plain text reading seems far too fantastical to be coincidence, in my opinion. And
Well,
that's
okay,
just one of many things that I've seen like that.
Just quickly, can I quickly, if that is the reason why you believe, or that's one of the strongest reasons, then you should be a Muslim, really, because Muslims, there's a movement of Muslims that propose this miracle. It's called 19, the miracle of 19 in the Quran. And it's the same thing. It's exactly the same thing. It's like the Bible codes. Basically, they claim that everything in the Quran is somehow related to the number 19, and it is in there. It really kind of is, right? So if you believe that, then you should be a Muslim.
Yeah,
well, that doesn't logically follow from that.
But yeah, I have a couple of problems with that. The first one is that many of these quote-unquote translations used to get this message are really stretching. I mean, they are not a plain. I mean, without having this code itself, if you give a scholar each of these names and ask him to give the meaning, these are not the things he comes up with. So you really have to kind of stretch and twist and bend the meaning of each of these names to get to the thing.
Have you seen a study that shows that backs up?
Yeah, I have. But my other concern with regards to this is, even if that were the case, the 72 names in discussion, the generations here were written by someone. And
the Hebrews are known to be into numerology anyway.
Yeah, and so the concern with using that as proof of God is or of divine revelation is that the code could have just been put in by the actual writers that chose these names. By which I note that, for instance, in the book of there's one book of the Bible. There's one book of the Bible that does not include the name Yahweh in it anywhere. Do you know which book that is? Anybody?
No.
Esther. It's Esther. The book of Esther does not include. The reason why is because when this book was written, actually writing directly about Yahweh would have been punishable, and the book would not have been allowed to be written. However, if you read it if you actually read it in the Hebrew with the appropriate number of letters per line, the word Yahweh, or the name of God, Yahvah, appears a whole bunch of times from the other way, down, read downward instead of across. And that is an example of an actual code in the Scripture. I mean, that was clearly done on purpose when the book was written, so that the word of God, so the name of God would appear, even though it doesn't appear in the book. But the point is that that by itself doesn't prove that God did it, right? It just proved that the writer intended there to be a message there, and the same could be true here. So those are my two concerns with that idea.
Yeah, modern typographers have done things like that too.
Sure.
Yeah, well, at the same time, though, I mean, to consider your options, when you say that the writers could have just put in these messages, you have to think about the competency of such a writer to do such a thing on such a massive scale. You're not talking about just a couple of books here or there. You're talking about throughout Scripture. And why would someone go out of their way to put in these messages in such a way? You know how long this would have taken?
Well, it's like Sudoku, You could
I was listening to the conversation, and it's funny about the number 19 in the Quran, because it took hundreds and hundreds of years after the Quran came out for them to even figure that out. And you want to know why? They actually did a bunch of number studies, and 19 was the best number because it had the most stuff come up. So they didn't choose 18 for a reason, they didn't choose 17 for a reason. They went through all the numbers, and 19 had the most things that came up. So they used 19. It's actually really, really funny. You can go back. No one even mentioned this till hundreds of years after the death of Muhammad. And when they did, they were specifically looking for it, and they chose the number 19 because it had the most symbolicness. So it's just redacted.
Exact same thing could be said about Bible code.
No, well, but I mean, Seamus is right. This is called the Texas sharpshooter fallacy.
Oh yeah, I actually looked it up as well. Yeah, right.
Yes, you shoot the arrows at the targets, and then you go in and draw the bullseyes around the arrows.
Right. Yeah, you find your very best argument. That's why you have to be very careful, because human beings we're inclined to find patterns, and that means we're inclined to find patterns even where there's actually no pattern.
Exactly, but Arcane, you just said right to what Adam said about the Texas.
Oh, careful.
Fallacy.
Did you know the third Harry Potter book?
Seamus, hold on, I'm speaking. You said all right to what Adam said, but what Adam said actually refutes the Bible code as well.
Actually, it doesn't necessarily refute all Bible codes. I'm just saying it's something we have to consider when we understand.
It's a much more plausible explanation.
Well, hold on. I want to point out, though, Art, I mean, there really are at least some codes in some parts of the Bible. Like I said, the book of Esther actually does have the name of God implanted in an acrostic, and that is true. So there are actually some codes that we know are biblical. That were put by the writers when they wrote the books.
Oh right, yeah, it's fine. It's, as long as it doesn't I get that's okay. People can put in codes, but to infer from that therefore God inspired is kind of stretching it.
Well, first of all, I just want to respond. I didn't say that this is proof by any means. I wouldn't stretch it that far. Like I said, it's just compelling to me to think about all of the coincidences and things that would have to take place before this would be divinely inspired. I think the odds are that a divine hand was played here. You may not agree, and you might find reasons why that's not the case, but for a true believer, this is evidence.
Well, of course, if you believe in it, of course it's going to be evidence because you already believe in it. It says nothing.
Well, it's compelling evidence. It's not just
it's compelling evidence for someone who already believes in it. That's not that tells us nothing. If you already believe in it, you don't need evidence. You already believe that it.
Well, if you believe in the possibility, like somebody like.
Well, I believe in that possibility as well.
He would want to see things like that to point to a divine inspiration, don't you think?
I have the exact same position as Mutt does, as Father Mutten does. I also allow for the possibility of there being a God and the Bible being the Word of God. But this argument doesn't work. I'm sorry.
Well, if you're ready to shoot down every piece without looking at the evidence first, if you're not even willing to consider that this could be evidence, and you just shoot it down offhand like you're doing. I mean, you can't really get anywhere that way.
Oh, fine. You're correct. Yes, I was kind of generalizing. I'm basing it on my former experience with Bible code claims, and also my experience, not personal experience, but I've seen actual scholars, actual Hebrew scholars, debunked it themselves, and they were theists.
Even if that's the case, that's still a fallacy.
No, it's not. I'm not saying it's always wrong. I'm saying it has a very bad track record. But okay, anyway, show me the specific code that you think is there.
No, I actually agree with Arcane. I've seen Brett Keane showed me this a long time ago, and when I first saw it, I was like, no, this can't be. This really cannot be. And then I sat down and I actually looked into it, and the names of all the books of the Bible all the way through, it really is legit, and that's
so what's
pretty
the code?
Well,
yeah, I would actually be very interested to hear the names of the books of the Bible in a particular order.
Yeah,
spell something. That would be pretty cool to know, if that's the case. It seems like it would be unlikely to be the case because the organization of the Bible into the books of the Bible being that in the order they are presented now, that I'm pretty sure is an artifact of the Catholic Church. Right. So I would be surprised that in the order we use them now, that those books would spell a message from God now. If instead we rearranged the books in a more natural order, say the order like the order they were actually written, for instance, which is not the order they appear in the modern Bible, or the order that the events occurred that are in them, for instance, and then that spelled something, I'd be more inclined to think that was a message from God.
That approach, Adam, opens up some problems, and the main reason that I think that approach opens up problems is because, see, if you hold that the Bible is divinely inspired, but then you hold that the canonization was completely guided by men,
right,
the canonization process could ruin all of that. So if you think that God divinely inspired the Bible, you have to, I mean, in my opinion, you should definitely think that God divinely inspired the canonization process, because it would ruin everything,
right.
It would just,
but guys,
you wouldn't let that.
Sorry, as an atheist here, it seems to me you're kind of talking in between yourselves, right? Because as an atheist, I would never accept prima facie that God inspired the order of the book, so you have to establish that.
Well, think about it.
I understand that you would have a problem.
No, just think about it logically. Adam. Think about it logically. Let's pretend.
No, he's got a point.
No. I get you. I accept this. No, I accept absolutely, Seamus, that if you're a theist.
No, it has nothing to do with the theist. Just listen. If you just accept that God divinely inspired the Bible as a possibility, like if God divinely inspired in the Bible, would he allow the canonization process to go guided by men, so that all of his divine words could just be this book taken out, this book taken out, this book taken out, and then his word is corrupted? So if he was going to spend the time to divinely inspire a word, he wouldn't just let the canonization process be, oh, well, let them decide, they'll figure it out. No way. It's just not going to happen. It doesn't
actually, you know what? Actually, I kind of thought about it a little bit, and you know what? Since I cannot say that because I know of a better way of how God could reveal his message reliably, such as a direct revelation or a writing in the sky, you also cannot say that this is the most reasonable way for God to do what you think it does, what you think it is. That is
actually, I could, and that's exactly what I'm saying, because I think a being with unlimited epistemology would be able to accurately gauge what is the best way to convey his word. Now, if it's counterintuitive to a human with a limited epistemology, I really don't care.
Right, and that's kind of what I'm saying. If you're a theist and you really believe this, you're perfectly justified in believing that God has, had a hand in the scriptures themselves, being made and copied. That's okay, but you cannot argue this to me, right? Because I don't accept you.
Right. It sounds like no amount of evidence would ever convince you, Art.
No, that's not true.
Yeah. Art actually reminded me of Arcane. You asked the question earlier regarding what would convince me. Direct revelation, I think, might do it.
I agree with you.
I guess.
I would just quickly add, Adam, before you go, that direct revelation plus confirmation from other people. For example, if he wrote in the sky using the stars his name, and I am Jehovah, I'm your God, and other people confirm this to me, then I'll be this is sufficient evidence to believe in God.
Well, that's a slippery slope too, because there's been a lot of times where like these miracles have manifested themselves within churches or something, and then other people can attest to this, and that would give people cause for their faith.
Right now. No, I mean repeatable.
So
right
what you're
now,
really saying, is you're really kind of praising, lauding empiricism. You're saying, well, I need. Yeah, so that's what you're talking about. You're not really talking about a shared experiment. You're not really talking about a shared experience. You're more talking about empiricism.
Well, yeah, but that's still evidence.
I'm actually talking more about along the lines of the Holy Ghost coming in and rewiring my head type of a thing.
Right. So,
I agree. That's what the Bible says.
My concern, of course, with accepting the canon as the appropriate process is that the canon of Trent, right? The first. Which canon do we mean? I guess. Because
here's the problem. A lot of people will say, well, okay, if you're going to try to tell me that the canon is divinely inspired, what about earlier canons, right? So
or later. Well, and I'm just and I'm thinking isn't the Apocrypha included in some of the earliest canons we have or not?
Yeah, in some, yeah. Here's the deal. When most people, the earliest Christians that were saved or became Christians, a lot of them didn't have even access to these books. They didn't. Right. A lot of times they were saved through the word of mouth, through the gospel, through God's word.
Right. And, that's right.
So
it's
a lot of times,
that saves us. That's right.
A lot of times, these people back in the early canons, for example, like the everyday person might have had access to Mark and maybe a little bit of Acts, depending on how late this was, or something like that. A Christian guy in a monastery might have access to 10 books in a good part of the Old Testament. So what?
Well, and some of the epistles, right? The epistles were actually the earliest of the Christian writings.
Right, but that's assuming that the epistles were sent off to different places, and then they had to work their ways back.
That's right.
Yeah. So what happens is, what he had at the time was divinely inspired. Was it the full revelation of God? No. But what was it? God's divine word? Yes. Was it divinely inspired? Yes. So I think that in the same way that we view progressive revelation through the Old Testament to the New Testament, we can look at canon as the same way, progressive revelation in that sense.
I very much accept that, which is why I then say that the later efforts of the Catholic Church to bind this stuff together, to divide it into chapters and verses, to organize and order it, I don't accept those as being authoritative. I believe that I, as a Christian today, can look and see, and I can in fact hold the yardstick of canon up to the scriptures and say, yes, these in fact are what God has preserved for us and what His message is. And I don't think I have to rely on the Catholics to do that. That's what I'm saying.
But they have put together the canon, so you are relying on.
Oh no, I'm saying I'm not. Because their canon includes books that I don't accept. I don't accept that Esdras is divinely inspired, or the prayer of Manasseh, or a lot of that stuff. Tobias is I don't accept as being part of 3 Corinthians.
They put together the core Bible, the books there, so it's. What's the difference between the Protestant Bible and the Catholic Bible? What's the difference?
Several books that aren't in there that we call the Apocrypha. That's the difference. Tobit, Judith, 1st and 2nd and 3rd Maccabees.
Inside the Bible?
Yeah, the Apocrypha. So it depends on which Bible. It depends. Hold on. It depends on which Bible. Which physical Bible you're looking at, because the whole point is that modern Bibles that include just the canon accepted by most non-Catholic evangelical Christians has fewer books in it. That's the whole point. It's not the set of books that the Council of Trent established that the Catholics use. It's a smaller set.
So they cancel. So they didn't. What did they decide on these church councils?
First, so the church council gave the old. I had it in front of me. The canon of Trent is Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy, Josue, Judges, Ruth, 4 books of Kings, 2 of Parapalemenon, the first book of Esdras, the second, which is entitled Nehemiah, Tobias, Judith, Esther, Job, the Davidical Psalter, which includes 150 of the Psalms, Proverbs, Ecclesiastes, the Canticle of Canticles, Wisdom, Ecclesiasticus, Isaiah, Jeremiah, with Baruch, Ezekiel, Daniel, the 12 minor prophets, which are Hosea, Joel, Amos, Abdias, Jonas, Micah, Nahum, Habakkuk, Sophonias, Aggeus, Zacharias, Malachias, the 2 books of the Maccabees, and yeah, I think that's it. So that's the canon of Trent, which is not the same as the
council
evangelical Bible.
Was that of Qatar? Which council was that you're talking about? Was it of Hippo?
This is later. This is like 1500 AD.
1500?
Yeah, way later.
Yeah. The Oxford Study Bible I have contains the Apocrypha, and the Apocrypha is actually set apart. It's in its own section called, appropriately enough, the Apocrypha.
Now, interestingly enough, this is, yeah, I mean, it's called the Apocrypha now because the Protestant and later Christian traditions were so prominent. But the canon of Trent uses the same canon that was listed in the Council of Carthage, which was in 397 AD.
The problem I have with this is there are some people living today that think they have got everything right, and for 1,000 years all these great church fathers, these holy men, they were all wrong.
That's right. I'm one of those people.
All wrong.
Well, no, the later part's true. I don't claim to have everything right, but I do know many things that they got wrong.
And it's for me it's very disturbing because it sounds very extreme. I mean, this kind of consciousness to history, like, we are the only one now that are right, and everyone before us actually they were wrong.
Well, I guess, you know, like I said, I misspoke because the first part of that I don't accept. The second part I do. I know that I don't have everything right. I'm not God. I do the best I can with the guidance God's given me and the people that I respect and look to in my church. But I don't think I have everything right. I do, however, know I'm very confident about some things that the church fathers from 1,000 years ago, or those people who called themselves the church fathers 1,000 years ago, had wrong. And we know why they had it wrong. And they
the Oxford Study Bible applies the same pedagogy to the Apocrypha as it does to the rest of the books. But I mean,
it's fair. And I mean, you know, so here's the thing, right? I don't even necessarily have to accept that the 66 books usually accepted by Protestants are necessarily all of validity or even of the same validity. I can accept maybe that 62 of them are, you know, you hold the canon up to them and you say, well, these 62 clearly measure up. These 4 are a little bit questionable. Like the early authorship of 2 Timothy, for instance, is pretty strongly questioned in the modern day. There are no early manuscripts of it, and it doesn't have the same tone as a lot of Paul's other writings. And so I don't think it's too unreasonable to say, you know, we're not going to take 2 Timothy as being, you know, necessarily as being, we're not sure that really was issued by God along with the rest of the books. And none of that needs to in any way question your confidence in the other books. In fact, I would say the willingness to reject a particular passage or scripture that doesn't seem to measure up to what your canon is actually should make one more confident in the rest.
Yeah, the purpose of the Oxford is for, you know, theological study, of course, of the Bible and its stuff. In fact, it also includes in square brackets that section that is purported to be added to Mark. I think it was Mark. That is, in the King James version, you know, Mark is longer than in the New International Version. If I remember the book correctly, that has additional material. So, yeah, it's there as a guide. Yeah, it's there basically to give you, like I said, the historical context, how the translations were done, so on and so forth. It's even got maps in the back to show you the geography of the areas at the specific times.
Yeah, it sounds a lot like my old Thompson chain reference.
It's a very comprehensive book.
Which honestly, the only reason I stopped using my old Thompson chain reference, which I got when I was, I must have been like 9 or 10 when I got that as a gift. It was, and started just digging into it. Problem is that the translation was New International, and that is a poor English translation. So,
sorry.
Go ahead. You were saying?
Yeah, this is Revised English Standard Version.
Oh yeah, it's a much better translation. So.
And they explain all of the. They list who the particular translators were. And each translator justifies, you know, how they did the particular works, and each book is prefaced by the historical context it's in. Like, you know, if you go to Romans, for example, which is perhaps one of the more important books because, you know, it's Paul's last and also largest epistle. It goes into the history of what's known about the creation of the epistle and how it, you know, draws off of the earlier epistles like Colossians and whatnot stuff. I mean, so it's a pretty good. I would assume that the Oxford people knew what they were doing when they put this thing together, and that it's a pretty comprehensive reference work, short of, you know, deciding to go to seminary and or, you know, major in theology. But I'm done. Fill the room?
I'm here. I don't know.
I don't know. Didn't tell me. I'm still here. Just don't have anything more to say.
Actually, what's up with his icon? What's up with your icon?
Sorry, was that a me?
Whose icon?
I had a play. Oh, my icon.
Yeah, it's a Charlie Hebdo slap. It's Muhammad seeing himself in the mirror and calling it blasphemous.
Yeah.
Yeah, that Charlie Hebdo affair. That I'm surprised it hasn't drawn a much larger backlash than it did.
I think it might actually have done that. It's just that it's not reported as much, at least according to some Muslims that I've heard.
Could be, or it could be that the response, I mean, it could be that the hammer is going to fall hard in some time in the near future.
Oh, I never even read that story. What happened?
You really haven't read about the Charlie Hebdo situation at all?
No.
No. Okay. So a couple of men in Paris took some weapons and shot up the offices of Charlie Hebdo, which is a satirical magazine in France that has insulted Islam many times by depicting the Prophet Muhammad in nasty positions and other stuff. By the way, Charlie Hebdo is a satirical publication, and that's what they do. Pretty much every cover is offensive, and they've drawn pretty much all religious icons in compromising positions and doing nasty stuff over the years. That's just what they do. But what was the final body count? Was it 12 or 14?
I don't remember, but it was long.
More than at least a dozen people died.
It was more than 12. I know that much.
Okay.
13 was the number.
It was initially reported as 12, and then later there were more casualties later. But anyway, these guys were captured on camera, having got basically getting out of their cars and yelling Allahu Akbar and shooting up the place.
It was a real rampage. And and I think one of them escaped to Syria.
Oh, did he?
So that's something I consider a potential problem because France can independently and quite decisively go in there and stir up a hornet's nest. They've got, France has they have a pretty formidable military power now. I guess they've learned their lesson from World War II. They're not relying on a Maginot Line anymore. They have a full nuclear capacity and very modern, state-of-the-art stuff.
Oh,
so,
Indeed.
So they're quite capable of just going in there and nailing Syria all by themselves.
So what the reason why this ended up being a big deal was because the response to the attacks was quite widespread. There were folk all over, particularly Europe, but all over the world really, that started what was known as Je suis Charlie, which is I am Charlie. But standing in solidarity to the magazine for being killed, and then surprisingly, at least surprisingly to me, and part of the reason I now have the attitude I do about speaking with Muslims, is that several prominent Muslims, including one in London and elsewhere, spoke up and said, "Well, this is the price you pay for insulting the Prophet. This is, there are limits to freedom of speech, and if you go past those limits, you're going to get hurt."
Wait, by prominent Muslims
expecting some kind of a major reprisal.
Wait, by prominent Muslims.
Who's going to reprise against whom? I mean.
Hold on, before we go on, by prominent Muslims, Adam, do you mean because prominent Muslim is a kind of vaguish term. It could mean prominent amongst who? I mean, you mean all Muslims?
I mean prominent speakers. Prominent Muslims speaking individuals that are considered prominent in their communities and are as spokespeople for Islam or Muslim. I mean, I recognize that that's always going to be a difficult designation, but we're talking about a Anjem Chowdhury's article in USA Today. We're talking about
Anjem Chowdhury doesn't represent most Muslims, even Western Muslims. Vast majority of Western Muslims speak against him. They don't consider him to be representative of them. You can watch tons of interviews. He is the extremist, as extreme as you can get, essentially. He doesn't represent them. I would never say that.
Yeah. So this is definitely what people are saying is, wait a minute, all of these very prominent folk who said things against freedom of speech on this and that this sort of thing should be expected, they don't really speak for us. And that is pretty much the whining that we heard from
Wait, they've been saying this long before these attacks.
Yeah.
Yeah, true. But I think that Charlie Hebdo thing might be a catalyst that will make Islam suffer more. I mean, actually suffer compared to. Well, let's see.
What do you think is going to happen?
I'm thinking that there's going to be a lot stronger anti-Islam sentiment in Europe, United States, and other parts of the world where Islam is not dominant. I mean, that Charlie Hebdo affair is one thing, but then Muslims speaking up in favor. I mean, I know there were Muslims protesting it, but I think they were basically trying to cover their butts because they're like, oh shit, this is, there could be other rogue people, doing reprisals against innocent Muslims,
No, hopefully not.
Like, okay, you shoot us, we shoot you.
Well, I mean, I'm in agreement with us, but with that, but let's make sure that we're narrow in who the you is in that statement.
Us being the non-Muslims and you being the Muslims.
Yeah, see, that doesn't fly with me.
It may happen, it may not happen.
Hopefully it does not
appear to be happening, but who knows?
Yeah, as I've said before, that I condemn what happened with Charlie because the correct response to disliked speech is more speech, and I dislike I would condemn any violent response against Islam generally or Muslims generally because the correct response to vigilantism to this sort of thing is the rule of law. Apprehend those responsible and kill them. You don't need to kill anybody else. Just kill.
They already did kill a couple of them.
Good.
But
the rest of them.
But most of the backlash I've seen has been in Twitter and on Facebook. I mean, you'll see sorry, I forgot the word.
Je suis Charles.
I am. Yeah. That's all over the place.
Some people are also saying Je suis Ahmed, which actually I like too. If you've heard that.
And
do you know what that is?
And Ahmed, no, I am Ahmed.
So Ahmed was the policeman who attempted to confront the terrorists and was killed by them.
Oh, the one who got shot in the head.
Yeah. So, and a lot of people are saying, well, I'm like that guy. I may be Muslim or I may support Muslims, but I also, oppose terrorism and support freedom of speech. So I'm going to be in solidarity with the Muslim who got killed defending the Charlie folk.
Well, the way the cartoonists and artists I've seen retaliate is by doing essentially what you said, just doing more of it.
Yeah.
More of the draw Muhammad and all that stuff. It's like, okay, you want to suppress free speech? Suppress this.
Yeah. Make it worse.
Yeah.
Oh, Lucifer popped in and then left.
I'm curious if Seamus is still here because I want to hear the Bible code that he proposed.
Oh, I've been wondering if the Bible code is the reason my mom recommended that I read the book of Esther, or if Esther has its own content. Because I understand it's like only a couple pages.
Esther definitely has its own content. It's more than a couple of pages, but Esther is one. Anyway, Esther is one of the prominent. Esther's one of the prominent women heroes in the Bible. And so is rather well regarded for that reason. Esther and Ruth have both been made into several movie dramatizations and such over the years.
Oh, well, I'm not familiar with those, but yeah.
Yeah. Well, and Ruth was one of the ancestors of Christ, one of the ancestors of David. She was originally foreign born, but she, when her husband died, her husband's mother, she basically pledged herself to take care of her and followed her back to Israel, back to Judah, and there was eventually married to a prominent Jewish man, Boaz, and the story of how they met and came to be married is what the Book of Ruth is about. Esther is about a woman who, when the Jews were in captivity, basically under the Persians, she was sought out and eventually became queen. She was eventually married to the emperor and used her influence to help stop oppression of the Jewish people and eventually get them released to retake their land. So she's memorialized well for that reason. Yep. Esther, Ruth, and Tamar really are the three, I think, that are most commonly seen as the sort of female Jewish heroines. There are other women that do some neat stuff like Zipporah and Miriam, but, you know, is anyone even listening to me anymore?
Yeah. Sorry, I was muted. I was replying to you, and I had my mic muted.
Sorry.
Okay, yeah, that's cool. Yeah, no promises, but I'll try and.
Well, honestly, if you were going to pick up and read, I would say as a Christian, I would say I'd say read the book of Luke and then read maybe the first 2 or 3 chapters of Acts and then read the book of Romans.
Well, I've read the first 3 chapters of Romans.
Okay. Romans chapters 5 and 6 are really confusing, so I just read those once and keep going. But by the time you get to around chapter 10 or so, things get very clear and it really explains a lot of why Christians are the way they are. Romans chapter 12 actually is my favorite chapter in the whole Bible.
Oh, okay. So,
I mean, I feel like if you read all of chapter 12, just Romans chapter 12 by itself, right? Basically any Christian who does everything there, I mean, you would definitely see how they are different than non-Christians in the world. Because just the discussion there about how Christians should behave towards everyone and towards each other is just really good language. It's just very, very compelling. That's my opinion.
Okay. Yeah, help me understand the psychology of Christians, because
Yep.
Improve the
to me the number.
Cordial discourse.
Yeah, to me, I think the big, because this again gets back to my own personal interactions, but to me, I think the main difference between the main ideological difference that causes Christians to stand out is their belief that people mess up and that we should love and forgive each other anyway. And I think that is, I mean, that at least in my life has been the major difference, is when I've made big mistakes, the non-Christians in my life have pretty much said, you know what, screw you, and wanted nothing to do with me. The Christians in my life were like, well, yeah, obviously you made a mistake. That's what we do as humans, we make mistakes. So let's work our way through this. So it's that belief that people are flawed but should be loved anyway seems to be the main Christian difference.
Yeah, it seems to be certainly a more charitable and civilized attitude.
Well, yeah, maybe. What I would point out, though, is that if on one level, right? On one level, sort of a selfish level, there is some sense to saying, you know what? Once somebody really screws up in our relationship, I just can't trust that person anymore. I'm just going to cut them off. Life's too short. I'm going to cut them off and move on, right? But again, the point is that's definitely not the Christian attitude. The Christian attitude, the Christian attitude is to forgive and love someone as often as they ask for your forgiveness. If they mess up 100 times, but still honestly, genuinely want to do better, then you forgive them 100 times and you help them, continue to support and help them. So, that's not necessarily that's not an easy attitude. I'm not saying all Christians do that, but that's what we're supposed to do.
I see. Well,
Seamus, I was just I gave Fudd some recommendations as to sort of from a Christian point of view what would be just kind of a small sampling of scripture he could consider reading, and then was explaining what I believe to be the main difference in the way Christians versus non-Christians view the world, like how it's really different. So that's what we were talking about.
Okay, cool. I was gone a lot longer than I thought. I just got back a minute ago.
Yeah, well, actually, I had a question for you, Seamus.
Okay, sure, go ahead.
I'd like to talk about the whole code that you mentioned.
Go ahead.
Well, what's it? What is it? What's the code?
Oh, you didn't see what Arcane posted earlier? It's the order of the names of the books in the New Testament. When in ancient Hebrew, the names always usually meant something. Like in English, like John, James, and we have all these names that don't really mean anything. But if you go over to the Middle East, a lot of the Semitic names actually have a meaning behind it. Like Yeshua means salvation, or God with us is Emmanuel, and there's so many others. Basically, when you formulate all of the names together in the order that they're currently presented in the Bible, it actually reads out like a text. And he posted the link. It's not too far. It's 12:27 p.m. It's up there in the chat. And the first person that showed me was Brett King, and I thought it was just too coincidental, and I didn't buy into it. But I actually went plugging around. I went down the list and grabbed a few different Hebrew names and then translated them, and everyone that I looked at was right.
Okay, well, that doesn't.
Yeah, so I'm not seeing the names of the books of the Bible, the names of the New Testament, in the link that Arcane gave us. So if those are in the link, can you point to specifically where?
No. I think it's a compilation of Old Testament names that I know. Hold on.
Yeah. No, the link the link that Arcane shared is for basically the generations between Adam and Jesus.
From the genealogies, yeah, that's what it was. Yeah, I got confused. Yeah.
Okay. So that's very different.
It wasn't the names of the book. Yeah, it was the genealogies.
Okay, well then our earlier discussion on the canon is irrelevant, because again, my concern was just that kind of the modern choice for the order of the books of the Bible is pretty arbitrary, and so I would have issue with deciding that some particular order somehow had a message in it, but that of course wouldn't apply for the genealogy. For the genealogy, obviously there is a clear order that can be determined. So.
Well, okay, well, I don't know. I'm not really impressed. This can be done by a human easily, especially of the people of that time who knew what these names meant, right?
I knew pretty much going in that it wasn't going to impress you, so there's no real big surprise there, for me at least.
Yeah, but do you agree that this is not impressive?
I agree that verificationists won't find it impressive.
Wait, you don't like to verify your claims?
No, but I don't. In the forms of a strict verificationist form of truth, no, I don't prescribe to that. I don't evaluate all truth claims through a verificationist method. So.
Okay, which don't you verify?
Huh? That kind of goes without saying. I'm a Christian, right? So there are truth claims that I believe in that can't be verified in forms of like methodological naturalism or empiricism or testable, repeatable, or whatever. So, it kind of goes without saying.
Well, I'm not asking you to verify if this was God's work empirically. I'm talking about logic. Is it reasonable to believe that this is God's work?
Well, your logic is best. You don't realize it, but because you're so rooted in this methodology, that your logic is actually rooted within this methodology. So methodological naturalism is kind of how you base. Yeah, it logically. Look, I could pitch you the ontological argument or whatever. Logically, it follows, but that's not where you don't base your truth claims from logic. If you base your truth claims from logic, I could pitch you the modal ontological argument or a host of other logically viable arguments, and then you would have to accept it. But you don't do that. You actually you're looking more into the soundness of the claim. That shows that you have a basis rooted in methodological naturalism. So don't pull the logic card when that isn't your final authority, because it's not. Don't say it is, because it's not.
Seamus, so you accept claims when they're just you accept logical arguments when they're just valid, not sound.
No, I accept revelation for like the millionth time.
Okay, which explains why you would think that revelation is a valid form of justification, especially in the precept kind of argumentation, since the precept is inherently
No matter
secular.
who Christian you talk to, a lot of Christians say, "Well, I have a personal relationship with Jesus Christ," and
Right.
that goes through a lot. That's what I'm talking about here. I'm not talking about the angels and God's glory and coming down and blessing me. I'm talking about I have a personal relationship with Jesus Christ. I've been revealed the truth.
Right, but also have you been also revealed by God that He has encoded the Bible?
No.
Okay, so how do you know He did?
Like I said, there's some compelling stuff, and when I can go through it logically and I can look at it, but it's because I'm not a verificationist. See, you can't go through it logically and for it to hold, because your final authority is rooted in methodological naturalism. You don't care about logic so much as you care about soundness or justification. You have a justification
Soundness
theory.
is a part of logic.
Not necessarily. That's not true. That's actually wrong.
Okay, what do you mean by soundness then?
Okay, so a soundness of an argument is based on whether the premises are actually in fact true. And how do we know that premises are true? Methodological naturalism. So a logical argument just has to be in logical valid form, and the premises have to follow using modus ponens.
Wait, Seamus,
You interrupt a lot.
Because you're kind of assuming things. I just want to cut it short. You don't have to verify your premises empirically. Absolutely. You can just argue that a premise is most likely to be the case because it's more likely to be the case. Right? It is true because it's most likely to be the case. And that is a sound argument.
No.
Yes.
No, that is not a sound argument. No.
Yes. Well, it is.
I'm going to tell you one more time. That is not the basis of a sound argument. I'm going to post the wiki stub to what a logically sound argument is, and that's not the definition. It's one where all premises can be verified as true. Not that all premises are verified to most likely be true. That's bullshit. Don't say that.
That is what is accepted.
No.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Even William Lane Craig uses this. He's on your side, and I accept it.
You're okay. I'm not going to accept too much of this retardedness, because if you don't even know what this logical soundness means, then this is just crazy talk right now.
No. Okay, are you saying that we have to absolutely know that premise one of any hypothetical argument is the case before we can say that it's a sound argument? That we have to have empirical evidence that absolutely shows that the premise one is the case.
Well, it could be. It doesn't exactly have to be empirical, but it has to be. It has to be verified through a form of methodology, right? So it doesn't necessarily have to be empirical. For example, mathematics is not empirical. There's no consensus amongst mathematics. It doesn't work that way, but it's proven through a methodology. So what I'm saying for you, the soundness.
Well, I would argue that math itself is not sound. Premises in math or conclusions in math are never sound. They're just valid, because it's accepted that you're just going to agree on the premises in math. So soundness is never evaluated for purely mathematical statements.
Right, and Adam, would you agree that an argument being sound doesn't necessarily mean that the premises have to be empirically, methodologically verified? They can just be argued for to be technical?
Let me read this really quick. It says an argument is sound if and only if, 1, the argument is valid. That means it's in valid logical form. And 2, all of its premises are true. Okay? So true is based in a form of methodology. How do we know something to be true? It isn't that it's most likely true.
How do you know the definition of truth being used then?
Yeah, exactly. That was what I was going to say, is that you guys are really just arguing over what should be accepted as true and how soundness should evaluate truth. Because, I'll quote an essay from William Lane Craig that has Art's position, right? But he says we should, let's see, another way of putting this is that a good argument is a sound argument in which the premises are more plausible in light of the evidence than their opposites, right? Yeah. So that he says an argument is sound if it makes more sense that each of the premises is the case than that their opposite is the case. That's what William Lane Craig says. Now, I'm not personally a fan of Craig, but I mean that clearly many philosophers use soundness that way. Really, though, it comes down to Seamus's point, which is an argument is sound if it's true. Now, we can say then we should characterize it as sound if it's true enough, which is to say we accept it as true because it's more likely to be the case than its opposite. Or we can say, well, no, I'm not gonna call it sound unless I would evaluate its premises as absolutely true, which means I have a standard of absolute truth. But basically, soundness is going to be contingent on your evaluation of truth.
There's a lot of theological arguments that all of their premises are true, yet they're still considered to be unsound. For example, the moral argument, right? The moral argument is true. All of its premises are true. God exists. Yeah, well...
all of the premises are not accepted to be true in the moral argument.
No. That's what I'm trying to point out. I know that they're true, but it's not accepted as sound because of I know it's true or anything like this. It's not accepted as sound. It's because they needed to be methodologically proven to be true. Demonstrably.
Seamus, the reason I disagree with your approach here, because the reason why the moral argument is not considered sound is because there's disagreement over whether a particular premise is true or not.
There's no theological argument.
So those that claim that the premises are true agree that the argument is sound, and those that say, wait, this particular premise, I dispute this premise, and therefore I dispute the soundness of the argument. That's how the whole approach works.
Right, but you kind of just highlighted my whole point, which is basically that there's no theological argument that is methodologically sound. You could pick any argument you want.
Methodologically sound.
Oh, you could you cut the methodological out of it. Just say sound. You go. Okay. We have like 150 different arguments for God, theological arguments for the existence of God. Not a single one of them is sound. Not a single one. Not all premises can be.
With that.
Huh?
Because I would agree with you, and which is why I think Christians really shouldn't be trying to present arguments that we know not to be sound.
Well, that's where I come in conflict with, because even though I know it's not sound methodologically, I know it's true. So the argument is still sound, but it can't be proven to be sound methodologically. So, and I mean, I agree with you in the same sense where if you have a verificationist who's only is going to evaluate, they'll always claim that logic is their ultimate standard, but that's a lie. Okay, because if we give them a valid logical argument and we can make inductions from that, they never accept them. They're actually verificationists. Their highest authority is not logic; it's verification. And they always say, well, I could use a logical argument and come to a truth. No, you never could. You need methodological verification due to how you evaluate truth claims. This is who you are. It's not logic. There's nothing I can bring to you that's ever going to bring you the truth. That's why I believe that the Holy Spirit is the only way for verificationists like Art to come to Christ. It's the only way.
Well, I myself may be a verificationist. Maybe.
Not fully,
I'm an empiricist.
not strictly.
I'm an empiricist.
Not strictly.
I would say strictly. Because this is the difference, I think, between you and me, is that I recognize that revelation itself can be is in fact an empirical is an empirical event. It's something. It's in fact something that I experience and can take into account in coming to conclusions. So I include revelation as part of my experiences, and therefore reach my beliefs about God and what God wants from an empiricist framework.
But when I'm talking about, when I'm using the word empirical, I mean like, what's the word? Not individually empirical. I mean, I'm using empirical in the broader sense where you can present your revelation to someone else empirically, which you never could.
Well, that's true. Which is why I say that I am an empiricist. I really strongly believe all belief should be held based on empirical evidence. However, I also make the statement that one's belief in God, one's coming to Christianity is pretty much by nature a personal event. In other words, the reasons why I am a Christian will not be your reasons. What I will do, for someone who's interested, who's seeking God, I will guide them through study and prayer to have their own experiences with God, which will provide their own empirical justification for their belief in God. I don't expect them to do it based on mine. Does that make sense?
No, that makes sense. Yeah.
Okay. And I've brought some people to God that way. I have been part of God's plan in Him bringing people to Him that way. This should be the way I put it. I should never take credit for anyone else coming to God. That's always, in the end, that's always God that does it. We plant and water, but God provides the increase. So, but what my point is, it's that particular attitude of mine has worked, has yielded positive fruit, what I consider to be good fruit, by my fallible judgment. So that is what it is. So you, just to understand what you're saying, Seamus, you're saying an argument to be methodologically sound has to be objectively verifiable by other humans. That's the idea.
No, not so. Sort of, but I wouldn't use it in that same language. I mean, like, in order for an argument to be sound, it has to be sound because it's true and proven to be true through some form of methodology, right?
Sure.
And then that methodology usually is going to manifest itself in some way of methodological naturalism, right? Some type of empiricism, testable, repeatable, some type of verification of this, basically proof. It's not so much compiled on evidence or preponderance of evidence. It's actually, preponderance of evidence just gets us to where Art said, well, it's just most likely, right? Well, a strict verificationist doesn't give a shit about most likely. He gives a shit about what's true. No, not a strict verificationist.
Wait, what do you mean by verificationist then?
A verificationist theory of truth is someone who, in order to verify truth claims, it has to, or in order for them to grant truth claims, it has to be verified through empiricism, through methodological naturalism. So,
I can grant that. I'm not.
Actually, verificationism is simply the ability that, or is simply the belief that a proposition only has meaning if it can be conclusively determined to be true or false. In other words, a verificationist basically says this ice cream is delicious is not a meaningful statement.
Right, which is fine. No meaning. But that's not my position anyway, Seamus. I don't believe that truth has to be verified. It can just be argued to be most likely the case.
Well, then let me sit down with you for the next 2.5 days. I'll present you 150 arguments for the existence of God, and let's see if you accept a single one of them based on logic.
Okay.
You won't.
Yeah, I will.
No, you won't.
Wait, no, based on logic?
That's what you have to use, because they're not. He's saying that he's willing to accepting something short of empiricism, short of this methodological naturalistic standard. He's willing to go through inductive reasoning to get himself to conclusions. And I'm saying, if that's true, let's just throw every single argument for the existence of God at you, not a single one sound, and let's see if you accept one of them.
But methodological naturalism itself only speaks in terms of likelihoods. It doesn't speak in terms of absolute truth claims.
Well, absolute truth is a funny word when you talk about science. You don't.
Yeah, we don't have that. We don't do that. I personally, I don't believe humans do that. I don't think humans do absolute truth. Humans do the best we can come up with based on our experiences. So.
And that's kind of what Dillahunty was talking about. There's something called like absolute truth, and then I can't remember what the word. It was like saying he uses another word. It's a philosophical word because within philosophy, absolute truth is kind of like there's no way to come to what's known as absolute truth, but there's a way to come to. I don't remember what the word he used, but
I say justified belief. Justified belief is what I say. I don't know what Dillahunty says. But that's what I say. I say, look, I have justified beliefs, and that to me is enough. I think and that to me is also what I believe is the most humans can have. I don't think you can go beyond that. Not honestly. So, who's flip?
If you want to, Art, we can. I mean, I got a Wikipedia page that has like every single popular argument known for God. There's like 142 of them, and then you can just click down the list and read the premises. Click down the list, read the premises, and then you get back to me in 3 days and tell me if you're willing to accept any of those. And I'm gonna Babe Ruth it and point the bat towards the stands and say you're not going to accept a single one of them. You're still going to be an atheist. You're still going to want verification of these truths through some form of methodology, and that's because of how you base the foundation or the framework for how you evaluate truth claims. And I mean, it's just the only thing that's going to bring you to Christ is the Holy Spirit, and I've come to terms with that.
Seamus, let me clarify, okay? There are certain things that I would require verification, of course, but not for all things, okay? So, for example, if you're going to make a claim about a physical reality, I would probably require verification, right? A paper, right, by a credible scientist, at least. But if you're talking about, I don't know, math, probability of, of somewhere that we cannot verify, like some hypothetical scenario.
If I told you about the first girl I kissed in high school, you would probably just take my word for it. You wouldn't want me to.
Exactly.
We could call her up and I could get her to verify it, but I mean, for that claim, you're most likely just going to take my word for it. But actually, what I'm talking about here is the God claim, and I know you're going to use the Carl Sagan, which is extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. So for the God claim, you're going to hold to a strict form of verificationism. Although in other forms, during conversations, you don't verify every single thing someone tells you. But for this form, you will, and you always will, and you will not break from it.
Well, what I say is it has to do with whether something is parallel to or skewed to our current worldview, right? So typically speaking, we don't things that totally fit the narrative that I already tell myself about the world. I'm not usually going to question those things. So, I mean, with Art, for example, I've never given Art any evidence that I have 2 kids and a wife, and I've talked about them several times, and Art has always acted like he believes me. So I think we could say, well, Art took my word for that, right? But if I claimed to have 2 kids, a wife, and an alien overlord, for that last part, he'd probably want some proof. The reason why is because me having a wife and kids fits his worldview. Me having an alien overlord doesn't.
Oh, no, it's not that it fits the worldview. I would not say that because it fits the worldview. It's because it's a mundane claim.
Well, but hold on, Art. But when you say mundane claim, you're just meaning a claim that fits with how you already think the world normally works.
Right.
No.
Right.
No. I have a specific distinction of what mundane and extraordinary is. A mundane claim is a claim about an experience, for example, or something that vast majority of humans agree, right? And there's no controversy about it.
Hold on, Art. I'm gonna disagree with you on that, right? Because the vast majority of humans believe prayers are answered. But you don't consider that a mundane claim, so you're wrong. It's not about what most humans accept. It's about what you accept. It's about your worldview.
Right, but it's disputed. But it's disputed amongst experts, and it's disputed amongst the believers themselves, and they cannot agree on what's the parameters for answering a prayer, how it should be answered, how it should be asked for, right? And
I want to put it another way, though. Artist, do you have anything unusual going on in your life? Like, are you or someone that you know unusual in some way? Do things that are out of the norm?
Not that I know of.
Not really?
Mundane.
Okay, like you don't have an expert pianist in your that you know of in your immediate that it's someone who's a friend of yours, or someone who dances for the ballet, or someone who was part of helped invent.
I know what you're getting. I know what you're getting at, right?
Well, what I'm getting at is that you would accept this unusual claim, even though most people wouldn't, because it again fits your experience and your paradigm, because you already know this person.
No,
so again, I think claims are mundane or not mundane to an individual based on the view of the world that individual has already made up for themselves.
No, and it makes it subjective, right? That's why I disagree with it. And I disagree with it because it's subjective. So the way I try to frame this is on the basis of already present evidence, right? Yeah. We already have good evidence for people doing ballet, right? Or people being, world wrestlers or football players, great football players, right? So if I was a football player, that would not be an extraordinary claim because we know people can do it, right? But if someone says something
I think it would, right? I think the other day when Seamus was being kind of pedantic, he made some claim about being a Rhodes Scholar or something. See, I consider that an extraordinary claim, even though I know Rhodes Scholars exist.
Right, that's because
I would still want evidence for it.
Right, that's because the likelihood of a person who doesn't exhibit all the signs of being a scholar claiming to be a scholar.
No. I agree with Seamus, Art. That's unfair.
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, I'm not. It's not that I don't accept he's a Rhodes Scholar because he's too stupid to be a Rhodes Scholar in the way he behaves. That's not true. That's not accurate. He behaves quite intelligently. No, I just don't accept it because it's a rare claim and he hasn't given me the extraordinary evidence I would need for it. I guess maybe claiming to have graduated from Vanderbilt with a degree in physics, which is a claim I do make. I actually do make that claim. Is an equally extraordinary claim, but also anybody who's listened to 3 or 4 hangouts on here, I've backed up that claim by actually talking extensively about physics. So, maybe it's a bad example.
Maybe we misunderstood each other. Okay, maybe I will try a different approach. I would actually, for the sake of argument, I will grant that Seamus is a scholar, and hello, Jimmy, by the way. But
a Rhodes Scholar.
What's a Rhodes Scholar?
So it's a particular Rhodes.
Rogue Scholar.
A Rhodes, HRHODES. The Rhodes Scholar program is a specific program that names, particularly. Darn it! I'm gonna have to actually look up.
50 people a year, 200
it's something like that. It's
ridiculous. It's super prestigious, like crazy prestigious.
So
it's basically more prestigious than going to Harvard.
Which isn't that big of a deal. I got into Harvard, but I went to Stanford instead. So getting into Harvard's not a big deal.
Right, but okay, I would say, you know what? Sure, I will take you for your award. Because
the Rhodes Scholarship, that would be a big deal. I'm not a Rhodes Scholar.
Well, that depends, right? If it's just about someone claiming that he's a Rhodes Scholar, has no effects until it has effects. Like, for example, him portraying himself as an authority.
Okay, fair enough. So at that point, then the claim. Okay, and I've heard this before too, that it's not about the likelihood of the claim so much as the consequences of the claim, right?
Yeah.
Which is to say that you will accept even rather outlandish claims as long as it doesn't affect you in any way. Like if someone is claiming to have a UFO because that's how they're going to get to the bar tomorrow night, you don't care because they could do it just as easily with a car. It doesn't make any difference. But then if they want you to go see the if they want you to give you, if they want you to give them $1,000 to pay for plutonium for the fuel for their UFO, then suddenly the claim means something.
I guess in a way, you have to actually think more about this.
Maybe.
The whole I know there's a lot of objections to the extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence, but I see some consistency. I see some reason with this methodology, so to speak. But I also see some problems with it. Well, anyway, I actually have to get some food here. I'll be right back. Yeah, you guys.
What's up, everybody?
Ethan. Yeah, you guys, you can continue the conversation. We can.
Good. Hey, be careful, Flip, with the weather coming.
So.
Yeah. I gotta go prepare for all that. I just thought I'd pop in. You saw those before?
Yeah, I did. I saw the. I think it was part of the series of the Visual Bible or something like that.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
One day I sat down for a while and I watched like 3/4 of. I think it was the Gospel of John, maybe a Visual Bible of the Gospel of John, and I saw a lot of that in there. It's really, really well done.
Yeah, it's on the Mormon channel, but there's no like Mormon, propaganda. So I think it says BibleVideos.org. But there's like a whole bunch of them, based off the different scriptures.
That's cool.
Yeah, and they're really cool, man.
Yeah, I'm taking a look at one now. They're neat. By the way, has anybody seen? My wife and I were talking about watching Son of God, the movie that came out last year, because it's on Netflix now. Has anyone seen it? Would you recommend it?
I haven't.
Okay.
No.
Okay. I think it was made by the same people that made that Bible mini-series back a couple of years ago. One with like the kind of gory.
No, I canceled Netflix after they took off King of the Hill, so it was a protest.
Fair enough.
Well, I'll see you guys later. Hopefully, I don't know if we're going to lose power for a few days or not, but
all right, good luck, Flip. Be safe.
Yep, see you guys later. Take care. Say hi to Nadia for me.
Adam, can you tell us a little bit about your experience?
Oh, I've done that a couple of times. I don't think there's too much value in doing it again today.
No.
Maybe later.
Yep.
Yeah, I get asked that a lot too. I'm thinking about I've explained like kind of my story a few times in a few different hangouts. I was thinking about going to YouTube Video Chopper and just chopping out the segment where I spoke of it in the most detail and just like post it on my page and just give someone a link anytime they ask or something like that.
That would be cool. I mean, you could actually you could do that, but then you could also, if there was anything you wanted to supplement or comment on, you could add to it and stuff. A lot on your.
I can understand if you have told it many times. It's that's not good, or it's yeah. But no, because you said, Adam, that you believe in revelation alone, and
what? No, I didn't.
Didn't you? Or
revelation alone? No.
Sorry, experience was for you.
Yeah, I believe that all rational, well-held beliefs should have a basis in observation and experience.
Yeah.
But we can go. The thing is, we can go a long way from there. We can get to logic from there. We can get to science from there. We can get to God from there and the Bible, because there's experience. There's things you can observe for all of that stuff. So I'm not one of these people who said just because I believe that it's all about observation experience. I still believe China exists. I've never been within 1,000 miles of China, but I believe it exists. I believe there's enough evidence out there for me to accept that it exists. And the same is true for me when it comes to God and the Bible.
But there's one question. Was religious experience, was that product or a cause that you of reading the Bible, or did you come to the Bible after your experience? That's the only
no. See, I actually understood the Bible well before I had any experiences. I grew up on the Bible,
okay.
But it was only later after I had departed from that I I had some supernatural observations and experiences that made me quite certain that God is who He says He is. Yeah. So, yeah.
Yeah, see.
Noticed a trend lately that's starting to piss me off, and I just wanted to bring it by a few of you guys. Like, I know that every Christian in here knows exactly what I'm talking about, where an atheist will just take your argument and then kind of apply like Russell's teapot to it, or the flying spaghetti monster, or just magical unicorns, and they just regurgitate your argument back to you. And like, it's been actually happening a crap load lately, right? But the worst part about it that I don't think they realize is they've been posting it back to me in the form of the modal ontological argument, and they'll say like, you know, the magical unicorns and all these things, and I don't think they're understanding truly the distinguishment between necessary and contingent. Like Adam was talking to me the other day, I actually went through and really put some time into that, and basically the contingency argument basically demolishes Brussels teapot. And it's funny when a crap load of atheists, like J.D. Kane will use it every day, and he doesn't see how absolutely crappy it is. And I just wanted to like maybe hear other Christian thoughts and critiques on that specific argument.
Well, see, I actually would probably be more on their side on this because I find the modal ontological argument to be very flawed, and it's probably for the same reason they've been using against you, which is that I really think you're just begging the question by defining your terms in such a way that the conclusion has to follow. And you could just as easily define a spaghetti monster or a unicorn in the same way. But yeah, I mean, I'm glad you got the necessary contingent stuff because I know that was one of the things you were yelling at me about for not understanding what I was talking about, and hopefully you've rectified that now.
Well, here's the criticism of it. The only way that you could actually fill in the blank with the modal ontological argument is if that being was necessary, which means that he would have to be maximally great. So regardless if you called the maximally great being the flying teapot or the spaghetti monster, it would still be the same thing as God.
Well,
right, and that's the semantic game.
You don't necessarily have to, right? You can just define a being as being necessarily existent. Right, so we can define a necessarily existent unicorn. This is a unicorn where one of the properties of the unicorn is that he exists in all possible worlds.
Right, and
you don't have to assume that he's maximally great. Oh, I'm sorry. Am I interrupting someone? I apologize. Keep going.
What about God is not a teapot? God is not a teapot, but Jesus was, and also the tea.
That's interesting. Yeah, I mean, the point is, no, the modal ontological argument assumes that a maximally great being, but it only does so in order to get to the idea of necessary existence. Like that's where the premises go, is from maximal greatness to necessary existence. So the point is, we don't have to have maximal greatness in order to make the parallel argument for anything else. Just simply define. I define what I'm going to call a superior unicorn. A superior unicorn is defined as a unicorn that necessarily exists, that exists necessarally.
Okay, but
he would have to have maximal greatness in order to exist necessarily.
From that definition by itself, the only two premises you need is that a superior unicorn is defining a superior unicorn and then claiming a superior unicorn could exist in some possible world. And from those two and the modal ontological argument, you get the conclusion that a superior unicorn actually exists in our world.
But it's the same thing as God. If the unicorn would have to have maximal greatness for it to even follow out of necessity. So in order for a unicorn...
Why? What's your explain why maximal greatness is necessary in order for a being to have necessary existence.
Sure. So you would have to run through an argument of why this being is necessary, which the modal ontological argument does. The reason why this being is necessary is due to its maximal greatness.
Maximal greatness, yeah.
If you just said that this being is necessary, but you didn't say why, you have a flawed argument here.
Well,
I don't know.
Wait a minute.
No, I don't.
There's a deeper issue, and that is the fact that even if you establish that a unicorn is necessary, now the difficulty is that you're simply giving God the name unicorn. You haven't changed the ontology of the being behind the name. You simply decide to play a word game where you call it the spaghetti monster or the unicorn.
Well, no, because again,
the argument still proves the existence of God.
Well, no, because again, I can add any other properties I want to this thing, and it doesn't change the argument.
No, because that would be like saying I'm going to add the property of circularity to a square. Only God can be necessary.
Yeah, otherwise, well, see, that's what you have to prove then. You're now saying what you're saying is in fact in no possible world can a superior unicorn exist. So if you're gonna make that argument, then I'm pretty sure that by the same logic you'd have to make that argument to refute the modal ontological argument as it exists, you have to make that argument now. So why is it that in no possible world can a superior unicorn exist?
Okay, there's two things here. It's not that it depends how you define a superior unicorn. If you're just using that as a form of maximal greatness, then you're basically...
No, I'm not. Again, I said I wasn't.
And I'll say this. A unicorn in itself is merely contingent, right? Because it doesn't
this
have...
one's not. That's the point.
Okay, well, if he's not merely contingent, he would have to be maximally great.
I don't see why. You'll have to prove that. Why?
No,
here's what. So I'm defining here. Let me actually give my definition so we can work this out. Okay. I'm defining a superior unicorn. Okay. It's a being that necessarily exists.
All possible worlds.
No, just necessarily exists.
Necessarily exists means he exists necessarily.
Hold on. I mean, I'm defining it my way. We can then argue about terms. Has one horn. Okay. Is less intelligent than a human. Okay. And is mortal. And those are the four qualities of a superior unicorn.
Now, this is a major problem because when you invoke the word necessarily, in modal logic, that means he necessarily must exist in all possible worlds. So anytime you invoke the word necessarily through modal logic, you're actually saying that this being is necessary in all possible worlds.
Right. In other words, when you define it as
maximal greatness.
Well, no, it's not. Again, it's not maximal greatness. Maximal greatness is not implied there. Okay,
yes,
you're conflating two very different terms. Maximal greatness implies a whole lot more than necessary existence. Okay, it could in fact be the case. Let me give you an easy example. It could in fact be the case that space-time necessarily exists, which is to say that in any world where in any universe that exists, it is necessary that space-time exists. Okay, in other words, that space-time has necessary existence. It's possible that, as another example, that leptons are a particular class of subatomic particles. It's possible that in any universe that exists, leptons also must exist. So those things actually do have necessary existence, and yet that does not imply those things are maximally great. Okay, neither space-time nor leptons have all of the properties of necessary greatness or maximal greatness. They just simply may necessarily exist. So those two things are not the same. Maximal greatness implies much more than just necessary existence. Maximal greatness implies maximal justice, maximal intelligence, maximal power.
Let me interject here.
It implies a bunch of stuff.
So Adam, we understand, but the problem is that maximal greatness minimally implies necessary existence. So it doesn't matter if it implies other things. Minimally, the terms... It does
matter. It does matter. Sorry, go ahead.
So minimally, the term maximal greatness, or the terms maximal greatness, are logically identical to the terms necessary existence in terms of logical predication. If you're talking about maximal greatness, you are by definition including the idea of necessary existence.
But the opposite...
But let me finish. So the idea here, really quick, because I'm not trying to defend the modal ontological argument. I don't think that it works. But the idea here, if you're going to grant maximal greatness, is of a being that necessarily exists by definition. That's part of what it means to be maximally great. So you can't.
Yes, Jimmy, I know that. The problem is that it doesn't go the other way. Okay, maximal greatness implies necessary existence. Necessary existence does not imply maximal greatness. So the idea that if I define any other being as necessarily existing, I'm therefore calling it maximally great is false. Okay. As I just said, a being could, a superior unicorn may have necessary existence. Space-time itself may have necessary existence. That doesn't mean it's maximally great. So one implies. I think we would all agree necessary existence is one of many traits implied by the maximal greatness. To say that necessary existence is itself sufficient for maximal greatness is, I believe, demonstrably false.
Well,
I would disagree with you, but I think that you're being consistent with your own concepts of possibility and necessity. Because you don't think that, because you don't hold that God is absolute in His attributes, then yeah, sure, I think you're being completely consistent when you say it's not by itself sufficient to imply maximal greatness. However, on a view where only God is truly necessary, then I think it's perfectly fine to say.
My belief, I believe that the idea of necessary existence is incoherent, and so I claim all beings, even God, are contingent.
Right. And so what I'm saying is you're being perfectly consistent with your unchristian view when you say
don't call it an unchristian view, Jimmy. I am a Christian, and I hold that view as a Christian. Yahweh is not. It is not necessary that Yahweh be by definition necessary in all possible worlds.
How do you reconcile
Christianity simply says that God exists and sustains this world. That's all that's required.
How do you reconcile that with?
I mean, for you to call it unchristian is very insulting.
Well, let me just ask you a question. How do you reconcile that with 1 Colossians 19 and John chapter 1 verses 2 and 3?
One at a time now. 1 Colossians. Let's look at this. You think?
Look at John first. Look at John first. It's John chapter 1 of the Gospel of John verses 2 and 3.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So in the discussion of the logos, sure.
It's in the part of the logos, but it's not about the logos. It's just verses 2 and 3 basically say
that is about the logos.
No, it is about the logos, but I'm not specifically talking about the logos. I'm talking about just the verses of what it says there and how it implies that God is necessary.
It does not. No, it does not. What this implies is that God is underlies, and it's what I just said. God is the cause of, underlies, and sustains our whole universe. That doesn't imply that God is modally it doesn't imply that God is modally and hypothetically a necessary being. Simply that God underlies everything that exists. Well, the scripture is He, meaning the Logos, was in the beginning with God. All things were made through Him, and without Him nothing was made that was made. Okay, so the Logos underlies and is wrapped up in our entire universe. Okay, similar to saying, we could have an orchard, right? And I could point to the tree in the center of the orchard and say, hey, every other tree in this orchard came from this one tree. This one tree came first. Everything in here was made through this tree, and nothing in here was made without this tree. That would not imply that the tree is logically necessary or uncontingent. It just would say that the tree is the source of everything here, and this is what's being said of the Logos here in John 1.
No, it's not. What further is being said?
I'm not. I just think that just like when people require some sort of theological omnipotence to God, if it's really God, it can do anything. Then the being can do anything logically possible or logically impossible. And they're saying a lot more than Scripture is, and limiting the they're putting God in, they're shoving God into this theological concept that's really more than we need to say about God and more than we can really know. And I think the same is true when you try to require a certain trait of God for all possible worlds. We don't know. We know how God is in this world. So, that's what we know.
That's not what it says. When John in the prologue says, all things that were made through Him.
And nothing without Him.
Yeah, what that denotes is that God stands in juxtaposition to all things that are contingent. All things that are contingent on Him. There is no such thing as an object which exists apart from Him, which is not Himself. That's the metaphysic that John is proposing in the prologue. And we can go there if you want to bring up the text. But it is definitionally true that when you say everything that exists is in the categories the Logos and what the Logos makes, you are by definition saying God is a necessary being.
No, I'm not.
Okay, what third category exists then, which is necessary beside God?
Well, I'm not. Okay, I don't understand how that question has anything to do with the first question.
Because when you say that all contingent things, which, by the way, there are only necessary and contingent things. That's the law of excluded middle.
Yeah, no, I understand the idea that necessary means not contingent. Yeah.
Okay, when you say that all contingent things are created by God, then God would have to create himself to be a contingent thing. That's absurd. So by definition, you have to have God being a necessary being. That's what John's saying. And everything else.
John is not saying that, and that's not implied. So here, this is the difference is we would both agree that what I think we can squeeze out of this verse that everything other than God, well, at least all created things, all things that as implied in this verse, are contingent.
Well, but what John is saying is that
it does not then imply that God himself is not
are either God or contingent things. So when you say
no, it's not. No, he doesn't say that. Okay, that's the problem. Like you could is that you're implying that because that if this verse is saying, and I think it's reasonable to interpret it as saying that everything else is contingent on God. Okay, then but to then take that and say, well, that means God necessarily is not contingent, I think is reading more than we can read into this. Well, and remember, not God, but the logos.
When you say all things
what's implied here, but then it says the logos is God.
And then you admit that God can be a contingent fact. Then you have to hold that God is contingent on himself, and that's absurd.
I didn't say no. I don't have to. I don't have to hold that God is necessarily contingent on himself. I don't have to argue that that there's any specific things that he's contingent on. Okay, that's not required by contingency. If it were, then in fact there would be other things in the world that are not contingent because they're not contingent on anything specifically. They're simply contingent on the universe existing.
Yeah, and I disagree with that. The very idea of contingency is that your existence is explained by some outside factor or some outside existence. In the case of God, if we agree that John is saying all existence besides God is dependent on God, then by definition God must be necessary, because otherwise he would be part of what he's creating.
Think about this. Even if you want to, I think John, that verse that we just went through, is definitely the most powerful in my opinion to say that God is necessary. But the next one is 1 Colossians 16. I posted it to the side, and this one has a really interesting caveat, which it says visible and invisible, right?
Yeah.
So for in him all things were created, things in heaven and on earth, visible and invisible, whether stones or powers or rulers or authorities, all things have been created through him and for him. He is before all things, and in him all things hold together. So it's basically saying that even the invisible, like the laws of logic themselves, the laws of physics themselves, that everything, and if you're talking about physics and metaphysics and everything, we're talking about M theory and string theory and possible worlds and everything, all.
And what verse is that?
It's 1 Colossians 16.
Okay, there's only one Colossians, and it only has 3 chapters. So try again.
Chapter 1 of Colossians. I didn't when I said.
Okay, Colossians 1:16. Thank you.
Yes. Sorry.
Okay, let's see. Because that's interesting. Again, though, I think you're probably taking more into it than it really implies. And here's the thing. Even if we say everything in the universe is itself born of God. Everything was made by God. That again does not imply that God himself is a necessary being, necessary in all possible worlds. It simply means that God is the source of everything in this world. That's what it means.
No, but that's not what it says. And
that is what it says. That's in fact literally what it says.
You keep shoehorning that onto the text. The text does not say merely.
Well, the text certainly doesn't say contingent, does it?
The text does not say merely. Let me finish.
Go ahead.
The text does not say merely everything in this universe is created by God. It says
it doesn't say in this universe at all, does it?
Yeah, exactly. And that's why when you keep imposing that meaning on the text, it's kind of baffling to me. The text is very clear that the only things in existence, the only categories in reality, are God and what he creates. That's why it says, in him all things, not just things in this universe, everything that is not God is derived from his creative acts.
Well, now we're coming upon some very interesting ontology, because if you're going to imply that verses in Scripture that are in reference to all things mean all things in all possible worlds, then I don't think you get to use modal logic anymore.
Yeah,
because most of modal logic requires implying that pretty much anything conceivable and logically consistent could occur in some possible world, even if it's not in our world. And if you're going to limit those even possible worlds to the specific state of facts mentioned in various scriptures in the Bible, well, then I think kind of modal logic falls apart, which is fine for me because modal logic doesn't do me much good anyway. But you know, I think those who want to use arguments like the modal ontological argument will very quickly find that this doesn't work with that at all.
Well, and I agree with you on that
okay.
comment, Adam. I'm not in disagreement there.
Okay, there we are then. Yeah, and by the way, Seamus, I would agree with you. There's a difference between logically possible and metaphysically possible. There's also I also would say there's a difference between metaphysically and logically possible, either one, and actually possible. And then I would further say there is a difference between stochastic possibility, stochastic possibility or stochastic probability, and Bayesian probability. And then all of those
possible interchangeably with actually possible.
I wouldn't. I think a lot of things are probably may be metaphysically possible, but not actually possible, and a lot of things are almost certainly, I don't know, physically possible, but not metaphysically possible. I mean, I think it would make sense to say, well, we have to constrain actuality to metaphysics, but but I would probably say some things are metaphysically possible, but not actually possible. I would say an example of something metaphysically possible but not actually possible would be a human other than Jesus that reaches adulthood and doesn't sin. I do think that is metaphysically possible. I don't think it's actually possible.
Okay, well, I've talked with you about kind of how your feelings on original sin. So I mean,
yeah.
I kind of understand. Okay, I'm not going to go there.
Wait, there is no stochastic possibility because of the sovereignty of God?
Well, I think last time we spoke about this, we agreed to disagree, Adam, but that is my position, yes.
Okay. Okay. That doesn't appear to be what we observe in science. So that, I mean, you are rapidly approaching the point if you maintain that. You are rapidly approaching the point that, and I don't think that point is true today, but I think it will probably be true in about another 30 years, that you are actively in opposition to what has been shown conclusively in science. So, but for today, I think that's probably still only a marginally unscientific view.
Well,
I'll point out I agree with you. God is sovereign over the universe. I just disagree that negates stochastic probability. So.
Well, I don't think you would agree with me because the kind of sovereignty I believe in is very strong. But neither do I think it's unscientific to believe that, because my position is that scientific investigation ultimately cannot deal with the question of God's creative acts. It simply does not deal with questions like that. And then, secondly, minimally, I'm a scientific instrumentalist, so I don't even accept scientific realism.
So, but let's start with the first part though. You believe that first belief of yours that the universe can't deal with, what was it? Or that science can't deal with? What is it? Science can't deal with?
God's creative acts.
And that would include God's sovereignty. or not?
I would say that is God's sovereignty.
So you say science, and you say that you believe God's sovereignty implies that there is no stochastic probability in the universe, right?
There's no, not in.
So therefore, you're implying that science cannot deal with stochastic probability.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay, so that's where what you're saying has become counter to what we actually observe. So we in fact can't, well, it's fine for you to say, hey, there are aspects of my belief structure and my worldview that science is unequipped to deal with, but once you decide that your worldview also implies some very specific things about physical reality, well, those actually are things science can deal with. And so science actually can deal with whether there is stochastic probability or not. And to imply that science is unable to deal with those things is to negate what was experiments and research that we actually have. So
hold on, actually, a term got switched. I don't believe in stochastic possibility, and so I do believe in probability statements, but those are completely epistemological. They have nothing to do with physical reality.
Well, I don't know what stochastic possibility means. I know what stochastic probability means. So the statement that you made, is that true for stochastic probability or not?
In terms of the idea that propositions about the world can have a truth functionality that isn't merely true or false, yes, I would disagree with that.
Okay, well, we've identified such systems, and we've done quite a number of experiments on them, and they continue to behave in exactly that way. I think you're probably at the point where you're denying science now. At least you're denying quantum physics.
No, I would say quantum physics uses epistemological models that involves stochastic concepts, but it does not describe any physical reality which is stochastic.
Okay, well, that I tell you what, since there have been a variety of hypotheses attempting to identify the hidden variables that would make your statement true, and every single one of them has come up empty. And we're at the point now where we've shown both local and non-local realism in various experiments to not be consistent with our experiments. I would say, hey, if you have some hypothesis to put forward as to what the underlying truth values of these things are that we've missed, please put them forward to the appropriate experimental physicists, because I'm sure they would love to hear of more ways we can look for and experiment on these things. So far, these conclusions have come up consistently in every experiment we've done. So, up to and including delayed quantum eraser and other things that show pretty conclusively there's not a hidden. There's no hidden truth value here. It's not something we're missing. They really are propagating probabilistically. Anyway.
Well, you would never be able to demonstrate that God isn't arbitrating the things to occur. So,
well,
again,
we can never
can't deal with the ultimate question of creative acts.
Well, hold on. We can never here's what we can't demonstrate. We can't demonstrate that when there's a waveform collapse and a final state, that God didn't choose that state. But what we can do is show that that prior to that point there isn't a state, that the state isn't chosen until waveform collapse, and that we have shown.
No, you can show that our systems cannot conceive of a state. That's what you can show.
Do what? No, I mean, we can show that the
models cannot conceive of a state. That's what you can demonstrate.
Well, we can show that the state doesn't act consistently with any possible. I mean, remember. Let's remember what you're saying. You're saying that there's always a binary. That it's always an either it's there or it's not there, a yes or a no, an actual value. And what I'm telling you is no. The system actually acts against either of the possible values being the value, and acts consistent with a waveform and a probabilistic value, and I just linked you to the delayed choice quantum eraser experiment, which is one example of an experiment where it shows quite conclusively that there's not a specific path that it takes. It takes both paths with a set probability up till and including an event collapse, and it's not even time limited. The event collapse is that's why it's called the delayed choice quantum eraser. The event collapse appears to be, when necessary, retrotemporal.
Right, but the irony there is that when you talk about wave collapses, when a person observes the reality, it is always binary. Where it is not binary.
When we interact with it, yes. Interaction is one of the events that collapse the waveform. That's correct.
Right, and so only in the model is there a question about the state. Only in the conceptions based on the models that we
no, in the experiments there is. That's the point.
No. In the hypotheses there is, but
in the experiments, remember this stuff was came up with experimentally, not by theory. Our theory came way after the experiments showed this stuff.
Okay, so you're saying that people have observed. The
results of the experiments that are inconsistent with one state or the other, yes.
No. I'm talking about sensory experience. I'm not talking about ideas based on.
Dude, we're talking about particles. There is no sensory experience involved. Not direct. Everything's instrumental. It's got to be.
Well, yeah, but even using instruments.
Okay, so what are you asking?
Have we observed that there are non-binary states?
Absolutely.
Okay,
we observe it by creating an experiment like this one I just linked you to, where if the thing has a binary state, it will act one way. It will act a different way if it has no binary state and is propagating probabilistically. We then see at the end that the way it acted was according to the probabilistic propagation. That's how. Would you even get that just from the standard double slit or the standard double slit experiment, right? So, are you familiar with the double slit experiment?
Yeah, I'm not familiar with the delayed choice, but I'm familiar with the double slit.
Right. So the key with the double slit experiment is that in every what we observe in every single case is we observe an interaction. Our detector at the end shows up where the particle. Photon or electron or whatnot ends up. That's always the case. The question is, are these particles propagating as though they are passing through a particular hole or slit or not? And the answer is no, because if they were passing through a particular slit, okay, which they do, by the way, if you put a detector on one of the two slits. Then the particles behave as though they are passing through one particular slit. Instead, the particles are behaving as if they are propagating probabilistically through both slits and then collapsing when they hit the detector at the end. That's what we observe.
But I'm not talking about the experimentation. Experimentation is where you have observations, then you hypothesize an explanation or prediction for those observations.
Right, and then you run further experiments that would eliminate or would show, that either the purpose of the further experiments then is to say, well, this experiment will only come out this in a particular way if our hypothesis is true. Well, let's see how let's see if we can shave off other hypotheses as best we can.
And the issue with that is that it's all based on a model conceived from the observation. It's not the observation itself. So again, I'm asking, do we actually have an observation in and of itself without building models of a non-binary state?
I guess I'm not sure I understand. My best answer to that question is still that what we do is we build experiments that only work, that only have a certain conclusion to them if the non-binary state is actually the case. And then we see that conclusion demonstrated over and over again. If the answer to your question is have we ever had an observation interaction with a system that by necessity collapses to something else when it is observed? The answer is by necessity, no. That's impossible, right? But what I mean, remember that we're talking about particles here. All we have in any case is the measurements our instruments take, and the measurements the instruments take are not consistent with any single particular state of the particle prior to a certain point. They are only consistent with the particles having propagated probabilistically.
Right, and so the issue here, again, is that there's no actual sense perception, which is...
There's no actual sense perception of anything. These are particles.
Yeah, but you could still use an instrument to observe them. So, for example,
we do use an instrument. When we use an instrument, what we see is an interference pattern. What we see is probabilistic propagation.
Okay, but the instrument is giving you data based on measurements that it's making. You're not actually seeing. So, for example.
That's correct. And like I said, you can't see anything. It's a particle.
Right. Exactly. So you're going based on the models which build.
Going based on the instruments. Yeah.
And the instruments are built by models. Again. So, anyways.
Yeah.
The point is that if I use a magnifying glass to look at a molecule, I'm still using my eyes.
You can't use a magnifying glass to look at a molecule.
Exactly. And so until you can demonstrate that there's
you can't use a magnifying glass to look at a molecule. Are you saying you don't believe science can prove molecules exist?
Oh, absolutely. I don't think that can be proven at all.
Okay, great. Glad we're on the page about that. I think that's fine. So I wish you'd said that at the beginning, because if I knew that in addition to not believing that we had experimental evidence for quantum physics, you also didn't believe we could have any real good evidence for molecules, particles, and anything else, then I would have known we wouldn't have had to have the rest of this discussion.
I did tell you that. I told you that I'm a scientific instrumentalist and that I reject scientific realism. That's what that means.
Okay, fair enough. I guess I should have had a better understanding of what that means.
Can I ask a question, Adam?
Yeah.
Fantastic, if you can hear me. With regards to like the experiments and the toolkits that are involved, do we have like, is there any, like obviously like I only know like a small bit about the quantum, but I understand that even our observations affect it. So,
any interactions affect it. That's the whole idea.
Right, any interactions. So, how do you discern? How do you remove the interactions of the model from the quantum?
So what you do is you put it in such you figure out what the model says, right? So in the case of quantum. In the case of the quantum physics we're talking about, and let's just use the double slit experiment as an example. So the old model, the particle model, said that if you randomly emit an electron, but are you at all familiar with the double slit experiment?
No. I'll say no. I may have glanced over it, but I'll say no.
So what we do is we set up an experiment where we have a barrier, and in that barrier we have two small openings, what we call the two slits. Okay, and then we randomly emit an electron. Okay, on the other side of the barrier we have a detector that is going to tell us where the electron ends up. Okay.
Well, before I stop, I'm sorry. I need to question as I go along just to understand. So when you say we randomly emit an electron, how do we? Is it like this concept of randomness? Because we're in dispute over deterministic versus non-deterministic, I assume.
Right. Sure.
So how do you? So assuming the deterministic point of view, how do you achieve this random?
Beta decay.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Sorry, beta decay.
Beta decay.
Yeah, beta decay is so you have a little chunk of radioactive elements.
Yep.
Right, that are unstable and that stabilize by beta decay by emitting an electron. You just have that tiny little chunk there, and at unpredictable intervals, but usually just one at a time. it's going to emit electrons. And if you really are concerned, now I don't think it's ever been done quite this precisely. If you're really concerned about getting one at a time, you could just move one molecule. You could move one atom in, trap it, wait till it decays, then move another one in.
Okay.
Sorry, anyway.
Continue. Okay, yeah.
So does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. Thank you. I'm just very curious.
Yeah, I don't think they usually do it that way. I think they usually use other processes that are better controlled to emit electrons. Remember, electron emission is what electricity is. So we actually have a whole bunch of chemical processes and physical processes that we know of that can shoot electrons out. But the point is, the goal is to get to where you're just emitting one of them at a time. That's key to the experiment. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So you like I said, you send out an electron, you have the slit, these two slits, and then on the other side you have a detector. And the detector is going to tell you where the electron hit, okay? And then you send out another electron and wait till it hits, and then another and another, one at a time, for a long time, okay? And until you have enough electrons that have hit your detector that you can map their positions against the positions of the slits. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And what you find, and let me just share my screen because I'm really just going on the Wikipedia page here.
No, that's fine. I'm looking back and forth through like different. I'm trying to keep up with all the terminology.
Yeah, can you see my screen there? Yeah.
No.
So what?
There we go. Yeah. Okay. Cool.
So what we find is that the pattern looks like this.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So here's the problem. If you close one of the slits, then the pattern looks like this. Okay. The electrons. If you have just one slit, then the electron is going to tend to, on average, it'll end up bouncing in such a way that it goes towards the sort of the center of the area there, with a lesser probability out on the fringes, and that's how it will diffract. If in fact it were just one electron that if we did this pattern, right, then we took another electron with another single slit nearby and superimposed the images, then you would get something looking a lot like this. It would have a stronger middle section, basically, but it would otherwise look like this. However, what we get is this. We get these regions of where a lot of electrons hit, and then right next to them regions where basically no electrons hit. And the issue is that there's no reason a single particle choosing and going through one or the other slit and then bouncing off onto the detector. There's no model that would predict this pattern. Instead, what this pattern shows is what we call an interference pattern. So it's when two waves are emitted, or in fact, if you start with one wave and then it goes through a slit like this, then you'll have regions of constructive interference and destructive interference in the waveform.
So is that the particles essentially crashing into each other then?
Well, actually, it's not the particles crashing into each other. It's the wave aspects of a single particle crashing into itself.
Right. Okay.
Okay. So again, the explanation that best fits this data is that when the electron is propagated, it propagates as a probabilistic waveform. And after it goes through the different parts of the waveform go through the different slits, and then they destructively and constructively interfere with each other to form this pattern, which is, by the way, the same thing that happens if you put light waves through this thing. You can even do the same experiment where you take a pool of water, you splash in the water on opposite side of a double slit barrier, and then you see what sort of pattern emerges on a chalkboard or something that you put. You'll see the same thing. There's constructive and destructive interference. And so that is an example of how. So what this experiment, and then all of the much more complicated experiments that have been done, like delayed choice quantum eraser and various things, have been done in order to tease out these effects that we get, where basically until something interacts with the particle doesn't act like a particle, it propagates like a wave. Okay.
Okay, cool.
Now, well, and Jimmy's right to say, obviously seeing this wave directly would be impossible, because if you interact with the wave, then the wave collapses. But what we can do is we can do things like the double slit experiment and various other experiments to show the propagation of the wave by showing it doing wave things before it hits anything, and then showing that the result of those things look like waves look when they hit stuff, and not like particles look when they bounce around. Okay?
Okay. Right. Thank you for catching me up. I have a lot of new material. I'm going to start skimming through this. Please continue.
Absolutely. After this, look at the which way experiments, and you'll eventually get to the quantum eraser experiments. Those are fun. They show in fact that the neat thing about them is they show that in fact before the wave gets to the point where it would collapse, other aspects of an entangled particle will already act according to the decision or to the collapse that the wave is going to do.
Okay.
If you can believe that, which the experiments show it happens, but it's hard to believe.
I'll look into it. I reserve judgment.
Yeah, you should. That's the right answer to have. And just remember, the reason why all of this happens is still pretty much unknown.
Yeah,
All we do is we have really, really good experimental evidence that it does happen.
Oh, totally. It kind of thing is very interesting. So I never know where to look for new material though. So thank you very much.
You're welcome. Okay, so anybody want to talk to me about evolution or not?
Where do you stand on? Go. Sorry, I'll keep going now.
Evolution is false. Prove it.
Prove that evolution is false? I can't, because that's not what I understand.
Oh, damn it. Okay, I give up.
I'd be more interested to hear your defense of a scientific realist point of view.
Okay. You mean why scientific realism rather than instrumentalism?
Why scientific realism as opposed to anti-realism in general?
I think it's probably primarily pragmatic reasons, which is that as we continue to interact with the world, it can, well, there's a couple of things. I do believe realism rather than anti-realism is what the Bible describes. I believe all of the stuff that we went through earlier today, that you were using as sort of a God is necessary. They certainly at least say that the world is a thing that exists that we see, right? It says, it talks quite a bit about the world in the Bible, so there's that. But from a scientific point of view, it's simply the case that the simplest explanation for what we see is that it is something that is there. We make these models, and then we interact with these models, and that fits. So I guess that's really what it comes down to. Is it seems like the idea of the world being there and us observing it is a better explanation for the data we have than the opposite.
Well, but the question is not whether or not the observations relate to the world, because I would agree with you that some kind of empirical realism is the case. However, what the question is as to whether or not scientific hypothesization actually has anything to do with describing that same world. So, for example, when Newton observes the apple falling, in my point of view, it could very well be an angel causing the apple to fall, or it could be some kind of unknown creature breathing very hard and the apple falls for that. It doesn't matter what the reason actually is. What matters is that Newton's theory predicts that the apples fall. It actually has nothing to do with whether or not it describes reality.
Yeah, but except that does describe reality better than those other ideas. And what we do is we continue to make more and better experiments, which, as I was saying before, shave off spurious explanations. So, you say it could also be a creature breathing really hard. Well, we know what it's like when a creature breathes, and we can come up with a model of breathing creatures for falling apples, and then we can test that model. We can do things like putting a tarp above the apples to see if they still fall when the breath can't get to them. We can see if they fall rhythmically in the way we understand creatures to breathe. We can do all these things and see if that's what the apples do, and they don't. Instead, they fall consistently, and then we can look more generally and see, well, the apples fall in a way consistent with the way everything else falls, and everything seems to fall in a way that's consistent with force being applied proportional to its mass. At least here on Earth, we can then go high up and find out that, wait a minute, now things aren't falling quite the same way. And again, we can say, well, that's because the falling that we're doing is due to the attraction of the Earth, or we can come up with some other explanation which would yield at least one difference in experiment, and we can then come up with an experiment to decide which is true.
Right. So that's completely beside the point, though, because I can just define the breathing of this character to come across in a way such that we would think that it's gravity. Oh, cool. So we can come up with models that where we call it gravity, but really it's a creature breathing on it. It just looks like it has to do with these concepts of mass and things.
Right. So what we do then is we say, well, okay, you have a model that looks exactly like the attractive model, except it has this creature in it. Is there anything we can test? Is there any difference in how anything will behave because of this creature? If your answer is no, then we say, well, then we don't care. If your answer is then the models are identical. Since the models are identical, we don't care. And by the way, we're not going to choose to acknowledge the need for this entity until you show it to be needed. And so we're going to keep calling it gravitational attraction until you explain why why the creature is necessary for us to understand it. And then, and if in fact there is some difference, right? If you can explain, well, one day the creature's going to die, right? Or, well, no, if it's a creature, then we can stop his breathing or slow it down or something. Well, then those are the things we're going to test.
So again, you're assuming that verificationism is a test for reality, but verificationism...
I'm saying verificationism is clearly a test for science.
Right, but the question is as to whether such scientific investigation has anything to do with describing reality rather than merely predicting it. So I grant you that the gravitational model predicts things, and it can be tested. That is completely beside the point as to whether it describes genuine reality.
Right, and what I'm saying is, while we can never know for absolute certainty because we are human and therefore limited, the reason why we say it describes reality is because we continue to test it against reality and find that it continues to be the model that best and that most accurately describes what we see.
Right, and that begs the question, because now you're just saying it's most likely a description of reality because we test it against reality. No, we test it against
observations, yeah, against experiment, yeah.
Well, experiments based on models, but we don't actually test it against like true observations. In other words, for example, in the case of Newtonian physics can predict certain outcomes, and so we reject it or accept it based on whether or not it provides useful. But whether or not it provides to be useful, or in other words, gives us useful predictions, has nothing to do with whether or not it's an angel pushing apples down, or a creature breathing, or God arbitrating that it happens. And so when you say, well, we're testing it against that reality, no, you're testing it against the idea of some other concept. But these other concepts have nothing to do with prediction, they have to do with explanation, and those are two very different things.
Are they?
I think that the theistic concept here that I brought is actually much simpler than any scientific investigation, because scientific investigation always stands on mere speculation from observation, whereas a theistic answer is just simply a appeal to its ontological derivation.
Simpler but less useful.
Right, and I definitely agree with that, but that I think that strengthens my view, because my point is science is about being useful, not about being accurate.
See, and what I would say is the definition of accuracy that matters correlates strongly with useful.
Oh, I definitely disagree, and that's proven by the history of science, because we've had countless different models that have been reformed or completely dumped in favor of new ones. And so if you have the idea that accuracy is what it's all about, you're in epistemological darkness, because there's at best you have an ever-increasing proximity, an
ever-increasing accuracy.
Yeah, but we for example, consider an asymptote, right? It ever approaches some given designation. But the problem is that in this case, we're talking about the epistemology of science being asymptotic. It's ever approaching accuracy, but we don't actually know how close we are. So we could be infinitely far away still in our approach than we were yesterday. We haven't gotten anywhere in comparison to what the actual accuracy is. So it doesn't really matter if it's asymptotic. Science would become useless at that point.
I disagree. I don't see any use. I don't see any meaningful or achievable measure of accuracy other than usefulness. Okay, and I don't see how you can say, well, just because actual accuracy is over here at 1,000 and we're moving from point 1 to point 3, therefore it's it's meaningless.
No, that's not what I said. That's not what I said. Was you could never know if you got from point 3 to point 4 or point 1 to point 3, because there's no way to measure.
Well, again, we measure it against usefulness, and that's really the only kind of accuracy that we are either able to deal with or that we care about.
And I would completely disagree with that. When a person has observations, a more general process of induction actually does provide the accuracy that has nothing to do with usefulness.
Can you give me an example?
Yeah, sure. I see that because induction is basically just a process of relating the concepts that are observed with each other. So in the case of, let's say, my computer, I've recognized that when I press the button with the circle on it, the computer turns on, and I've seen this fact occur over and over and over and over. Therefore, I can reasonably infer that it will be the case today, just as it was.
And you don't think that's useful?
I don't think that its reasonability is in any way based on its usefulness.
No, and yet you recognize that the fact that you know that is very, very useful, right?
It is useful.
Because tomorrow you're not going to go trying to figure out how to turn your computer on. You're just going to go press the darn button, right?
Well, assuming it works, yeah.
Yeah. So the point is that so there's a case where so you're saying accuracy and usefulness aren't connected, but then the example you gave me is one where the accuracy is useful. Can you give me one where it's not, but still important?
Well, that's a straw man, because my point was not that accuracy isn't useful. My point was that usefulness doesn't validate accuracy.
So can you give me an example of that?
Yeah, the history of science.
No, the history of science is the opposite. The history of science is, hey, let's check this out. This new model is more useful and also more accurate.
How come we don't use medieval alchemy?
That's not science. Never was.
There's many scholars that would disagree with you, but
that's fine. But none that work in chemistry that would.
How come we don't use Newtonian physics
because we do use Newtonian physics. Hey, I can show. I brought up the syllabus.
When we're dealing with quantum issues, we use Newtonian physics.
Holy crap, I think the last phrase spoken when I left like a couple of hours ago was Newtonian physics. Are you guys talking about the same topic?
No, I don't think so. Now we're talking, we're talking about correlation between usefulness and accuracy. And no, we don't, well, actually, yes, we do still use Newtonian physics.
Oh, yeah, we do use them a lot exactly because they're useful, they're practical.
But usually we don't use Newtonian physics when dealing with relativistic issues. So yeah.
Do you think that the correlation, if assuming there is a correlation between usefulness and accuracy, exists? That would be a response to Plantinga's argument against evolution.
Well, yeah, actually, that. I come to think of it, because I don't like. I think Plantinga's argument is silly.
Yeah.
And, I don't.
And actually, the reason that I think that is actually, Seth, you probably just put your finger on it, because in fact accuracy is useful, and the best explanation for why human brains have survived is because they do hold an accurate model, so at least accurate on the things that humans deal with in the wild. So yeah, I think you've made a good point there.
Let me try an example where inaccuracy might be useful, or at least one that's often claimed. People say that optimism bias lets them muddle through the day even though they're just blatantly lying to themselves.
Yep, that I can buy that. But there's a reason we don't call that science.
But that's irrelevant to the question, because the question is whether or not accuracy is based on practicality, and all I have to do is
that's not what we said. We were talking about in science, and I said in science, usefulness.
No, I already granted you that science. Again, this is the question: does scientific investigation, is its purpose or goal the accurate description of reality rather than the accurate prediction of reality? I hold that it's only predictive. You hold that it is both predictive and
descriptive, and that the only measure of descriptive that is meaningful is one that is predictive.
Yeah, I don't really care about whether or not it's meaningful. That's irrelevant. But the question is how you give a rational basis for science being descriptive.
And the answer is, and again, the answer is somewhat self-involved. It's yes, we make predictions, and then the predictions match against reality better, and that shows a better description, because the only meaningful way to measure description and whether something is descriptive is accurate predictive power.
No, that's not true.
Okay, give me another method. Give me another method of demonstrating accurate description other than through prediction.
Yeah, I can describe to you my computer right now and use no predictive elements whatsoever.
You can hold on a second. So you're saying I can say things. Okay. Yeah. All right. Then let's try again. Outside of those things that we can immediately and directly observe, description and prediction are the same. Which is, in the end, the things we're talking about.
Descriptions from memory that involve no predictive element.
Okay. And did those memories involve immediate and direct observation or not?
They don't.
They don't. Okay. Then I don't believe them. You have no way of. You have no way of. Oh, we have a speaker call now. Great.
Well, if you're rejecting memory, then science is in the toilet.
Oh, I'm not. I'm simply pointing out that memory is only meaningful as a descriptor because it is predictive. If we tried to rely on our memories and they constantly came up as generally wrong, then we would stop relying on our memories. The reason why we care what our memories say is because when we build a model based on our memories, it tends to have some level of reliability.
No, I would say that the reason, for example, that I rely on my memories is because these are, at least memories of experiences, is precisely because they are experiences. In other words, they are the perception of the real world. It doesn't matter whether they're predictive or not. Many of them are actually very useless in terms of prediction, but I still can call upon them as knowledge because it was an observation of the real world. Whereas in the case of
that's fair.
Scientific investigation, the question is still open as to whether or not we're describing the real world.
I mean, that question is also open with your experiences, right?
Yes, but I would say that your experience is more fundamental than a subcategory of inductive process like science.
I would agree.
You can question your experience, but then you are calling into question scientific activities, as opposed to...
I would agree. I'd agree with that.
Okay, yeah. It's not the way vice versa.
So, guys, we have here my friend from Skype. Hello, Mustafa. Oh, you have to unmute.
Is he as big of a jerk as you?
He's a much bigger jerk than I am.
Then he should fit right in.
Oh man, if Art is a jerk, then I can't even believe where I am on the jerk scale.
Hey, Mustafa, you have to click the crossed out microphone button next to the camera.
It's a really good question, Jimmy. The scale right above jerk on the jerk scale is Christian.
Oh man, I don't even make it.
So what? Dude. Two steps above that would be atheist stroll, then, right?
I mean, a step above that is atheists.
And then we put Brett Keane right at the top and leave it there. Is that the idea?
Oh, see, okay, we were measuring it backwards. I thought that below jerk was more down in the garbage can, but you're talking about a measurement of like jerkness in terms of intensity.
Yes, exactly. A jerkness scale with additional.
Okay, then I think that I'm higher than Art. I think Art is really too nice.
Yeah, no, Art's very nice. He even puts up with me. Don't know why.
Yeah, I side with you. Not an agreement on. Not an agreement on putting up with you. I think you're pretty nice too, but
oh, thanks.
He puts up with a lot of people who aren't.
So, Jimmy, are your views on science, are they an excuse to reject evolution?
No. I can accept any scientific theory because it doesn't describe reality.
Oh boy, says.
Plus, I think even if you grant some kind of at least moderate or lesser form of scientific realism, say for example structuralism, even in that case, I think that historians are the authority that we should go to in terms of history, not evolutionary biologists.
But we're not generally using them to describe history. We're typically using them to describe times and eras before history. And most historians would agree that they're not authorities on things that happened before history started.
Yeah, no, I'm making a stronger claim. I'm saying talking about the past at all means you either have historians talking in terms of academic authority, or you don't have academic authority at all, because I don't think that I think that even if I grant someone scientific structuralism, science doesn't deal with past events at all.
Well, that's silly. I mean, in practice, it absolutely deals with past events. We make the same model predictions about the past as we make about anything else. To say it's a scientific. I mean, well, maybe you wouldn't agree. There is a kind of scientist that makes a claim. Europa has a lot of methane in water ice, and when we send a probe by Europa, we will therefore see these sort of emissions, right? So that's a hypothesis that we can test. Okay, and similarly, there's another kind of scientist that says 250 million years ago the Earth was like this, and when we dig into a layer of the Earth, we will find this as a result. And to say one of those things is science and the other isn't, I think, would be silly, because it's the same procedure in both cases. In both cases, we're going to make claims. We're going to describe a model. We're then going to determine what we can find out based on that model, and find evidence that either confirms or refute or goes against that model, and then seek out that evidence. And the idea that a geologist or a paleontologist isn't doing that when an astronomer or a modern biologist is I think special pleading, really.
Well, yeah, but the problem there is that if I'm granting you structuralism, the problem is there's no observational foundation for the experiments that you're talking about with respect to, say, paleontology. So yeah, it's definitely a science, but it wouldn't be. In other words, nobody observed what occurred in the past that's being retroduced. So all we can go off of is based on present experiences. And so while science can deal with phenomena that we experience in the present in a very strong sense, on structuralism at least, dealing with the past, I think, is pretty ephemeral at best.
Except that there are a couple of problems with that. First of all, in practice, well, no. The big issue is just that forensic science is anything but ephemeral. The whole idea we can have very, very robust models of the past because we can have a lot of data about the past. So the idea, and we can take a look at the data that exists, come up with models, then test those models by going and digging in more places. And the neat thing about the past, while it's preserved very imperfectly, there's a lot of dirt out there. There's a lot of remains out there. And so if we really want to know, if we really have a good model of what we think it was like 100 million years ago, we can go and do a lot of digging down to 100 million years and look, and see where our model is good, where it might not be so good, revise the model if we need to. These days, by and large, we confirm the model because the model seems to be pretty accurate.
Yeah, I'm going to have to disagree with you. I think on structural scientific realism, the issue is still that you don't have any referent to the structure. In the case of the hard sciences dealing with, for example, dark matter or black holes or wormholes or we just landed that thing on an asteroid or whatever it is. These things all deal with observational reality, and so can be grounded in the basic structure of reality. And although you can observe data that comes from the past, we're still observing it in the present. We're not observing it in the past, and so that's the issue. Because you need the observation to reference
Well, but I mean, you indicated earlier that you don't necessarily that you understand models having predictive power, even if you don't necessarily believe that those models exactly or really are a description of reality. And so you should recognize then that we can do the same thing in modeling the past, which is to say we can make models of the past with predictive power, and then make those predictions about the present, and then get data. That all of the data that we get is in the present. And so I'm not sure. So again, I don't understand why a model about the present, then in your mind, would be somehow qualitatively different than a model about the past, both of which are corroborated with observations and data we gather in the present.
Well, but that's what I said. I said I don't grant that, or excuse me, I don't believe that. But even if I did grant you a small kind of a soft kind of structuralism, even that would not make way for past related sciences, that is retroduction, because you don't have the grounding in the basic structure of reality. So I agree.
You don't?
No, you don't. Because again,
how do we not?
Because you're not making observations in the past. You're only.
No, we're making observations in the present about the past.
Exactly.
So So your grounding in reality is the same. Present observations are your grounding either way.
Yeah, but the issue is what the model concerns and what the observation concerns are different here. And in the case
don't you believe they're always different?
Maybe I'm not following you, but it's my understanding that, for example, just because it's such an easy analogy to use, when Newton observed the apple, that was a current event, and his model was.
No, I mean it wasn't though.
Yeah, I'm not following you. In what way?
By the time he wrote down his equation, that apple had already fallen. It was a past event.
Yes, but his model is based on the observation that he made in the present time.
No, I'm pretty sure by the time he started putting his model together, it was already a past event.
Yes, but the model isn't based on past historical events. It's based on the memory.
It's still based on past events, just past events in memory.
Right, exactly. Which I don't think is a problem. But you have no memory of what happened 10,000 years ago.
That's true. I have no memory of what happened 50 years ago. I'm not that old.
Yeah. So again, there's no observational grounding in the.
Except there is, because when Newton makes an observation, Newton observes an apple, makes an observation about the world, goes off and looks for more experiments that confirm that observation is right. Drops more apples, looks at the planets, etc., etc. Paleontologist doesn't do anything different. Okay, they go and they see, they dig up bones from that and run tests and say, based on this, I think that the environment it looks like the environment 100 million years ago was like X, Y, and Z. If that's the case, we should find A, B, and C the next time we go dig. And then they do, and they do. And so to say, in both cases, they're making observations in the present, making a model, a predictive model, based on those observations they made in the present, and then going and making more present observations that confirm the model. Seems to be the same thing to me.
Yeah, and again, the issue is that, for example, in your analogy, he doesn't have an observation from 10 million years ago. He has an observation about data.
Well, neither does the paleontologist. The paleontologist doesn't have an observation from 10 million years ago. He has an observation now, when he dug in and pulled up fossils. Based on those present observations, he makes a model, and the model is about past events, but it still makes present predictions. So there's present observations, that you experiment them with present predictions. The only difference is that in Newton's case, his model is generalized. It says motion always works like this. In the paleontologist's case, his model is more specific. It says at one time things were like this. But in both cases, the same scientific method using observations and experiments in the present is used.
Right, and again, the question is not whether a different scientific method is being used. The question is, on structuralism, which I don't hold to, but on structuralism, which is a very soft kind of scientific realism, is there grounding in the basic structure of reality for some given model? And in the case of certain sciences where you don't have observations that are grounding for the model, then the sciences cannot be descriptive.
I don't know of any science that doesn't have observations.
I didn't say it doesn't have observations at all. I said it doesn't have observations that ground the model.
I don't know of any science that doesn't have observations that ground the model. Do you?
You've listed several already.
No, those have observations that ground the model. Every one of them is based on the fossils and the rocks we found.
Not on structuralism.
Okay, well then all I can say to that is that structuralism doesn't appear to be a very good model for science then, or basis for science, because because any view that doesn't account for the fact that science has observations, builds models, and correlates those observations and correlates those models to find and test them against further observations isn't explaining science very well.
Yeah, I just simply disagree with that. I don't think you need a realist point of view. I think that pretty much just begs the question. If realism is the case, then yeah, realism is a good explanation, but that doesn't establish that realism is the case.
Well, I think more what I'm saying is if in fact science predicts things, then science predicts things, which may still be. Now, Nadia, you asked, isn't the past directly observed in astronomy? Well, in reality, no, but the models say yes, right? So the point with astronomy, we still make observations in the present about what light is hitting us right now, what we're seeing right now. Now, the model in astronomy is that those emissions occurred a long time ago and are just now getting to us, and we make predictions based on that, and those predictions appear to be accurate to a large extent. Even so, though, in every case, the observations, the experiments are still done now on what we see now, even if in truth we believe what we're seeing now, since it's very far away, is from stuff that happened a long time ago. So, and astronomy is interesting. To me, astronomy is interesting in kind of the same way paleontology is interesting, which is that theoretically all the data is already there and we're just still looking for it, right? As opposed to experimental sciences where we generate new data. So in astronomy, for instance, a lot of it is, we think there are, quasars or I don't know, pulsars, right? We think our models show that there should be stars like that. Let's go around and let's look really close at a lot of what we see and see if we see something that acts the way we predicted that something should act. And theoretically the data was already there. We just weren't looking. Then the other big thing in astronomy, of course, is building tools that can see things we can't already see. Instruments that can see in broader wavelengths, that can filter out noise better, that can focus in better, that sort of thing. So, very different than, say, particle physics, where it's all about finding ways to create experiments, putting the matter, putting the material of the universe in a different set of conditions than that which it is normally in. Making matter and having particle interactions that we don't believe usually happen on Earth, or maybe not anywhere, and seeing what happens.
Originally, like you were going on about more general epistemology than just philosophy of science.
No. This all started because Adam has a particular view on interpreting quantum physics, and I reject his interpretation for two reasons, and one of them is that I don't hold to scientific realism, and I think that his point of view depends on scientific realism. So the conversation started with me asking, what would be your argument for scientific realism?
Yeah, this all came out of the fact that I accept that some things are purely stochastic, and Jimmy says Jimmy says that pure that the idea of stochastic possibility is contrary to his theology. So that was where we started on that.
Oh. Oh, that's going to be pretty troublesome.
Yeah, also, I think a lot of the other Christians in the room had an issue with the fact that I don't hold to the idea that God is necessary.
Yeah,
rather than contingent. That God is necessarily non-contingent.
I have a problem with that as well, but it's just because I'm an asshole.
Yeah, that's true. We knew that.
Oh, Adam, thank you very much. That has given me like a point of interest then. I can ask without sounding dumb. So why do you believe?
Why do I believe what?
Why do you take the Christian theology? Why do you follow that particular line of belief?
I had personal experiences that first taught me that Christians are different than non-Christians, and then later taught me that God has a plan and is in control, and all of that led me to actually recapture a lot of the faith that I grew up with, and add on and change it some, and hold on to it and endorse it with my own family as I became an adult. So. That's kind of a vague answer, but there it is.
No, okay. I suppose. Always time to go into it, I'm sure. But thank you. Because it's always an interesting thing for me. Because I've never experienced like the Christian upbringing, and obviously for anyone living in America, it's an almost certainty. Because of percentages, and especially talking 20, 30 years ago. When the percentages for atheism were a lot lower. So it's interesting to know. Sorry.
Oh, no, you don't have anything to be sorry about. I appreciate the interest. For atheists that have sort of never experienced that, I always say what I always say is if you have any interest, I can invite you to do certain sort of Bible study, and then what I'd really strongly invite you to do is seek out Christians who seem to be, what I would do is I would seek out Christians, but the way I would do that is I would take what you read about what a Christian should be, and look in your life, look around you for people that seem to be doing that.
Right.
And hopefully, if I'm right.
Okay. Hang on a second. Sorry. Whoa. I've just picked up on something here. So, yeah. Right. So this notion of like what it is to be a Christian. If there are particular actions that a Christian must adhere to, and this might be an interesting point for further conversation. If there are certain actions and behaviors that Christians must attribute to be recognized as Christians, would that not necessarily give them this difference in mental state?
It might, yeah. It should, absolutely. Which is to say that
I would need to know how they are recognized as Christians in the other study, which I've got to get around to reading.
Right. Yeah, I mean the things that are supposed to make Christians stand out are things like love and the selfless and fair treatment of others, that sort of thing. I mean love, peace, patience, kindness, goodness, faithfulness, gentleness, and self-control, that sort of thing. Like I said, if I'm right, then if you sort of do a little bit of studying of the elements that the Bible puts forward as being Christian ideals, Christian elements, and then you just go looking for that stuff, you should find Christians at the end. And if you do, then you should spend time with those people. And I believe that is where you would have, once you start doing that, you'd then be in a position to where your own experiences and encounters might cause you to make that decision to return to God. Embrace Christ and return to God.
Well, there's no returning, as it were. I suppose from your position is.
I believe it is. I believe that all human beings are born in communion with God, with souls parallel to God, and that it is the bad and evil that we do in this world that separates us from God.
I see. I think that's bad and evil. Right.
Yeah.
That I don't. What do you mean by evil?
By evil, I mean things that you do that take you out of synchronicity with God because you're no longer behaving the way God would in your place.
Okay. Okay.
Acting with malice, hating others, hurting others.
Right. Okay. The big problem. I'll stop you there. Then it's because we're going to encounter this problem. And this may occur with some of the other definitions. The issue I have is when you say it is a reflection of this being God, at which point my entire being just draws a blank. So it's a real difficulty for me to assign like proper meaning to those kinds of words, because I've explained this in the previous hangout. Like it's like putting an imaginary number into an equation. 2 + 2 + I equals
4 + I.
4 + I, which could be literally anything.
No, 4 + I is actually a very specific number on the imaginary number line.
No, but I understand what you're trying to communicate, Alex. But I think if I could promote a counterpoint of view, I would say that I think while I agree with Adam that it's a good idea to look for Christians and to find Christian fellowship, I think the most important thing to do is to seek out the Christ of Christianity. And that means I would suggest going to the source. I would suggest picking up a Bible and sort of laying into that. I would assume that you've probably already had some kind of.
Oh, I have. I like anyone who has not had like the same sort of upbringing and experience. I've started from the beginning. So I'm reading through. I'm essentially going or trying to go back as far as I can to materials and such. And I have read the Bible once. I'll be honest. And I didn't take much of it in. It was a quick read. But I'm continuously going through these notions of because it's an interesting. I've always found it quite interesting. So essentially, imagine it from a sort of outside perspective, where you've got these people claiming that there's a book, and this book has incredible properties because it's all-knowing, all-truth, written by this being called God, which I have absolutely no experience of. And then you learn the history, and obviously growing up you learn the history of what these books have brought about and the behaviors behind them and so on and so forth. So growing up, it's the whole religion thing has just been of interest to me. I've always wondered why, where it's come from and why people go with it. So I'm on a continual exploration of the whole thing. And then philosophy, I really enjoy the whole philosophical aspect of where you structure your beliefs from. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I
don't think you did. That was good. Well, maybe you interrupted Jimmy and I wasn't paying attention.
Yeah, I did. I apologize, Jimmy. Please, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
Yeah, Jimmy and I are in agreement that the Bible is critical. I think, as I was saying, but what I would push you I would start with looking at certain selective things in Scripture, because yeah, fatigue is easy. Particularly, it helps if you realize that the majority, with the anatomy of the Bible, as I'm sure you know, the majority of the Bible is the Tanakh, which is Jewish Scripture, and is in fact background. It doesn't make it unimportant. It's in fact very important, but it's background. The New Testament opens with the four Gospels, which are the description of Jesus' life and form really the basis of the good news. And then the rest of the New Testament is pretty much, I mean, after Acts really, is pretty much that's where you get a lot of the meaning to understand, well, Jesus did these things and taught us these things. How do we live these things in our own lives? Well, the New Testament, the epistles, they talk extensively about that, about what traits to look for, how to feel, how to treat each other, that sort of thing. And which is why I make the statement, I say read Luke and then like the first 3 chapters of Acts, which go into sort of the beginning of the church, and then read Romans, 1 Corinthians, sort of lay into some of the epistles to just get an understanding of the attitude, the behavior, the sort of the key thoughts that underlie the attitude of Christians, which again, as I said, that Jesus said that we'd be known by our fruits. If you understand, when you read enough of Scripture to understand what sort of traits Christians should be exhibiting, then I honestly really do believe that if you just look for people that have those traits, you'll find Christians.
Yeah, and I definitely agree with that. I think that so many people, especially in contemporary first world cultures, they tend to think that Jesus is totally against having an idea of a person's ideology, that he's completely against it, that he's completely against discerning for yourself what somebody else believes based on their actions. And I think that Jesus is very clear that we are supposed to do that. But I would commend to you, Alex, because I am a philosophy student. I enjoy nothing more than these topics, these philosophical and theological topics. That's at least one reason. I don't think it's the most important, but it is one reason why I get on here and discuss, is because, like you, I really enjoy these topics. But I think that the problem is that, or I wouldn't say the problem. I would say I would give you the advice, just as a fellow human being, that this is not something to take lightly, because if Christianity is true, our eternal lives are at stake here. Like, if Christianity is true, nothing could be more important. I mean, Christianity can be, to paraphrase C.S. Lewis, Christianity can be totally unimportant, or it could be super important. But the one thing that it cannot be is nonchalant. It can't be moderately important.
Well, there's a difficulty like persuading me of that particular point. Just to clarify, like it's no fault of like the position. It's just where I am. So to me, when you say like and it's when you use this with anything really, like if this is true, then it always sounds like Pascal's wager, almost immediately, and it's got that undertone of it. And unfortunately, it's not something to sway, because it's how do I put it? I will continue to remain in like the observer position until belief has been established, or acceptance of belief. So, but yeah. Thank you.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, nothing. Sorry, I was just thank you. Please go ahead.
I would float that. I'm not sure how much good seeking anything out will do, because what I'm seeing from brain scans and all those things and so on, looks a lot like the difference between a believer in really any religion and an atheist who's been born.
Well, but I
correlations between the religious belief and the visual spatial cognition, and also the theory of mind, and things that are traits that are inborn, essentially.
But I guess what I mean to say though is that while these things can get complex, and I actually enjoy making them complex. I enjoy getting into these discussions about theory of consciousness and how it is possible, to take up certain theological positions with respect to soteriological epistemology. That's all fun and games. But ultimately, the message of Christianity is very simple, and I think that it is that we human beings, we have all fallen. We're all born into sin, and we need a savior. We need Jesus to redeem us from slavery to sin. And so that's why I tell you, Alex, that no matter what the topic is in philosophy, like Christianity can't really be any more important. And I'm not talking about Pascal's wager here, because I 100% reject Pascal's wager. I think it's an awful argument. But no, what I'm saying is that as a fellow human being, if Christianity is true, there's nothing more important. So I would definitely go and seek out the truth of that matter.
May I ask then? Way. May I ask then? You say if Christianity were true, there is nothing more important. Okay. So why? Why is nothing more important then? Please elaborate on that point.
Well, because if Christianity is true, then that again means that we are born into sin and that we need a savior. So if we're not accepting that savior, if we're not as he says, if we're not repenting of our ways and taking up our crosses, we're kind of doomed. Nothing could be more important than seeking this important change in our lives.
Yeah, if Christianity is true, then we were made to be with God, and we have chosen to leave that. And Christianity and Christianity explains what can allow us to return to that.
Okay.
To sort of serve our core purpose as human beings, and to have the life we're supposed to have.
Right. Okay. I don't know where we're going to go from this, but so in it really see now this is the difficulty when dealing with all the different belief systems, especially within the one theology. So, do you hold it to be true that everything that happens within this existence is God's will?
Yes.
Jimmy and I both do, yes.
Right. So, in that sense, what is the importance of my behaviors in this universe? When you are talking about a state where your entire existence is governed by this external force, it essentially means that regardless of what you do, this external force has always got its way. So, in that sense, where is the importance to?
Well, because here's the thing: the external force has its way, whether you separate from it and then it properly destroys you, or if you return to it and it properly abides with you forever. In both cases, this eternal force has its will done. And what's the difference? Well, God has given you the choice. You get to decide which of those things happens to you. God's will is done either way.
How does such... okay, sorry, but...
The question, though, is... The question, though, is you're talking about determinism, though, correct? You're talking about the idea that God has sovereignly decreed all things to be the way they are, and so
I'm talking about one. I'm talking about one will versus another. So if it is my, let's go with a ridiculous hypothetical. If it is my will to be God, will that supersedes God's will?
In a sense, yes. Which is to say that that's basically what modern people do when they reject God, is they decide to become their own God, to be their own final authority and to control their lives.
No, there's a big difference there. There's a big difference between what you perceive people to be doing and what you perceive as God. What I am asking is it possible for me to will myself into the position?
You can't will yourself to God's power, no. But what you can do is you can decide to take the position God should be occupying in your life. Which is why idolatry is often referred to in Scripture as sort of the same thing as adultery. Adultery is I'm going to pick another woman to go in the place of my wife. And idolatry is I'm going to pick something else, maybe myself, to go in the place that should be occupied by God.
Right. So, I think you are. This is a real.
I guess the reason why I'm saying it this way is because I think a lot of modern humans think of God in terms of a being of power. But see, the Christian worldview is that God is a position that is occupied by it is a position of faith and worship that Yahweh should have in your life. Because humans are designed to have that being that they're in that relationship with, and so God is a position. It's a relationship.
Well, I would say that it's both.
I agree. Okay. Yeah, I don't mind the idea that it's both of those things either.
Right.
I mean, I use the term very much. I like to compare the term to the term king. Right, so king, you can say king, and what you mean is the person I should be subject to, who is head of my country, who I have that obligation to as a subject, right? Or you can say, well, a king is someone that has control of an army and is able to command the laws. So similarly, you can say God and mean both of those things: someone with the power of God or someone in the place of God. But the Christian worldview, definitely that second thing, that idea of the human-God relationship, is very central.
Right. Well, it's an interesting one. There seems to be like a sort of crossover between this concept of mind, like this position that you should hold, and I don't want to say physical, but an ontological being. So, do you hold it to be both, or one or the other, or does the ontological being then provide the framework for the position that you wish to hold, this God state, or
maybe?
Please flesh that out a little bit for me.
This is a part where Jimmy and I probably won't agree very strongly, but I don't try to make it any sort of a necessary ontological foundation. I simply call it the truth in our world. So it's the truth in our world that the world was created by this being Yahweh. It was created collectively by the gods, the Elohim, as it says in Genesis 1, which is then later identified as Yahweh. And we are created such that it is proper for us to have a servant relationship with that being that did that creation. That's weird. We're made that way. When we have that servant relationship, we're free to behave as we choose because our behavior will always be in love. That's what they call the law of liberty. That when you serve God, then that's all you have to serve, because everything else will work itself out, and that relationship is made possible because we ourselves choose to give up that relationship. That's what sin is, and then through the sacrifice of Christ and through the generosity of God in Christ, we're able to return to that state. Now is that an ontological foundation? It might be. I don't know that it matters. To me, what's important is that it is the way that things are. It's the way the world is, and it's the way humans are.
So Alex, I would say that I'm just trying to answer your first question, which was why are our choices important, and I think that they're important for two reasons. The first reason is that on there's going to be a time that Jesus, the human being, is going to come back, and he's going to judge the nations, right? It's spoken of in many prophecies in the Old Testament, and it's referred to many times by Jesus himself, and it's referred to by the apostles in their letters to the churches. So that day is going to come, and God's going to say, okay, only the Christians, only the people who accepted Jesus as their Savior, those are the people who are going to be in my presence and enjoy a relationship with me for eternity, and everyone else is going to have to suffer just punishment for their sin. And how he's going to judge people is he's going to judge them forensically and say, well, if you were a Christian, there would be evidence of that. You would have done things that would prove you're a Christian. So in that way, I would say your works are very important. But then on another level, your works are very important because God values works. God creates the world, and he creates human beings such that what they do pleases or displeases him. And so if you are displeasing God with your actions, if you're displeasing the being from whom everything about you comes, and everything about you is defined, and all the value that you have is subjected to, I think it's extremely important to seek out Christianity then, because otherwise you will live your whole life displeasing the being whose pleasure is the very purpose and end of your life.
Okay. Couple of things that mix me around, but it's something that I give continuous thought to. I'll put it that way. But unfortunately, I'm still it's a very difficult position, to consider the notions that you put forward. And like I say, I mean it with respect, but it's very difficult to put into terms things like sin as a concept when I'm still very much on the grounding floor when I very honestly say I don't know what you mean by God. So until I've established if I can establish some or when I can establish some coherency with that position, then I can take up these other notions. I would prefer either non-believer or atheist, because the difficulty I take is that when people come to me with these concepts such as sin and such, it's very much new territory. Relatively speaking to my experience, so it's very, how do I put it? If you're going to take the extreme view and you're going to listen to just the hype of the media and take the sort of backlash from atheists versus Christians, then Christianity, and I'll be honest, it comes off as a bit insidious to me, I find, from the surface. And that is, it convinces you, or it seems to convince you, that you are in some way not what you are supposed to be. But I don't mean to insult it. I don't mean to insult it with these these observations.
It doesn't. That's not insulting. It's accurate. Right. That human beings, that we as Christians, we believe that we are less than we could have been, and we are less than we are, and we are striving to be more. Right. So we do in fact believe that we're sinners, and that's not what we're supposed to be.
Right. So it's that very sort of core principle that really gets me. You're essentially trying to convince me that I am not really me.
I'm not. No.
Well, okay, not entirely me. Then I should put it that way.
Well, we're trying to convince you that you're not the person you could be, if you were with God the way you could be. That's what we're trying to tell you. That a better person, that when you have Jesus in your heart, when you are transformed, when you are with God, you are a better person, and that you're not that yet.
Well, I don't.
You're not like putting it that way.
No, that's fine. I would just preface what I would say with this, Alex, is that I think Adam was being honest when he said you're being accurate. I completely agree with Adam there. Yeah, it is accurate. Christianity is making claims about people that are offensive. I think there's just no way around it. Christianity is an offensive.
It's not offensive. It's
Jesus Christ said it would be offensive. So.
It's right.
Yeah, the gospel's a scandal. It's a scandal to everyone. You know, I mean, it's absolute ludicrous nonsense, especially to the believer.
You will be persecuted in my name.
Right. I'm not offended. It's not offense. I'm confused. And when I get confused, I get annoyed. But so that's that. It's not. But I'm not so much offended by it, because until you've got to remember that, like, until these concepts are like accepted, and I have to. There's a lot I'm still going through before I'm anywhere near the acceptance of these concepts. It's all foreign. So when you say these things, it's I need to go back to the root of it. And so, like I say, the very root of it is this position that I am supposed to be a position that I am not holding, and that is just confusing to me, like on very many levels.
Well, but that's why I wanted to say what I said as a preface, because I wanted to perhaps clarify what Adam said with the fact that it's a moral situation. God has commanded us to live in a certain way. You know, He commanded Adam and Eve, and they failed. Okay, and that's kind of the story of humanity. Is we've all been commanded to live in a certain way and to have, as Adam has correctly put it, a relationship with God, and we've rejected Him. And so the problem is that not some existential idea, and I'm not disagreeing with Adam's terminology. I just think that perhaps that's why you're confused. It's not some existential idea about becoming yourself. It's the idea that we've all done evil because we all are evil, and we need to be saved from our slavery to evil. And Jesus Christ is the Redeemer. He's the only person you can go to who is going to basically buy you out of slavery.
So yeah, keep it's something we could keep talking about whenever I see. Also, by the way, Alex, I'll tell you right now, just because if you keep reading and learning about this stuff, even though you're not sure God exists, you may at some point think about maybe praying. And I want to encourage you, let you know that there's not a downside to that. God's not gonna be upset because you chose to talk to Him before you were really a Christian or whatever. If you feel like doing that, do that.
I don't get me wrong. I've had the experiences, like I prayed in the past. I think the last time I prayed was a few years ago, but I remember being a kid. Like, one particular experience, I remember being rather young, a little bit drunk, and walking home through like the fields, and pitch black, and praying to whatever may be out there that I make it home safely. And I ended up tripping and falling down this massive hill, and maybe that like jaded me a little, but it's a difficult thing because like I'm still, like I say, I'm still at the point where I'm sort of saying to myself, what do these people mean when they say God? So, and as an outsider, I have to sort of take everyone's word for it. So, regardless of theology or spiritual book in question, when they say this is the word of God, I have to sort of go, right, okay, I'll have a look at it and see what this God character says. And
that's all that we're asking.
Yeah, oh yeah, well, I will definitely continue to. But it's always interesting to get the positions and obviously like hear from the people who are experiencing it. So anyway, that was a complete conversation killer. Let's talk about something ridiculous. Evolution.
You think evolution is ridiculous?
I will quote that atheism is inborn.
Atheism, I disagree with you. I would say that atheism holds no position either way.
I would agree
whether it's
with
inborn or not.
I would agree with you, Nadia, if you mean if atheism isn't exclusive of theism, so the person can be cognitively biased from the get-go.
Well, this is the problem. This is why I say igtheism, or I much prefer igtheism, because I think as the terminology's evolved, especially like as we're communicating the ideas more, atheism has become a position that has a concept of a god, or would appear to me a coherent concept of a god to reject. If we're going to put onto like heavier atheism, I should say.
No, not necessarily. I would disagree.
Well, that's why I've taken up like the position of atheism, because the concept of God is still like it's a complete question mark to me. But I don't. I think it's an issue just with like the way terminology, like I say, is evolving. Atheism seems to be taking up a much more prominent position in how it handles the theistic claims. I'll put it that way. Because yeah, sorry.
Well, stage is set by the way our brains are wired when we're born. The bases to these brain scans, visual, spatial, cognitive ability, and theory of mind are both heritable, both effectively inborn.
Yeah, I don't know. I've been hearing that there's some recent studies that show that people naturally develop supernatural explanations in a creator, even if they're not given one, right? Even if they're not taught one. So I'm not sure. I mean, I think that I'm not convinced, in fact, that human beings don't naturally come up with God, even if it's not something that they're taught. I'm not sure we can know. So,
Jimmy, is that a question posed to me?
And intentional thinking.
I think we can know, but not from our epistemology. I grant that I have limited epistemology and limited knowledge and that I can't know these things, but that's why I defer myself to God's holy word, and I refer to a being that has unlimited epistemology. So when I read in God's word that's contrary, I'm willing to accept that.
Really quick.
Yeah,
really
it
quick.
doesn't help you at all, Seamus.
Well, hold on. Because I don't want to confuse Alex. Alex, no, that question was not posed to you, because if you haven't heard the gospel, if you're not familiar with the Christian concept of God, these theological conversations, I agree with you. I think they just kind of end there, because there's no reason for me to say, do you think this or that about a being that you're not even, considering?
Well, it's the problem. The problem is, and like I say, I have read the Bible, and I've heard, and Oh God, I've read it once, and I shouldn't make it sound any more than it is. And I have heard the numerous discussions around it. The struggle I face, especially with popular religion and opinion, is that when you're discussing these sorts of, as Adam was saying, this state of being like that you are trying to achieve, you because of the nature of existence, it's all from an air of subjectivity. So these concepts are always going to be their own sort of. They're always going to have their own deviance from person to person. So it struggles with me. The struggle with me is if I'm going to perceive this this outside external this external being. One of the biggest questions is, or one of the bigger questions is, how are you discerning the material of God from the not material of God? So, and by material I mean like the things that you would equate to like scripture and such like that, things that you say are of God. How do you escape that of God? Because if God is a constant, then why would everything ever created, regardless of what it was, not be of God in that situation?
Well, I think that the issue there is that I think the question assumes that it's up to the activities or efforts of the intellect in question to find out what God has said. But that's not the case. Revelation is clear merely by the fact that it's revelation. So in the same way, or actually in a stronger way, then, for example, when I perceive that there's a cat in front of me, I don't have to come up with some sophisticated syllogism to find out whether or not that perception was of a cat and whether or not that perception was about reality. It's just perception, and as of perceiving it, I know what it is. So
right. Well, the problem. You've sort of like gone past the problem. What I'm referring to is if you are affiliated, if you are going to associate like the entirety of existence with because of this being, and this being has created literally everything within existence. How do you separate? So how do you separate? And I know it's going to sound a bit childish, but say the music of the Beatles or whatever, or a film, a Fight Club. How do you discern like that sort of material from not being of God? How can you say, right, this particular set of words, this particular book is of God, and things outside of it are not of God, or are not inspired by God? How do you separate that?
Right, and what I'm saying is that is immediately evident merely by reading the words. What I'm saying is your intellect has no takes no credit for justifying the belief in the revelation. The revelation is its own justification for believing the revelation. So when you read the Bible, there's no device that I need to seek to discern whether or not it is or isn't the Word of God, and whether anything else is or isn't on some revelational status with the Bible. The Bible is its own self-authentication. When I read it, as of perceiving it, as of understanding what it says, that is its own, what you've been using the word discernment. That is the own discerning status, in the same way that when I perceive a cat, or again, in an even stronger way than that when I perceive a cat, I don't need any discursive method, if you will, in order to differentiate that from some other experience, or in order to establish that it was authentic or anything. It's just authentic and intelligible as of understanding it, and even more so with revelation.
Yeah, I don't know. That I find that a little difficult.
going to say, if that's the case, Jimmy, then I hope I have that experience or that perception.
Well, keep working on it. It'll come or it won't. It's fine either way.
Well, this is the well. Then you say it's fine either way.
Because I believe it is.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Anyway, sorry guys, I've got to go. I've actually kept talking a bit longer than I should have done. Thank you very much. Hopefully I'll be around again. So.
Later, Alex. Get some sleep. You look terrible.
Oh, that's the usual. Right, night, guys.
He still looks more attractive than Art.
Oh, come on. I'm beautiful. Take it out.
Je suis Charlie.
Maybe we can talk about evolution finally.
Why?
I don't know. You wanted to, actually.
Did I?
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Like a few hours ago, perhaps.
If you guys, I'm actually going to take off here. Not the least of reasons, which is that any comments I have to make on evolution are just going to bore you guys, because I just don't. I'm not a science buff at all. So, but yeah, you guys enjoy it.
I mean, I appreciate your unusual perspective, Jimmy, but I find it baffling. I'll be honest.
I was more interested in the, I guess, predestination and the brain scan evidence as well. Religious believers and atheists having structurally different brains.
Well, I think they do have structurally different brains, but I'm not sure that it's. I keep using this word. I feel like I'm overusing it now that Alex used it. But I'm not sure that you could discern the differences, Nadia. I'm not sure that they are not so subtle that the biochemical things going on are indistinguishable.
Yeah, I said earlier, I would expect. I mean, I would expect that on average, people with different beliefs are probably going to have different brains if you average it over a lot of people. But I'm wondering, like I think I said earlier, if you only took members of the NAS and scan the brains of the theist versus the non-theist members, would you see the same differences?
That's a really good question.
Nobody's tried.
Yeah, we should. Anybody have some grant money?
Well, the main thought is the kinds of structural differences that are showing up in the brain scans are not things that form essentially postpartum or postnatally.
So, I mean, I will be more interested in this if they can do it predictively, right?
If they can do it what?
They can do it predictively. Let's scan a bunch of babies right now, and secretly put in a file somewhere which ones are going to be atheists and which ones are not, and then track them and see what they are when they're 25. See if we really have a predictive model or not.
That'd be nice.
I can't help but wonder. I'll be perfectly honest. I can't because I can't. I mean, I see some differences in the way a lot of religious people think from the way a lot of sort of skeptic people think, and so I am forced to wonder which way they'd categorize my brain if they scanned it. Because I don't know. I mean, I can understand the fact that the brains would be different. I would be very skeptical that it would be the God question by itself that would provoke the difference and not something else.
Well, there's a lot of things that correlate. So it's not just a God question that comes along. That's something that's there's a propensity to conspiracy theory. It looks religiously minded. Yeah, so that apparently correlates. Granted, it's a psychological one, not necessarily a brain scan one, but even so, I think there's well, a whole kitchen sink that gets dragged in and such. There's, if it is inborn, I can see implications that would have people wanting to resist the idea of it. I mean, for one, even the Calvinists are not supposed to know who the elected and reprobate are.
So,
but you could tell, you'd be able to tell with a brain scan.
So I have to say, it really upsets me that I can't get a black cheeseburger here in the United States.
A what?
A black cheeseburger. They produced a black cheeseburger in Japan. Burger King did it first, and then later McDonald's did.
I have no idea what that is.
Yeah, it's got black bread and black cheese.
Oh, yeah, that'd be cool.
Yeah, I guess it's made with squid ink.
Ah. But the main thing is, even the Calvinist theology says you're not supposed to be able to tell who the elect and reprobated are. And here
You're not supposed to be able to tell what?
Who the elect and reprobate are.
Oh. Well, but Jesus said they will know them by their fruits.
Yeah, I think the Calvinist position. The Calvinist position is it's more like not that we're not supposed to know, but that we just simply don't know exactly. However, we are given standards on how we're supposed to behave around certain individuals. Like we see in Matthew 7, talking about false prophets, we should know them by their fruits.
Ah, okay.
Then you got Matthew 18 on how we're supposed to react around people in the church, biblical, church discipline, correction. But I mean, you do have cases where, Christians mess up for a season. They could be backslidden. Now, on the surface, to the human, it may look like, okay, we can easily say that they were never truly Christian in the first place, but we don't really know that for sure unless, we see some other extremities. But only God knows for sure who's his elect are.
But that's a problem, right? When you can do the brain scans on babies and figure out whether they'll grow up atheist or Christian, or otherwise religious believers, right? And what is it, Romans 1:20?
Detect
right?
Scientifically. I don't know if that's what you're implying.
Sorry?
Are you implying that?
It appears.
No, go ahead.
It appears that the brain scan studies are leading toward being able to do that kind of prediction. I mean, same differences that come out in the survey, atheists versus Christians and so on. You could do them on babies and then predict, just like Adam was talking about. Nobody's done it yet to see that it actually carries through, but it's not going to change over life.
Yeah, what you would want to do is you'd want to get the faith of the parents, and then do the scans of the babies, and then you should end up with at least four groups. I'd try to have a kind of somewhat homogeneous population, so you can do four groups, which is to say you have basically the groups of babies marked atheist but raised Christian, the babies marked atheist and raised atheist, the babies marked Christian and marked theist and raised Christian, and the beings marked theist and raised atheist. For Christian, you can choose any other specific atheist or specific theist philosophy you want, but you'd probably want to choose one specific one for control, and then see what the percentage was of who sticks and who switches in each group, in accordance with the brain scans. So,
arranging quite all that doesn't sound very likely to happen, but on the other hand, it's notable that in the brain scans, there isn't much of a difference between Christian and Buddhist and other religions, meditation, prayer, etc. Basically, one of the nastier implications here is that it doesn't actually matter what religion the religious types are. The tendency is just generally toward some religion. Any religion, doesn't matter if it's Christianity or not. And the atheists are kind of unique. Well, there's another nasty, which is, of course, Romans 1:20. So, got these people who are basically born unbelievers, and what happens to Romans 1:20? Is that inerrant or not? Did this person basically predestined by brain scan, actually, secretly suppress the deity, whatever it's on?
I am predestined to have free will.
Okay, can you will what you will?
I can will what I will recursively to all degrees.
Really?
I can.
Within a finite mind?
Yep.
How so?
Because my mind includes a recursiveness lobe that lets me do that.
Okay, how many atoms is it?
It's 5 atoms. Just 5. Okay. Yep. All the rest, all the rest of the elements in the recursiveness lobe are supernatural.
Okay, and then that gets a little bit ridiculous, but if you can do that recursively, no end.
Yep.
That's I don't know. I say clearly not irrational.
You just don't know enough about the supernatural, Nadia.
And this could happen infinitely fast, faster than Planck time.
Yep.
Oh dear. Well,
It happens instantaneously in all reference frames.
Well, to happen instantaneously, you don't have the temporal precedence for causation.
That's right. It doesn't need one.
Don't have temporal precedence for causation. Well, you can set this up. How many people are going to believe it?
I don't know. Probably very few. But then there's very few listening to our arguments in the first place, so it doesn't really matter.
Well, I don't think even you believe it.
Nope, I don't. I don't think the will what you will thing is particularly problematic either, but then I've told you before, I think it's fine that our nature is set by something outside of us. I don't think that restricts what we actually have the ability to do, which is to make choices.
And in what way is the choice, or what are the choices you make qualitatively different from a computer executing a branch instruction?
I don't know that it is. I don't know that it's qualitatively different. Quantitatively speaking, I am able to hold a whole lot more values and factors and balance them to make decisions than a computer normally does. Should that be enough to make a difference? I don't see why not. Does that mean that maybe eventually we'll be able to have a computer that has the same sort of values processing that a human has? Maybe. That doesn't bother me.
Oh, and which way is the brain not a finite state machine?
Say what?
In which way is the brain not a finite state machine?
I don't know that it's not a finite state machine. Why is that problematic? Oh, in what way is the brain not a finite state machine? Finite state machine assumes linear processing. Brain uses parallel processing.
Last I checked, there was no such assumption.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought a finite state machine was a limited Turing machine.
Well, you can view it that way, yes.
Well, a Turing machine, by definition, is a one process at a time machine. One procedure, one functional change at a time. Human beings don't work that way.
Sure.
Hmm?
They have multiple input and output devices.
Yeah, we're parallel processing machines.
Well, you're conflating the input with the inputs and outputs with the internal processing and such.
I don't think I am. No, the internal processing is massively parallel. We human brains work by reinforcing and degrading various neural connections between particular neurons. They do so not linearly, but in just massively parallel again. And the strength of connections determines, what fires when and how often and what other things are going to be reinforced and degraded. It is something that we do not really have the ability to simulate right now. It is there's just a lot going on up there. So my understanding is it is very, very different from a linear processor. Because it's basically the neural connections act as fuzzy logic, but the neural connections don't always add, the way in which they add and sort of interact is not something that is analogous to like a simple linear circuit. It's much more to it than that. And at that point I actually have lost that. I've pretty much exhausted my understanding of the details, except that referring it to a neural or parallel processor means calling it a neural processor is sort of begging the question almost, right? Because that's when we say a neural processor, we're talking about
is space-time
something based on
mass,
neurons. Yeah.
Space-time, matter, mass, energy, and such. Those are all discrete, correct?
No.
They're not? Which
They're
are
not.
continuous?
No. So what?
Continuous. Which are continuous?
Matter and space are.
Matter and space are continuous?
Yeah.
There's no mass that's a fundamental unit of mass?
No.
Minimum quantity of mass?
No. Don't believe so.
Well, that's a bit shocking. Which particle, I guess? How do you have like particles and such that are, I guess progressively smaller masses toward, let's say I throw you an epsilon at you. Some epsilon greater than 0, pretty tiny. How do you get a particle that's got a mass less than epsilon?
We may not know of particles that are below a certain mass, but that doesn't mean mass itself is discrete, right? Because different particles aren't multiples of mass, and so we can potentially, for any sort of subdivision of mass, we can create two amalgams of particles that have a difference in their mass smaller than that. Which is what happens when you have multiple different kinds of particles that aren't multiples of each other. Oh, and also particle masses don't add linearly anyway, because because the strength and energy of their interactions is will depend on their masses, or will depend on various factors. So,
Okay, and does this mass is energy quantized?
Yes, but not discrete. Quantized but not discrete, because again, you can have a quantity, and then you can have a different quantity that is different than that first quantity by an amount that is limited only by our instruments.
Welcome, Emmanuel. I'm attempting to argue for the brain being a finite state machine. And okay. Oh, jeez. These are hard
So
to
energy is quantized but not discrete.
Yeah, these are. I have to go digging in the quantum text and such.
Sure. Hey, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong.
Yeah.
I mean, I think most of our ideas of discreteness, defined by things like Planck time and the Planck length, really have something to do with the smallest, with the Heisenberg uncertainty principle, and therefore our ability to ever I mean, which is to say that there's a certain difference between two values beyond which it could never be measured, right? So, to the extent that any measurement of either mass or energy or time is going to depend on itself on certain interactions, we can come up with minimal lengths or times that are not measurable. But that doesn't, I mean, it's not then right to say that somehow the universe itself is discrete. It's just right because you can still, I don't know.
I don't like the idea of discrete. I don't like the idea of discrete energy transfers. It just seems very unelegant and brute.
Yeah, it might be inelegant, but it might still be true, right?
It could be true, but it could be true, but
sorry, go ahead.
It could be true, but it makes it seem really arbitrary that it should be this value over some other value. I think the idea of infinitely divisible space and energy just seems to make a lot more intuitive sense. It would beg the question, why should it be this discrete a value and why not half a Planck length or whatever,
Well, I mean, we know, for instance, that energy is that is quantized in electromagnetic radiation, because if it wasn't, then we would have the problem of all the energy crowding at one end of the curve.
Oh, the Rayleigh thermodynamic thing.
Yeah. Yeah. What black box radiation? Yeah. So that's kind of important.
But surely it must still be. I mean, I still have hopes for space-time being non-discrete.
I don't think we know if it is or not.
Yeah.
Well, again, what we can say is that there are lengths and time. There are that when we can get small enough and short enough that it's not possible to measure anything smaller than that and distinguish it from that, right? But I don't think that tells us that it's actually not. Again, I don't think it makes it discrete, but not necessarily. It makes it quantized, but not necessarily discrete. That's the point.
Yeah.
Don't know.
You can measure the size of things relative to other things, but when you when you can't probe at such a scale that's so minute, you can't really experimentally verify it. And as a matter of fact, even if it was non-discrete, if space, time, and energy and all that was infinitely divisible, you would never know, because you wouldn't hit a point where you'd say, "Yep, it's infinitely divisible." You're just never going to hit that point.
Well, there goes one obvious argument for the brain being a finite state machine. I could probably cook up others or other
Well,
avenues
to be
for it,
honest, Nadia, I think you can still make the argument you were trying to make. You just have to delve into it a little more. So, what you can say basically is, because of Heisenberg uncertainty, even if it's possible that there are an infinite number of states of matter that the brain can be in, only there has to be at least a minimal difference, necessary difference between any two of those states for it to have any actual effect on the way the brain operates. And then once you do that, you can get to a finite state machine.
When you guys say finite state machine, what do you mean?
I think all she's meaning is a machine that acts entirely according to its current state, and that only has a finite number of different states it can be in.
Right. So I would agree that.
Is that right, Nadia?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Finite state machine. So it's a finite number of ways it could be rearranged or configured.
Well, yes, there are a finite number of states it can have, ways it can be configured, and its future process, the next thing it does, depends entirely on its current state.
Yeah, you could have differing quantum states. At the level of neural activity, those are quite negligible. Like, all that matters is the function of the information processing that goes on in the brain. A lot of the theories for consciousness that take quantum theory into account seem to me to be a dead end. So I don't think that even if you could have an infinite number of quantum states, it still wouldn't change the fact that there's a finite set of functions that the brain can meaningfully carry out at some level.
Yep.
Well, the only thing quantum was needed for was to get the finitude of the states and such. I guess if you take Heisenberg's fundamental, I usually go the other way around. Take Heisenberg as a byproduct of discretization.
Yeah, that's not a conceptually accurate. The idea of discrete values in these things comes from Heisenberg. That's where it comes from. So the idea of like a Planck length, the idea that there's some scale at which it becomes impossible to really distinguish between things smaller than it comes from Heisenberg.
Well, maybe that's just in our conceptual model that we've built around it. Like, it's easier to deal with finite quantities and measure them in relation to other things and come up with ratios and how you can make it fit in equations, but maybe there's no actual discrete energy transfer, at the quantum level.
Well,
because I don't disagree with the observations of quantum mechanics, but there's a lot of wacky interpretations out there, and I'm saying we should be a bit more cautious.
Well, I'd actually say physicists have done a good job of being cautious, because as a general matter, physicists will say, here's what the math says, and here are some different interpretations that have been made of the data. And then the physics community at large doesn't hold to one as necessary. I mean, most physicists hold to a pretty standard Copenhagen type interpretation of actual stochasticity. But
that's kind of agnostic, that Copenhagen interpretation, isn't it?
Yeah, by itself it is. I think it implies, and its original adherents generally imply a little more, specifically as to the idea that that some of these processes are actually stochastic. But I would agree that at least at the surface that the interpretation doesn't explicitly say that. Anyway. Yeah, so the thing about the Planck length and the Heisenberg uncertainty principle is that they definitely come from genuine constraints on the ability of anything to be measured, due to just the fact that that measurement requires interaction, and interaction itself requires discrete particles and energies of above a certain scale. So,
yeah, I can buy it.
Yeah.
It's quite intuitive to understand that measuring something will alter the outcome of your experiment. Like when you open the fridge, you make the light come on, but you can't see what the fridge is like when you shut the door. You know.
Right.
That's my favorite metaphor with quantum mechanics. But I do think that the uncertainty principle has been abused. Like, I think it's just, I don't think the uncertainties in the quantum state. I think it's our ability to probe it. And I think there's actually, I think the Bell inequality, I think, was used to disprove, what is it, hidden variable theory, I think it's called.
Yeah, so you're wrong. There actually isn't a state there that there could be that we're just not finding. There is no such state. That's what Bell's theorem and the experimental verification of it show.
But what does it mean to say that the indeterminate theory in the
Say what?
Physical state itself.
Can
we are measuring.
Can everyone else understand the manual, or did he break up to everyone else too?
Broke up.
Okay. Can you say it again, please?
The uncertainty principle means that you can't. The more you know the position of a particle, the less you know about its momentum, and vice versa. Is that right?
That's correct. Well, that's the actual.
So
that's Heisenberg's actual equation, yeah.
So what is it about? Why should it be that the uncertainty is not in our ability to measure it? Why is it part of the physical state itself?
Well, because it turns out that the uncertainty principle relates to the propagation of a particle when not being interacted, and that in fact it turns out that that particles actually do propagate in a waveform with a probabilistic distribution. So it's not just that the particle actually is somewhere and we can't tell exactly where it is. It turns out that actually the particle is not anywhere specific until it interacts.
Right. Okay.
And then
yeah, that makes sense.
The waveform collapses to a particular location within a Heisenberg, at least minimally a Heisenberg error.
So is that what you call function collapse?
Say what?
Is that what you call wave function collapse?
Yeah, wave function collapse, exactly right.
Right, I've not studied quantum mechanics in ages, so I need to go ahead and refresh my memory because I have a very layman's surface understanding of it.
Yeah, I gave this example earlier. Are you familiar with the double slit experiment?
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, I gave that example earlier. That's pretty much what we're talking about.
But what I don't understand about double slit experiment is I just have a hard time getting my head around how it's actually changing when you.
You are really breaking up.
Is it my connection that's bad, or?
Presumably yes, or just something in the pipes, something in the tubes on the way between you and the server. Yeah. Ben is right. It's due to quantum mechanics. That's why you're breaking up. Your words are not the wave functions of your words are not properly collapsing.
Is that ambiguous?
Okay, now I can hear you again. Now, what were you asking?
I was asking something about the double slit experiment, but I can't remember what it was.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you.
I was asking something about the double slit experiment, but I can't remember what it was.
Okay. I'm sorry if I can't hear your question, I can't try to answer it. I apologize.
Adam?
Yes.
So I've just to take on what you're saying and see if I take it to its logical conclusion. Basically, we're also saying that there's a fundamental limit on maximum size by the fact that in order to measure smaller and smaller sizes, we need larger and larger energies. And so there is a scale factor on it because we can't have unlimited energy.
No. See, actually, to measure smaller and smaller things, you need more and more precise momentum.
Sorry, doesn't that equate to higher energies?
Yes, that's what I was thinking.
Well, more precise momentum, not necessarily larger momentum.
Yeah, that equates to higher energy over a smaller volume, doesn't it?
Higher energy. I guess it could, right? Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, so you're probably right about that. There is a Heisenberg uncertainty principle for energy, but that actually relates to time. So it takes more and more precise. So energy and time end up being the uncertainty swapping out.
Indeed.
Or distance and position and momentum. Yeah. Sure.
So this implies that there is a smaller scale that can never be reached beyond.
That there's a smaller So that there is some specifically that there's some scale at which we're not going to be able to distinguish.
Yeah, and it's not that we're not going to be able to distinguish; it's that the universe itself can't.
Yeah, in this physical universe, that measurement can't be taken. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I just wanted to point that out because I think it's quite fundamental to the divisibility or to quantum mechanics. It's very important.
Yeah, and what ends up being interesting about this is that as we've learned more about quantum mechanics, about the Schrödinger equation and how waveforms propagate, we've determined that it's not just, this is what the no hidden variable idea says. It's not just that it's that it's too small to measure. It's that, as it turns out, it appears that in fact the particle is not at any, the precision in the position of the particle actually is that imprecise. Not just that it's impossible to measure, but that there actually is an actual uncertainty in the particle's position.
I concur. That's what.
Can I ask?
By a maximum energy limit, I would concur that means there is a place in the universe which the universe can't access.
So it's not merely impossible in principle; it is sort of built into the nature of the quantum state that you could probe it without disrupting it, or is the uncertainty within the?
The way to put it is to say that in order to measure smaller and smaller areas, we need higher and higher energies, and the higher the energy goes, then the more the disruption to the experiment that we're making.
But it's still in a well-defined position, though, isn't it?
It's not, though. That's the point.
It can never be in a well-defined position. That's the point of the Heisenberg uncertainty principle, is it can never be in a well-defined position unless you take it out of reality. You can never stop a photon moving. That's the only way you could actually measure its position. So there's a contradiction which can't be resolved because the speed of light is a maximum speed. It's not a variable speed.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Do you see?
Yep. I do.
Emmanuel?
But yeah, it's hard, difficult.
Yeah, I mean,
this is the heart of quantum mechanics, the Heisenberg uncertainty principle, and the thing to understand is that the more accurate you make your measurement, the more energy you need to make that measurement, and the more energy you need to make that measurement, the bigger the amount of energy the thing that you're measuring has to be in order to not to make any effect on it. It's a relative thing. Think about a fly pushing a car.
Yeah.
The fly can measure how heavy the car is because the fly doesn't actually have any strength to move the car, So the effect of the fly on the car is completely negligible to any measurements you're going to make on the car. But if you were to try and measure the speed of a car with a bulldozer, okay, the The bulldozer is more than the car's weight, and any measurement you make on the car with the bulldozer is going to be affected by the bulldozer. That's a very rough and probably a bad analogy. So
Actually, I love that analogy. That's brilliant. I like that a lot. Never thought about bringing it up to the macro scale and describing it. That's actually very cool.
But there seems to be a difference between the particle not having a well-defined position until it's measured and just our inability to probe it without affecting it.
Yeah, but I agree. There does seem to be a distinction, but it turns out that, and again, this is where we get into the double slit experiment and other aspects of the Schrödinger equation. Is it turns out that the uncertainty isn't just an artifact of the measurement capability, but is actually there. It's actually in the propagation of the object. So, and that's what things like that. That's how we end up with things like, structural, like wave destructive interference in the position of particles, stuff like that, which it would seem would not. Yes.
So what is the wave function then? What do you mean when you describe? What do you mean when you say that you can have wave particle duality? I've never really understood that.
Okay, so let me give my understanding. What?
Can I briefly point a URL in the text chat to a reference on subject Valentine 98. You want to have like a book to look at or whatever while you're going through. There it is. What are we going over? Heisenberg again?
Anything in quantum mechanics.
Actually, we were getting into wave particle duality, and the idea of wave propagation. The Schrödinger equation is, I think, what was coming next. I will link to the Wikipedia article on. So the idea is yes.
So how do you know so much about this stuff?
I have a degree in physics myself. I don't know about.
Oh, right. Okay. Cool.
About Simon.
Simon has one as well.
Hey there, Seamus.
I just did it at school.
Oh, right, okay.
We did a book by the guy, by the lab that was kind of working on it in the 60s. So I was quite lucky to get a good source, you know. Plus the guys that wrote the book were like 20 minutes down the road, so they used to come into our school and give us lectures.
Yeah, I think Simon's probably a lot closer to the source than I was. My college was actually after the turn of the century. You know, 2000 to 2004 is when I was in college for physics. So at that point, it's all just textbook stuff.
You had Feynman to follow. I never did.
Yeah, that certainly made it easier.
But yeah, one of the things about the particle wave duality that people most confuse, I think, is to think that somehow they are descriptions which are equal to each other. They're not. They're descriptions of the same thing, but from completely different points of view.
That's right.
So making analogies between the wave part and the particle part, or taking any particular two parts of each theory and putting them together is incorrect. You must keep them separate. You either talk about everything as a wave, or you talk about everything as a particle.
Right. So there's no real contradiction then.
There's none at all. No.
No. Yeah. Basically, what we figured out is that the behavior of particles or the behavior of things in some way act in ways that we understand in terms of classical particles, and in some aspects act in ways we understand as waves. And so you just, so we, when, we think for a minute of something moving, right? If I say think of something moving, you're probably thinking of a particle. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
That's not how stuff actually moves in the actual universe. The way stuff actually moves in the actual universe is propagating as a wave.
Okay, so would that be like if we take water, for example, and water moves, that propagates in a wave-like manner, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. And so think
the
of
bits before it affect the parts after it, and so on.
Yeah. Well, but I mean that thing is that's a wave in a medium, right? And now we're just talking about the fact that that what we call a particle itself, say an electron, actually propagates as a wave. It's by itself.
That's weird.
Yeah, it is, but it's the way the world works.
So how would it look like? I mean, no, I'm not saying it's not the way.
Can I just put something? Sorry, Emmanuel. Can I just put something in there, which is, it's important to understand that both of these descriptions are mathematical descriptions.
Right.
So they're just basically two different mathematical processes by which you achieve a description of the same thing.
Right.
Now, the reason everyone gets excited about waves is because at the fundamental level, everything can be described in wave term. But at the fundamental level, not everything can be described in particles. And in fact, the larger the scale you get to, the more classical and the more particle-based the physics becomes. What we're really saying is, on a fundamental level, there is a mathematical description for the universe which is just wave-like. It's just to do with wave functions.
So
And
you asked
when
what does it look like? Sorry, I was interrupting.
Sorry, so when you go a scale up, then you can start talking about particles.
Well, you ask what does it look like? This is what it looks like. Okay, this is the non-relativistic Schrödinger equation for a particle traveling freely through empty space.
Okay.
Okay. To know if the particle, if there's a possibility of the particle interacting, what you do to calculate that waveform collapse is you take the square of this waveform at each point, and that is the probability that it will that its interaction will be in that region, is based on the square of the waveform in that area, in any particular discrete area. So then you have a waveform collapse, you have an interaction event. We usually describe those primarily in particle terms because that's a good mathematical model. You draw a Feynman diagram, you have some interaction, and then once the particle's propagating again, then you again come up with the Schrödinger equation to describe its propagation, which might be more complicated than this based on the interaction. Does that make sense?
Sort of.
Excuse me. I've been hearing wave-particle duality. I know these things propagate as according to a probabilistic pattern, but my understanding is that they are particles. That is, when they hit the detector, like if you have like an array of detectors and the electron goes through, it's only going to hit one detector. It's not going to spread itself out over a bunch of them.
Say what? Oh yeah, yeah, exactly. So interaction.
A particle, not a wave.
So so our description of the interaction, between the objects is described in mainly particle terms. Because yes, it will have the interaction itself will have a mostly discrete location. That's when waveform collapse happens. So it propagates as a wave. At interaction, it then collapses to an interaction point. That's what we get from the detector. And interestingly enough, even things that classically were understood to be waves, like light, also behave in the same way. So light will also have a waveform collapse and interact as a particle, or as a group of particles. It's what we call photons.
Yeah, it's also my understanding that, yeah, photons and electrons basically behave the same way.
Yeah, so similarly, except that the photons are much faster, and I mean on particle, in particle physics scales, much faster, and electrons are much, well, bigger.
Heavier. Yeah.
Bigger.
Right, but I mean the same mathematics is used pretty much.
Yeah. So in fact, we like using electrons and photons as sort of the two big examples because one is matter and the other is not. And so it's kind of nice to see what some of the similarities and differences are. Electrons can actually be sped up and slowed down. Photons can't.
That's true.
So.
Yeah, I'm basically coming from. You're familiar with Richard Feynman's lecture at Auckland, New Zealand, on quantum electrodynamics?
I don't know if the one I'm familiar with was in New Zealand, but might be. On QED?
On QED, yes.
Okay. Sounds familiar, yeah.
Four-part lecture series for layman. He describes a number of phenomena that come out of the equation. It includes the double slit experiment, but there's also others like how the diffraction grating works, reflecting off of double surfaces, like glass surfaces, reflections off water, how a focusing lens works, that kind of thing. Seems the light actually does slow down when it's going through a medium because it's not going slower, it's just that it's being absorbed, re-emitted, absorbed, re-emitted.
Yep, it's propagate. Yeah, the process of propagation is why it slows down.
Yeah, and it apparently follows the path of least time.
Yeah, which is why, by the way, there are media that are polarizing. The polarizing media, what they're really doing basically is that the absorption and re-emission is not fully symmetric. So polarizing media tend to absorb light that go oriented in a certain way without then re-emitting the light in that same way, direction or orientation.
Hey, what's up?
Yeah.
Hey, it's Nate Cunningham.
Yeah, just like spin on electron.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Quantum mechanics and apparently the mind or brain or whatever being a finite state machine. And I'm not sure where they went after that. But it looks like it's still on quantum mechanics.
Yeah, I think there was some question about wave-particle duality, so we got into that a little bit.
Yeah, I have a little difficulty with the duality part simply because Feynman has kind of hammered the point that these are particles, even though the probabilistic equation, when you're adding up, when you're summing the probabilities, the probability amplitudes together, and you get the final solution, depending on which point it's landing on. That's you're only going to have one impact, not a blast over an area.
Yeah, they propagate as waves and interact as particles. Yeah.
Yeah. You can actually count
about that light being in two different universes at the same time. But I've seen on the science channel that show light going through two different slots.
Yeah, the double slit experiment is what we're
doing. Double slit experiment, and it proves that there's two universes or something like that. Is that what we're talking about?
I think that's probably the many worlds interpretation. There's a minority interpretation of quantum mechanics, which is not the accepted interpretation by most physicists, but it's liked by some number because it's the one interpretation that doesn't require actual stochastic that doesn't require rolling dice, basically, which says that, instead of saying that, there's a probability of each of these things happening, we are just going to say they all happen. They all happen, and it just so happens we're only in one of the many, many, many infinite number of universes, and so we only see one of them happening, but they actually all happen. So that's the many worlds interpretation.
Yeah, I'm kind of skeptical on that one myself.
Me too. I don't have an issue with with actual stochastic processes and probabilistic waveform collapse. But people who do, who say, well, since there's fundamentally nothing to pick this over this, I see no way of doing that. So, and that's the reason that somebody came up with the idea. Well, maybe they just all happen, and we just happen to be in one of the occurrences, but they all actually occur.
Be interesting to see if there's an experiment that can actually differentiate between the two cases.
Theoretically, there is, because, well, not necessarily between all examples of the two cases, right? But there are some theories like brain theory that postulate the nature of the many worlds, and also predict ways that we could get emissions or detect things coming from other worlds, if in fact the model is correct, and so if any of those models is accurate, then eventually we'll be able, Lord willing, we'll be able to detect. It's
also important to say that all the experiments at CERN so far haven't shown anything like that.
That's right, but I believe the experiments necessary to test the brain model, like the M model or the M brain model, require higher energy than we have yet.
Sure.
Right?
Okay. Yeah. Fair enough. I think they were ruling out. They've already managed to rule out several models of supersymmetry, just because of the energy levels they have been working at.
That's right.
Yeah. I also heard mention of the hidden variable hypothesis, which has been, of course, refuted. That's actually been refuted back in the 1960s or earlier.
Well, local hidden variables were ruled out by successful experimental confirmation of Bell's inequality back then. Non-local hidden variables, at least several theories of them, or models of them, have only been dealt with recently. I think Johannan linked me to like a 2007 article that apparently showed experimental refutation of certain models of realism. I don't know that it will ever be possible to conclusively rule out any possible model of non-local hidden variables, but I think what we can do is continue to come up with them and test them and show that they're wrong. And every time we do, at least in my mind, it reinforces the idea that purely stochastic events are a reasonable model.
I think it will be I think it'll be major news if they find a way to preset a photon or an electron in such a way that it shows a hidden variable.
So what you're kind of saying there, Adam, tends to lead me to believe that you might be pushing towards string theory?
No, because my physics education didn't include string theory. We didn't go over it in any of my classes, and so I don't understand it. So since I don't understand string theory, I don't claim either to agree with it or to be able to refute it.
Right. Yeah. No, that's perfectly logical.
I don't pretend to understand physics. I have a very basic, brief overview of it. I don't really I need to study it some more.
Yeah, and I really ought to read up on string theory, because the subject comes up whenever we get into these discussions. Then I have to say, I have no clue. We didn't talk about it in classes. I don't know. Probably if I had stuck through and done the second semester of advanced particle physics like I was supposed to, we probably would have gotten into it, but I didn't. I already had my I already had all my requirements met for my physics major, so I kind of took my last semester easy and didn't take that course.
Yeah. And unfortunately, Hawking's The Grand Design is written for laymen. So
doesn't
you can't
doesn't mean I wouldn't get anything out of it.
Yeah.
Probably ought to read it.
Yeah. It's an interesting read. It kind of seems to come down to a crunch at the end, but yeah, it's an interesting read. Although I get the feeling that Hawking has given up on the idea of a theory of everything, and I think the M stands for mosaic.
Mm-hmm.
But other than that,
are you saying that Hawkins is pushing M theory? Is that right?
Well, M theory is a string theory that Hawking has developed.
Oh, right. I thought that was Ed Witten that developed that.
Either that or Hawking is pushing it.
Yeah, I think pushing it maybe. Yeah.
Well,
Okay.
I'm looking at the
from the book.
I'm looking at the Wikipedia page on it and seeing if Hawking's name shows up anywhere.
Cool. There was a great article in New Scientist on M theory just last year, I think. Well, worth checking out.
I don't have access to that journal.
New Scientist? That's mostly open, isn't it?
Yeah.
I thought it was like Nature, except, really expensive.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, I scanned the article, the Wikipedia article on M theory, and did not see Hawking's name anywhere.
Cool. Yeah, I wasn't aware that he was connected specifically with it. But you never know. I don't know what he's been doing in the last couple of years. So.
Yeah, his name. I just did a page search. His name does not appear on the M theory page. So that doesn't mean that he's not working on it now, but it does mean that whomever the authors are of this article didn't think him important enough to note. By name.
Yeah, I don't think he's there.
I'm pulling up the Grand Design right now.
But it is a
what it's
fantastic
about.
theory.
See, Stephen Hawking and Leonard unpronounceable name.
Godboy, or something like that.
Yeah. 2010. The mystery of being, the rule of law, what is reality, alternative histories, the theory of everything, choosing our universe, the apparent miracle, and the Grand Design is the last chapter, and then a glossary.
So it will be in there, the chapter in the theory of everything. I'm sure he'll mention M theory because it's one of the leading candidates along with whatever it was, fifth dimension stuff.
Okay, theory of everything. That's chapter 5. Okay, took long enough to get there. The most incomprehensible thing about the universe is that it is comprehensible. Albert Einstein.
I do love that quote. That's a great quote.
He was a right little cheeky bugger, wasn't he?
Yeah.
No, if it's so comprehensible, then where's the theory of everything?
Exactly. Yeah, it's not, and I guess my answer would be, is it really so comprehensible? Not really. Instead, it's we're going to keep stretching and straining our brains and coming up with new math, really new language to describe it, as best we can.
Yeah.
So, I mean, remember when Newton came up with classical mechanics and gravity, he wasn't able to just write a book and describe it to everyone. He had to come up with an entirely new branch of mathematics to describe it. Okay. He had to invent calculus to describe it, and we've been doing the same thing ever since. Take a look at the equations that we use to determine what happens with various quantum mechanical phenomena. Okay, we had to invent Bra and Ket vectors and use and come up with Hamiltonians. I mean, basically every time we learn something new, really fundamental about the universe, we end up having to either co-opt an existing branch of math, or more often construct a new one to describe it. So I wouldn't call that easy to call that particularly comprehensible. Say what?
I find the math incomprehensible.
As someone who might be maybe closer to their math department or whatever, I don't think bra and ket vectors are a good example. I mean, dual spaces are out there, have been out there for a long time.
Yeah, you're saying quantum mechanics is mostly vectors, and vectors we've had for a while. Okay, I hear you.
Usually all of them.
No, not vectors. Dual spaces.
Okay.
Right.
Usually all of the mathematics used in modern physics has already been invented by mathematicians in the past. It's just like physics are rediscovering the techniques used.
Yeah, well, I mean, they often do a good job of, and often if the guy that first comes up with the physical concepts, or the description of the physical concepts doesn't know the math, other people will jump in pretty soon and say, wait a minute, that's basically described by this math. And then we'll get the math on board.
Exactly. I think
there is no math. 5
Page 140 has the time dilation.
Say what?
Page 140 has the time dilation.
Okay.
I'm still looking for the word.
The example I would cite is Feynman Kak. I'll spell it. That's
I'm big.
Example of new math developed for by physicists and so on.
Fair enough.
I'm being stupid here. I'm not using the search function of an ebook. I want to see oops. Let's try and type it correctly. M theory is right on page 15. Let's see. In the history of science, we have discovered a sequence of better and better theories or models, from Plato to the classical theory of Newton to modern quantum mechanics. It is natural to ask, will this sequence eventually reach an endpoint, an ultimate theory of the universe that will include all forces and predict every observation we can make, or will we continue forever finding better theories, but never one that cannot be improved upon? We do not know yet and have a definitive answer to this question, but we now have a candidate for the ultimate theory of everything, if indeed one exists, called M theory. M theory is the only model that has all the properties we think the final theory ought to have, and is whoops, I lost my line here. And it is the theory upon which much of our later discussion is based. And then he says, M theory is not a theory in the usual sense. It is a whole family of different theories, each of which is a good description of observations only in some range of physical situations. It is a bit like a map. As is well known, one cannot show the whole of the Earth's surface on a single map. The usual Mercator projection used for maps in the world makes the areas appear larger and larger to the far north. But it goes on and on. So, but anyway, yeah, okay, so the grand design is about M theory. But
yep. Hawking and Leonard Blondenau in the popular science book The Grand Design take a philosophical position to support a view of the universe as a multiverse and define it in the book as model-dependent realism, along with a sum over history's approach to the universe as a whole is used to claim that M theory is the only candidate for a complete theory of the universe. M, by the way, is kept undefined, but is generally understood to probably originally been referring to membrane. Sort of an idea. Because the idea is that all five of the string theories are just one-dimensional slices of a two-dimensional membrane, vibrating in 11-dimensional space.
I comment on this. Science is so full of the fantastic. It's almost fantasy. I don't want to say it's not fantasy, but it's just so the capabilities of science to have different universes and the possibility there could be unlimited versions of our own selves in different universes. Excuse me. That whether you believe in the Bible or you believe in science, it's just almost unreal.
Yep, it is.
And do you ever hear, think about the possibilities in science and think, wow, the universe came about in a split second, that everything was compressed into a little ball. All of the universe has exploded in a split second, everything that we see.
Yeah, in the Grand Design, Hawking starts out by describing, well, first he slams philosophy, then he starts out by describing what he calls model-dependent realism. And he uses a fishbowl as an example, and how the goldfish in the bowl sees the universe, and how it would model things mathematically.
Okay, this is interesting. Emmanuel in the side chat is saying he doesn't want to waste time on theism because theism is too easy to refute. That's a rather strong position.
I was writing my comment that if it's so easy to refute, why in thousands of years are we not one step closer to it? So that's, I want to say, a Nobel Prize is in the future. We just need a little bit of proof.
Yeah, let's see what sort of proof Emmanuel has for that.
Yeah, it's got to be proved one way or the other.
Yeah, go for it, Emmanuel. What's your master refutation of theism?
It's the same thing I told you earlier. When you check this out, and I know I'm speaking for him, I'll let him stop. But I'm going to assume that it has some basing in the soundness of its methodological if it can be verified through some forms of methodological naturalism. So he's not going to accept an argument unless it's verified through some methodology. So if in that case, if you hold that standard, that strict verification standard, every single argument for God, no matter what it is unsound in regards to that. So he could just reject it from that basis. He could reject any argument prima facie, any argument right on face value, because he knows that they're not sound from that form of methodology. It's like the weakest, saddest approach to theological philosophy ever. But I'll let him add in.
Yeah, I seem to have spuriously started it up about a half hour early, but I'll make a change over because it's what it's scheduled for.
Emmanuel, are you coming to the other chat to talk to us or not?
I could bring in a sixth grader.
Is Emmanuel even there yet?
I could bring in a sixth grader, and he could be an atheist, and I could say, look, get on G+. Anytime someone says something about God, all you got to say is prove God. That's basically what we have here. Just throw in Russell's teapot, prove God, and say every single argument for God that you put forth to me is unsound due to methodological naturalism. And bang, bang, there you are. We have a winner.
Looks like we're all going over there now. Yeah, that's pretty much the case, I guess. Russell's teapot, brew it up, have a nice cup of tea. Except we can't find the damn teapot. It's lost somewhere.
Oh, Emmanuel, are you able to get over?
Yeah, just a sec. I'm just transferring over.
Okay. Okay. Thank you everyone for watching. Sorry that this is went off there half hour early. I misread the markers and so on, or notifications. No worries though. Hop on over to the new Hangout. I've got it. It'll well. There's. Oh. Oh, Yeah, if there's a question about well, in the I think what Oh dear, mythological naturalism. Not quite the content of it all. Need a little bit more than just saying. Well, I would well, justify naturalism. Well, I'm not gonna. Well, I may I briefly? Sorry, Christians are routinely methodological naturalists. So it's the metaphysical naturalism that you're objecting to, that you really want to object to. Number two. Well, that's why there's a distinction. That's why there's a distinction between methodological and metaphysical naturalism. That's not a world. That's not a worldview. Metaphysical naturalism. Mm. If I can. not a presupposition. It's not an a priori commitment, number one. Number two, even if it were an a priori commitment, so long as it had any kind of justification, it would still not be a presupposition. So. Oh, it's called a malapropism. Hello? Hello? Yeah, I hear you now. Speaker's on. I've got what? No, I don't. I hear you cutting out here and there. Weird. Yeah, we've got a big debate going on. Sorry, it involves people that are, I guess, pretty essentially that are not entirely happy with you, but. Well, I'm getting philosophical, and hopefully my state assistance will be covered for February, but I don't know that. Yeah, food stamps. Yeah, food stamps is something called general assistance. All right. It'll be good to have you on soon. Well, I would.